Dongjiang 4th High School, Awakening Plaza. The scorching sun blazed overhead. The synchronized breathing of thousands of students merged into a palpable rhythm, and even the air seemed to tremble. In the center of the plaza, a massive magic formation pulsed with blue light, each flicker reshaping destinies. Shinqingni, S-rank talent. Ice Empress. The mentor's voice cracked as he shouted. Boom. Shards of ice exploded outward, and an icy chill swept across the entire area. Standing amidst the snowstorm, the girl exuded an icy majesty, her gaze as cold and forbidding as that of a god. S-rank. She's a lock for Jingwu University. A national-level candidate has been born. The crowd erupted in cheers and excitement. In the corner, hands stuffed in my pockets, my expression remained indifferent. After 3 years in this world, I understood its core law better than anyone. Talent defines your position. Strength is the only truth. Jiang Feng. Taking a deep breath, I stepped onto the stage. Closing my eyes, I focused inward. Buzz. A dim blue light emerged. No golden hues, no radiant purple, just plain, unremarkable blue. B-rank talent. Persistence pays off. Effect. Increases experience points gained from killing monsters by 25%, the mentor announced with barely concealed disinterest. The entire plaza fell silent. A workhorse talent, huh? Would make a decent carry for grinding. Won't starve, at least. Scattered murmurs rose here and there, laced with mockery. I didn't react, because at that exact moment, a cold, mechanical voice resounded inside my mind. Foreign soul detected. Penga system forcibly binding. Overriding B-rank talent. Congratulations. Host, you have been granted an infinite rank talent. Penga Reaper. Infinite rank? My heartbeat skipped. In this world, talent levels range from F to SSS, a total of 9 ranks. Infinite rank. What did that even mean? Quickly, I brought up the system interface. Talent. Penga Reaper, infinite rank. Disguise. Persistence pays off, B rank. Effect. Upon killing any target, forcibly plunder free attribute points. The stronger the target, the more points are plundered. Unlimited allocation potential. I almost lost my cool. For a normal person, leveling up grants just 5 attribute points. Even an S-rank genius only receives around 20 or 30. But me? I plundered attribute points just by killing? Killing 10,000 monsters would mean 10,000 attribute points. Go pick a class already. I recommend Knight or Cleric, the mentor said impatiently, waving me off. A flash of brilliance crossed my eyes. Knight? Cleric? Their vision was too limited. If my talent's strength revolved around killing speed, then the key was simple: efficiency. The faster I killed, the more attribute points I gained. With enough points, even a mage could overpower a boss in brute combat. Choose a class, mage. Are you insane? The registrar blinked at me in disbelief. A B-rank support talent, and you chose mage? That's a death sentence. I'm sure, I replied. Class change successful. New class, mage. Skill acquired, fireball LV.1. Without another word, I turned and strode toward the teleportation gate. Jiang Feng. Xin Qingni pushed through the crowd, her brow furrowed. Why on earth would you choose mage? Join my team, be the bait, and I'll give you 10% of the experience, he said. Bait? A human meat shield? No need. Without looking back, I walked toward the magic tower. A mocking voice trailed from behind. Who are you kidding? Useless trash. A noob who can't even beat a chicken. I stood in front of the teleportation vortex. Warning, solo mode is extremely dangerous. Death will result in a 100% experience loss. Proceed with reckless abandon. I gripped my beginner's staff tightly. All I needed was to defeat one monster to test how broken this talent really was. Enter dungeon, mutant chicken farm. Light twisted and warped. A stench of chicken dung hit me in the face. A dilapidated farm surrounded by barbed wire. A dim, yellowish sky hanging overhead. Cluck cluck, a red-feathered rooster, about the size of a small dog, fixed its menacing gaze on me. Red-crested chicken LV1. Health, 150. Attack, 15. Defense, 4. The weakest monster, but its sharp beak could pierce through wooden boards with ease. I glanced at my own stats. Level, LV1. Health/mana, 100/100. Stats, all at 10 points. Magic attack, 48. With a 1.2x multiplier on my fireball skill, my actual damage was 57.6. Accounting for its defense, 3 castings should do the trick. Cluck, cluck. The red-crested chicken spread its wings and charged at me like a rabid dog. I didn't move a muscle. Raising my staff, I focused my mana and locked on. Fireball. Boom. The fireball struck directly on the chicken's head. Minus 54. A third of its health bar was instantly gone. Before it hit the ground, my second fireball seamlessly followed. Minus 53. The red-crested chicken tried to retreat. Too late. The third fireball cut off its escape route. Boom. White light faded as copper coins clinked onto the ground. Defeated red-crested chicken. Gained 12.5 experience. Triggered Panga's predation. Received free attribute points. Plus 10. 10 points. Ordinary players only got 5 points per level. I got 10 from just one chicken. What about 100 chickens? Or 10,000? Maximize gains first. I dumped all 10 points into intelligence. Intelligence, 1020. Magic attack, 4878. Mana, 100-200. Instantly, my thoughts became noticeably clearer and my mana surged. I set my sights on another chicken, raising my hand casually. Boom. This fireball was richer in color with a bluish-white core. Minus 90. Second fireball. Minus 91. 2 hits. Instant kill. Received free attribute points. Plus 10. This is amazing. It felt like playing a private server with 100x drop rates. Third chicken. My fireball honed in like a guided missile, obliterating it. Level up. Reached LV2. Received attribute points. 5 plus 10 is equal to 15. My pool of unused points was now 25. Hesitation leads to defeat. Insufficient firepower is the original sin. All in on wisdom. Wisdom, 2045. Magic attack, 78-153. Mana, 200-450. A cool mint-like energy bursts out explosively. My vision instantly sharpens, so clear that I can see the texture on feathers far in the distance. Wisdom, 45 points. With stats like this, even a level 10 mage would kneel in awe. Let's keep this going. I locked my gaze on the swarm of chickens not too far away, my eyes glinting with bloodthirsty determination. These aren't monsters, they're walking stat points. And so, the slaughter began. With 45 MP regen per minute, I transformed into a walking artillery cannon. Fireballs rained down, leaving the red-combed chickens no chance to even scream. Plunder successful. Gained 10 free attribute points. Plunder successful. Gained 10 free attribute points. 7 chickens down and 70 points in the bank. Congratulations. Level up to LV3. Gained 5 free attribute points. 75 points to distribute. I stood atop the haystack, stuck in the sweetest of dilemmas. Going all out on offense feels amazing, but I can't afford to be reckless. Elite monsters and bosses will definitely have mechanics that can instantly wreck me if I slip up. 20 points into Constitution, survival is key. Constitution, 1030. HP, 100-300. Defense, 2868. HP bar massively boosted. Instant level of security achieved. Next, 15 points into luck. Time to gamble. Turn this scooter into a motorcycle. Luck, 1025. The remaining 40 points? Dump it all into wisdom. Wisdom, 4585. Magic attack, 153-273. Mana, 450-850. Boom, stats are off the charts. Level, LV3. HP, 300. Mana, 850. Wisdom, 85. Constitution, 30. Luck, 25. Magic attack, 273. With these stats, a level 5 warrior would give up on life, and a level 15 mage would consider switching classes. The last red-combed chicken charged at me, as valiantly as a moth flying into a flame. Rest in peace. Basic attack, minus 325. One-shot kill. Defeated red-combed chicken. Plunder successful. Gained 10 free attribute points. Where the chicken's body dissolved, a book bound in intertwining shades of blue and red lay quietly. A skill book? For real. I dashed over, hands trembling. True explosive flame. Rarity, rare. Effect, 1.5 second channel, 5x5. Meter range. AoE damage equals magic attack x 1.8. Feature. True 100% power manifests in the real world. Mana cost. 35 MP. Holy crap. A true skill. Worth over 1 million on the black market. AoE skill. Absolute god tier for mages. Just added 15 points to luck and already hit the jackpot? Luck. Goddess, you're laying it all on the line, huh? With a sharp clap of my hands, a stream of light flows into my forehead. Skill acquired. Explosive Flame LV1. The ground quaked violently. 2 chicken coops collapsed instantly. Outcharged 2 massive black iron chickens, as large as bulls, their blood-red eyes radiating menace. Iron Feather Fighting Chicken Elite. Level LV3. HP 800. Attack 65. Defense 30. Is this a free target dummy to test my skills on? I licked my lips, body trembling with excitement. A 1.5-second incantation begins. Explosive Flame. Boom. A cloud of fire 5 meters wide detonated, blazing like a dragon. The wooden fence was reduced to ashes in an instant. Minus 461. Minus 462. The 2 elite chickens' eyes crossed in a daze, momentarily paralyzed by the devastating damage. The force stagger effect triggered as their HP dropped by over 50%. Their iron feathers were charred black, and half their health bars got wiped out in a blink. They're still alive? Time to finish the job. Explosive Flame. A sea of fire engulfed everything again. Before they even had a chance to use their skills, the 2 elite monsters turned into white light. Loot successful. Gained plus 30 free attribute points. Loot successful. Gained plus 30 free attribute points. Level up. Now LV4. Gained plus 5 free attribute points. 65 points in the bag. I grinned like a classic villain. All into intelligence. Adding the 10 spare points from earlier, I dumped all 75 into intelligence. Intelligence, 85 160. Magic attack, 273 498. With 498 magic attack, my human nuke status was officially online. Boom, boom. The ground split open, molten lava erupting. From the cracks emerged a fiery beast as big as a full-sized truck, its fiery comb like a crown of flames. Blaze Chicken King Boss. Level, LV5. HP, 3200. Attack, 225. Defense, 82. Skills, Flame Peck, Oil Feather Cloak, Sonic Screech, Self-Destruct. A 3200 HP plump chicken. My eyes flashed with flames even fiercer than the boss itself. How many attribute points are you hiding? Missed? Yeah, that's nothing now. I focused on the flashing green numbers on my interface, plus 4.3 per second. That corroding sting had disappeared, replaced by a soothing warmth like a hot spring. I barreled through the forest, diving headfirst toward any area crawling with monsters. 3 waves of wolf packs? Obliterated. Just as I was about to press deeper, a burst of golden light exploded alongside the corpse of a giant wolf. Suspended midair was an ancient silver-edged book. Notice. Luck, 65 points, maxed out. Rare drop triggered. Mana Shield, passive/special. Level 5. Rarity, rare, true legendary quality. Effect, converts MP to absorb damage. 1 point of MP equals 1 point of HP absorbed. Traits, no cooldown. Instant activation. Description, as long as your mana holds. Mortality is but a suggestion. My pupils dilated in disbelief. Holy crap. God tier skill. Mana Shield, the ultimate life-saving skill for mages. Ordinary mages have to hit their 3rd skill advancement and grind through an exasperating chain quest to learn it. And for most, it's nothing but a mana-draining black hole. Activate the shield and boom, no mana left. Essentially useless. But for me, with 6,000 mana points and 625 MP regen per minute, this isn't a shield. This is an invincible golden body. With a snap of my hands, the skill book transformed into starlight and merged into the center of my forehead. From this moment forward, I am no longer just a mage. I'm a walking fortress piloting my own Gundam. 30% progress. Deep within the forest, an aura of malevolence began to stir. I wonder, can the monsters here survive even one fireball from me? Then it struck me. If a mere 65 luck points can spawn such a god-tier skill, what would happen if I cranked it even higher? 1375 attribute points, all pumped into luck. Luck, 65, 1440. Full-on max drop rate. Gear, come to Papa. Outside, near the Magic Tower's teleportation portal, dozens of students collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. They had just barely dragged themselves out of the normal difficulty dungeon. Shun, the campus goddess, and her party still haven't come out? Level 3 difficulty is brutal. Wait, what's that glowing on the monument? In the corner of the plaza, a long-forgotten blood-red monument began to shimmer. On the leaderboard for the Hell difficulty category, a faintly glowing ID, Wind, radiated crimson light. Shadow Forest, Hell difficulty. Progress, 35%. Monsters defeated, 36. Time elapsed, 9 minutes 15 seconds. Dead silence. 3 seconds later. WTF. Hell difficulty. 36 monsters in 9 minutes? Are they running a harvesting combine in there? Those are 10 times stat-boosted elite monsters. There's no way this isn't a bug. Boom. A military helicopter roared as it descended violently. The cabin door slammed open. A man in a black military trench coat with a cigarette dangling from his lips jumped down. Li Yen, aka Mad Dog General. He locked his bloodshot eyes on the glowing monument, his teeth glinting like icy blades. 9 minutes, and already a third of the way through? This punk puts my entire elite strike team to shame. He took a long drag and exhaled a plume of smoke squarely into the face of the trembling old-school principal. Stop digging. Your little personnel files can't possibly hold someone like this. Seal the area. Nobody move. I'm camping here today. Let's see which little bastard gave me this big surprise. Deep inside the Shadow Forest, I strolled casually over a carpet of shattered bones, twirling my magic staff in hand, as relaxed as if taking a midday walk. If I don't pick up the pace, that coven of assassins is going to slip away. Suddenly, the air froze. 6 shadows glided soundlessly along the ground, closing in unnoticed from behind. Phantom Assassin, Hell difficulty, Elite. Level, 8. Health points, 6,500. Attack, 480. Traits, Backstab, crit damage plus 200%. Poison. 6 venomous daggers streaked toward me in unison. I didn't move. Didn't even turn my head. With mana shield up? Dodging. That would have been an insult. Clang, 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 clang. The sharp sound of metal striking erupted. The daggers weren't hitting simple cloth armor. They struck the wall of size. A faint, rippling blue barrier hovered around me. Mana shield activated. Damage taken, 450. Backstab critical. Mana deducted, 450. 6 backstabs. 2,700 mana consumed. An average mage? Crumbled for sure. I glanced at my mana bar. 3, 556, 250. My recovery rate? 625 mana per minute. It was climbing back fast. The 6 assassins revealed themselves, glowing green eyes showing a rare look of what the hell. They glanced at their daggers, then back at me, completely unharmed. Chip damage? No, this was polishing. Had enough. I slowly turned to face them, leaning my staff right up in their faces. Can't break through my shield? Fine. My turn. Point-blank spell activation. True explosive flames. Boom. Blue-white fire erupted, sending all 6 assassins flying like ragdolls. Minus 3,100. Minus 3,250. Minus 3,088. 2 blasts. Before they could even scream, they were reduced to charred ashes. Killed ghost assassins times 6. Triggered Pangu execution. Gained free attribute points, 420. My experience bar surged, level 7, 52%. I paused, gaze landing on my luck attribute. Help, difficulty bosses guarantee a class change token drop, but War Titan is the only hidden class, and its drop rate is just ridiculous. I steel myself. When stats are this high, probability becomes a joke. System, dump it all into luck. Luck, 1440, 1860. No visible changes, but the world was bending to me. I kicked a random rock aside hidden underneath. Gold coins. Even the surrounding mist seemed to avoid me deliberately. 1,860 luck. In a world where most players had 5 to 10 luck on average, I was a walking breathing chosen one. If I walked down the street right now, even bird poop would be made of gold. No sooner had I said it. A level 5 owl crashed into a tree and dropped 5,000 gold coins. Crazy jackpot. The war titan's mine. Suddenly, the ground began to quake violently. The final boss had arrived. Rumbly. A twisted giant tree, 10 stories tall, tore upward from the ground. Its entire body was coated in black, oozing toxins. Its trunk was covered with grotesque, writhing human faces. Hundreds of vines lashed out like living whips. Hell Tier Lord, Corrupted Tree World Lord. Level 10. Health 15,000. Magic Attack 850. Defense 800. Skills: Toxic Full-Screen Fog, Strangling Vines, Life Drain. 15,000 HP. A living nightmare for players at this stage. Rower. Dark green poisonous fog instantly engulfed the battlefield. Full-screen poison fog, minus 30 HP per second, 30% reduced speed. A raid-wiping ability. I stood right in the center of the fog, without even a twitch in my brow. MP minus 30. MP plus 10. A net loss of 20 MP per second. Child's play for my 6,000 mana pool. I looked at the massive tree demon, a cold smirk tugging at my lips. With 1,865 points of luck boosting me, this wasn't a monster. It was a supersized loot box gift wrapped in gold. Big target, no need to aim. I pointed my staff straight at its enormous head. If you're a tree, it's time you learned. Everyone's responsible for forest fire prevention. Boom. Explosive flames began to converge madly, burning so hot they turned violet. The forest lord sensed the provocation. Hundreds of vines snapped taut, and countless humanoid faces screeched in unison. Rower. The ground cracked open, dark green spiked tendrils bursting forth to form a cage. Strangling vines. 2.5x physical damage with a force to mobilize. I didn't even flinch. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of steel plating being hammered echoed sharply. MP minus 450. MP minus 480. That's it. The forest lord froze, its plant-based brain failing to compute how a physical stranglehold could have no effect on cloth armor. Consumed with rage, it unleashed a crimson ripple of energy that enveloped me. Life drain. Ignores defense, percentage-based lifesteal. The red energy swirled around me, but it was like trying to electrify an insulator. Mana shield activated. Damage redirected. MP minus 400. Lifesteal? Buddy, you couldn't kill me if your life depended on it. I knew my stats were absurd, but hey, I was more than happy to flex. All right, playtime's over. My turn now. I slammed my flaming staff into the ground. The violet-red fireball at its tip instantly expanded, swelling into a 10-meter-wide miniature sun. True explosive flame, plus Inferno staff, plus intelligence bonus, equals absolute annihilation. Next time, don't be a tree, it's a fire hazard. Boom. A violet-red mushroom cloud erupted skyward. The blistering heat incinerated everything within 100 meters. The forest lord's massive body didn't even have time to scream as the flames tore through it and detonated from within. Splinters flew in all directions, sap boiled away into vapor. A massive blood-red damage number slowly appeared. Minus 8,945. Fatal hit. Its total hell-level boss HP was only 15,000. One more hit obliterated what little will to live it had left. Congratulations. You've defeated LV-10 Hell-level Lord, Corrupted Forest Lord. Achievement unlocked. Solo clear Hell Dungeon. Perfect rating. Golden light cascaded down like a waterfall. Level up, LV-8. LV-9. LV-10. HP/MP fully restored. But what really got my heart racing? Triggered infinite level talent. Pangu Reap. Detected luck value. 1860. Activated Child of Fortune. Loot critical hit. Rewards doubled. Doubled again. Multiplier. 400%. Quadruple drop rate. Loot successful. Obtained free attribute points. 800 points. Received gold coins. 3 million. 3 million gold coins. That's 3 million in real life. Financial freedom, done in one go. But that's not all. Among the ashes of the boss, 2 globes of radiant, rainbow-colored light hovered quietly, exuding an aura of ancient, sacred laws. I reached out, Acquired. Hidden class transfer scroll. Titan of War, unique. Luck critical hit. Quality upgraded. Renamed to Primal Titan of War class scroll. Forbidden grade. Primal Titan of War. Level 10. Trait 1. Gain 100 free attribute points per level. Trait 2. Melee attacks carry true damage based on the sum of 100% intelligence, constitution, and strength. Trait 3. You are both a mage and a titan. Crush dragons with one hand. Rewrite landscapes with forbidden spells in the other. Holy! My hand was trembling. Normal classes get 5 points per level. Hidden classes might reach 15 at best. This one gives 100. One level here is equivalent to 20 levels for others. This isn't starting at the finish line. This is being born on the finish line. 1860 luck points. This has to be a developer cheat code. The second item. Acquired skill book. Flight spell. Luck critical hit. Quality upgraded. Renamed to Void Walk. Mythic. Void Walk. Effect. Aerial flight with momentary access to the void plane. Trait. Ignore all obstacles, walls, barriers, monster bodies. Movement speed plus 500%. Cost, 50 MP per second. A wall hack skill. I laughed out loud. Paired with infinite mana, I can basically skip to the boss room and sip tea with it. I've hit the jackpot. With 815 attribute points waiting to be distributed, I didn't hesitate. Put everything into luck. Luck value, 1862,675. Tearing open the class transfer scroll. Boom. A dark golden light beam enveloped my entire body. Crack, crack. My frail mage's frame snapped and expanded to a symphony of popping sounds. Though my outward appearance remained the same, my muscle density experienced a massive overhaul. What was once a squishy mage turned into a battle tank in human form. A predator in disguise. Class transfer successful. New class. Mage Titan of War, unique. Triggered hidden class benefit. Attribute retrospective compensation, 950 points. Nice. I clenched my fist. The sound of air collapsing rang around my fingers, an audible sonic boom. Time to allocate points. 300 each to strength, constitution, and intelligence, leaving 50 points added to luck. Constitution, 260 560. Wisdom, 625 925. Strength, 10 310. Luck, 2,675 2,725. Final stats. ID, Breeze, Hidden. Class, Primordial, War Titan. Level, LV10. HP, 5600/5600. MP, 9250/9250. Magic damage, 2873. Defense, 1128. Void Walk unlocked. You have learned the magical skill, Void Walk. Skill activated. Costs 50 MP per second. In an instant, the world transformed. Solid ground and coarse rocks, in my eyes, became a curtain of water I could sweep aside at will. My body now could meld into the folds of space, unbound by the laws of physics. So this is a mythic skill? I glanced at my class traits. Every level grants 100 attribute points, making me a beast with 20 times the stats of players at the same level. Trait 2? Even crazier. Wisdom 925 plus Constitution 560 plus Strength 310 is equal to 1,795 true damage. Even regular attacks now deal nearly 1,800 points of true damage that ignores all defenses. And this number, it'll only grow scarier as I level up. And then, Trait 3. System, explain the dual class feature in detail. Answer. You have broken down the barriers of class limitations. You may learn all mage and warrior skills. When casting warrior abilities, they gain bonuses from your wisdom. When casting mage spells, they gain bonuses from your strength. My eyes lit up. Magic damage, 2,873 plus 930 strength bonus. I see now. The physique of a warrior, the damage output of a mage, the bursts of an assassin, and the defense of a tank. This isn't just a six-sided powerhouse. This is an invincible existence with zero weaknesses. The world announcement kept flashing. Congratulations to player Wind for breaking the hell difficulty record. Rewards, plus 3 million reputation. Rewards, Server unique title Hell Conqueror. All attributes plus 5%. 3 million reputation? I let out a whistle. Regular players bust their butts for a month only to earn a few thousand points. 3 million? Enough to buy several prime shop fronts in the main city. I shut off the chat channel flooded with constant spamming. Demands for carry requests, messages begging for help, even posts from the most popular girl in our class saying, "Brother, carry me please." If they ever found out that Wind is just me, Jiang Feng, silently sitting in the corner of the classroom. The thought alone was hilarious. Gripping my magic staff, I headed for the teleport gate. But suddenly, I froze mid-step. From the teleport gate came the sound of roaring helicopter blades and a booming loudspeaker. All unauthorized personnel stepped back immediately. The dungeon's exit is now under the control of the Eastern River Military District. The furrow of my brow deepened. The military's getting involved? Clearing a hell difficulty dungeon first and unlocking the soul-hidden class? Of course, that's going to draw attention. That voice, it sounded just like Mad Dog General Li Yan. The man's infamous for playing dirty. If he fell into my hands, I'd figure out even his underwear color. I want to get stronger, not be some lab rat. I'm not planning on dedicating myself to the nation just yet. I want to develop my strength quietly. Once I'm powerful enough, I'll think about helping those who truly deserve it. Right now, stepping out means becoming a monkey under the spotlight. And Xinqing's probably out there too. If she saw that I'm the big boss, things would undoubtedly get messy. My eyes landed on Void Walk. Ignore all obstacles. Go wherever you want. I walked up to the air wall at the edge of the instance. Beyond it lay chaotic void turbulence. Instant death for ordinary people who try to touch it. Let's see if I can phase through. I focused my thoughts. Buzz. My mana surged in an instant. Mana, 9200/9250. Minus 50 MP. It consumed 50 mana per second, which was barely a drop in the bucket for over 9,000 mana. The next second, that air wall separating reality from the dungeon suddenly changed. It was no longer a barrier, but a thin mist. I reached out with my hand. It passed through. The resistance felt like jelly, easily penetrated. Legendary skills really are in a league of their own. I mused, a grin spreading across my face. My body turned transparent in the blink of an eye, melting seamlessly into the void turbulence that people would shiver just at the mention of. Outside the dungeon, on the East River High School sports field, the atmosphere was tense, like time itself had frozen. An armed helicopter sat in the middle of the field, its rotor blades spinning slowly. The fierce wind whipped the skirts of the female students into disarray. Li Yan sat confidently on a folding chair, a cigarette between his lips and an eagle-like sharpness in his gaze. Behind him stood 2 rows of elite soldiers, exuding a deadly aura. The old principal was sweating bullets. "General, isn't this the bit excessive?" "Excessive." Li Yan ground his cigarette into the dirt with force. Someone who can carve through a hell difficulty dungeon like it's nothing would be frightened by such a trivial show of strength? Don't underestimate the young. He glanced at his tactical watch. 30 seconds left. Li Yan rose abruptly, his coat billowing in the wind. "All units, hear me. No matter who steps out, even if they're in tattered rags, you are to salute them with the highest military honors. That person is a hero of East River." "Yes, sir." The thunderous response from the troops reverberated through the field. The students watching on had their eyes blazing with admiration. Now this was true glory. A military general personally welcoming someone, with the eyes of the entire school on them. After this, they'd surely dominate East River City without question. Li Yan smirked inwardly. With treatment like this, it'd be impossible for this genius not to be moved. But Xinqing, standing in the very front of the crowd, found herself eclipsed by the moment. Having just cleared a hard difficulty dungeon, she should have been the center of attention. Instead, no one paid her any mind. Biting her lip, she murmured, "Who exactly is this big boss?" "Who?" The countdown began. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Buzz. The blood-red portal flickered violently, and then it extinguished. Empty. Not a soul. Silence. All that remained was the sound of the wind and the awkward rotation of helicopter blades. Li Yan's smile froze on his face. He rubbed his eyes to confirm. Yes, the portal was indeed closed. "Where are they?" He turned his head sharply, glaring at the tech soldier with eyes as sharp as a wolf's. The tech soldier almost dropped his keyboard in fear. Sir, data shows the instance has been cleared. The player should have come out. Bullshit. Li Yin kicked over a chair. Where are they? Eaten by monsters. Impossible. The tech soldier swallowed nervously. The perfect clear record indicates the player exited unscathed. But their ID signal disappeared a second before the instance closed. Disappeared? Li Yin froze in place. He's fought his fair share of battles and has seen countless bizarre abilities, but never in his life had he heard of anyone bypassing a teleportation portal and vanishing into thin air. General, could it be a high-tier spatial ability? The deputy cautiously suggested. Rubbish. Those kinds of scrolls are so rare, even the top elites in the capital barely have any. Where would a rookie get one? Li Yin cursed under his breath. Then suddenly, his eyes lit up. Wait a second. War Titan, a hidden class. If that kid somehow got their hands on an overpowered ability inside the instance. His anger dissipated in an instant. Staring at the empty training ground, Li Yin suddenly burst out laughing, his laughter loud and frantic as he doubled over. Ha ha, that kid, not only can he fight, but he knows how to run, too. Slipped right past me under my nose. I've been had. Everyone else was dumbfounded. Had the general lost his mind? After laughing his fill, Li Yin waved his hand. Pack it up. No investigation? The deputy looked at him in disbelief. Investigate what? They clearly don't want to show up. Li Yin strode toward the helicopter with excitement in his voice. A crafty little monster with both brains and ability? I like him even more. Spread the word. This group of awakened individuals' records are classified top secret. Anyone who leaks a single word will face military justice. Yes, sir. The helicopter's loud roar filled the air as it ascended, leaving behind a stunned group of teachers and students on the ground. Shun Qingmi gazed up at the sky, her mind involuntarily recalling a figure, the one who refused to team up and walked alone toward the magic tower. No, no way. She shook her head, as if trying to shake off that absurd thought. A B-level talent? How could they possibly pull off something as earth-shatteringly incredible as this? In the old district of Dongjiang City, a ripple suddenly appeared in the air of a shabby alleyway. I emerged from thin air, nearly stepping directly into a puddle of water. Damn, gotta fine-tune my void walk landing point. Almost warped myself into the neighbor's bathhouse. I brushed some dust off my clothes. This spot was about 3 kilometers from the school, near my house. A dead-end street, usually deserted. A perfect landing. In the distance, faintly, the sound of alarms echoed. Take your time finding it, I mumbled to myself. Humming a little tune, I strolled home. The apartment complex was old and run down. No elevators. The hallway lights flickered weakly, on and off. But somehow, everything looked pleasing to me today. Why? Because I just got rich. Earlier, as I went through my inventory, 3 million gold coins. Yep, you heard that right. I can go buy a villa downtown, no sweat. I could even hire 2 live-in maids and eat lobster until I get sick of it. I pushed open the rusty metal door to my place. It groaned loudly in protest. Inside, the apartment was empty. My parents were still working overtime at the factory. That's the fate of ordinary folks. No natural talents. Working themselves to the bone just to scrape by. But starting today, everything's about to change. I flopped onto the bed, staring up at the mold stains on the ceiling, the corners of my mouth involuntarily lifting. Primeval War Titans, all-class mastery. I reached out my hand, making a grabbing motion in the air. It felt like I was clasping the entire future in my grasp. This is just the beginning. Offload the gear, exchange it for resources, and then snap up a round of skill books. I pulled out my phone. Its screen cracked like a spiderweb. News notifications popped up nonstop. They were all about the wind. City on lockdown. Where is the Hell Raid pioneer hiding? General Li Yin will turn over every stone to catch the wind god. In-depth analysis. Could this mysterious pro be from a secret aristocratic family? Seeing the hilariously false analyses, I almost burst out laughing. If those experts knew that the so-called mysterious master they were raving about was currently staring at leftover food in a microwave, they'd probably choke on their glasses. Kriawalk. The metal door shrieked again. My parents were home. Their footsteps were heavy, like old, worn-out machines. My father, Jiang Jiangguo, was still in his faded work uniform, reeking of machine oil. My mother, Lu Tzulan, carried a plastic bag containing some hard-as-rock steamed buns and discounted roast duck. "You're still up, phone?" My mom forced a smile that didn't reach her tired eyes. "Hungry? I'll heat up the food for you." "Just got back?" I said, taking the bag from her. Something seemed off about Dad tonight. He didn't demand his usual after-work beer and instead headed straight for the balcony to smoke a cigarette. The smoke swirled around him as he stood there with a hunched back, like a worn bowstring. "Dad, something happened at the factory?" Sigh. Jiang Jiangguo crushed the cigarette, but under his shoe. "Old Scrooge over there, our blood-sucking boss, is talking about layoffs. The machines broke down, but they're blaming it on worker error, docking our pay and trying to force us to quit." "Don't say stuff like that. It's bad luck." Lu Tzuelan came out with a plate of warmed-up buns, her eyes slightly red. "If it comes to it, I'll go wash dishes or clean." "Phone, how did your awakening go today?" There it was, the question. I took a bite of the bun and casually answered, "Not bad, B-grade talent." "B-grade?" Jiang Jiangguo snapped his head around, his eyes widening like saucers. "Elite talent. The Jiang family must have had their ancestral tombs blessed. That brat next door, old Wang's son, only got a D-grade. Always walking around with his nose in the air, huh? See if he can even look us in the eye now." "The support role is called diligence makes up for clumsiness," I said while pouring some water. "You get more experience from killing monsters. Its combat ability is average, but it's a treasure when you're power leveling for a boss. Levels go up fast, and it's super safe." "Power leveling sounds great." Lu Tzuelan nodded repeatedly. "Mom was just worried you'd awaken as a berserker. That's practically a death sentence. Better to stick with the boss and farm some EXP safely." The old couple clearly approved. It's all part of the survival philosophy of us ordinary folks. Nothing is more critical than staying alive and playing it safe. "Oh, by the way," Jiang Jiangguo's face suddenly lit up. "Did you hear? Someone named Wind cleared the Inferno dungeon today. General Li Yin personally went in a helicopter to pick them up. That kind of star treatment." "Already heard about it." Lu Tzuelan chimed in with an envious look. "That guy must be blessed by the stars. If our Xiaofeng could have 1% of his talent, I'd die a happy woman." I lowered my head to drink my porridge, using the edge of my bowl to hide my smirk. 1%? Please, that's barely enough for me to kill a chicken. "Mom, Dad." I placed my chopsticks down and spoke calmly. "I had some good luck today. Found a skill book near the edge of the dungeon, and the guild scooped it up as soon as I came out." "How much did you sell it for?" Jiang Jiangguo immediately tensed up. "Did anyone try to lowball you?" "Not much." I reached into my pocket, or more accurately, my system inventory, and pulled out 2 stacks of red banknotes. 20,000. The room fell instantly silent. Only the sound of the TV playing next door filled the air. For a family with a monthly income of less than 5,000, still drowning in loans, this wasn't just money. It was a lifeline. In truth, there were 3 million gold coins sitting in my inventory, but I didn't dare to touch those. If I plopped down 3 million right now, my parents wouldn't get a wink of sleep tonight. 20,000 was just right, a reasonable income for a newcomer with a grade B talent. Enough to ease their immediate worries without raising any suspicions. This much. Lu Tzuelan's hands trembled as she held the money. "Take it." I slid the cash closer to them. "Dad, you should quit that broken-down factory job. Use it to pay off the debts first, then buy some good food, get some pork ribs, and eat well. I'll be doing more work with the guild. It won't be hard to make this kind of side money again." Jiang Jiangguo looked at the money, then back at my young yet steady face. His eyes turned red. This man, whose back had been bent under the weight of life, managed to force out one simple line after a long pause. "Good kid, you've grown up." That dinner, which consisted of nothing more than pickled vegetables, steamed buns, and cold duck, turned into a feast fit for royalty in the eyes of my parents. Later that night, at 10:30 p.m., I locked my door, leaving their excited chatter behind. Once the door shut, the warmth disappeared in an instant. 20,000 can only keep us alive. It won't change our destiny. I powered on my second-hand computer, which sounded like a tractor, and logged directly into the Dongjiang underground black market. Now that I'm the sole, primal war titan, Relying on just 2 mage skills would be a waste. It's time to hunt for some serious goods and test how intelligence boosts physical damage. How twisted can it get? The mouse moved at lightning speed. Normal skill books? Nope, not interested. Basic equipment? Nope, not worth my time. Page 13. My eyes locked onto a pinned post in bold red. Urgent sale, warrior rare skills, savage charge plus heavy armor mastery. Midnight tonight, East River Black Market, Zone C. Savage charge. My eyes lit up. The warrior's core skill, a charge that grants immunity to interruptions throughout the path, stunning anyone hit. Combined with my current insane stats, this isn't savage charge, this is a human bulldozer. And then there's heavy armor mastery. Now imagine, an infinitely mana-regenerating mage, decked out in heavy armor, and swinging a staff like it's a warhammer. Sold. I pulled on a black hoodie and slid on a plain white faceless mask. Mom, Dad, I'm heading to bed. Got special training tomorrow. The next moment, void walk. My figure shimmered and vanished, phasing through the wall and melting into the night. East River Underground Black Market. No laws, only rules. A repurposed bomb shelter turned into the dark alley. Neon lights flickered, and the air reeked of blood and motor oil. I appeared out of thin air in a blind spot for the security cameras. Entrance fee, 10,000 gold coins. I didn't even blink. The bouncer at the gate sneered. Lone wolves don't last long here. Watch your back, or you'll get eaten alive. I walked straight into the crowd. Even in the dead of night, the black market bustled with noise. Every stall brimmed with bloody gear, monster body parts, and some rather sketchy slave contracts. I had one clear target, Old Black Supplies Shop. A shoddy little shop known for being a treasure trove. Rumor had it the owner had mysterious connections and was willing to sell absolutely anything for the right price. Inside, the dim room was illuminated only by the ominous glow of a crystal ball. Look for what you need, a skinny old man grumbled without even glancing up. Materials on the left, gear on the right, skill books in the center. No haggling. I headed straight to the skill book shelf. Basic water bullet for 5,000 gold coins. Trash. Vine bind for 8,000. Useless. Firewall for 20,000. Hard pass. The 3 million gold coins in my pouch made me feel untouchable. Boss. I pulled out a faintly glowing blue book and tossed it onto the counter. Repel fire ring. Pushes back all enemies within 5 meters in an instant. I'll take it. Good taste. A life-saving skill. 150,000. Old Black said, lifting an eyebrow. Wrap it up? I rasped, my voice low and gravelly. Too lazy to argue. Why waste time bartering when I could one-shot dungeon bosses? Then I slapped down another book. Frost armor. Sold. Arcane missiles. Multi-target tracking spell. Also sold. One skill book after another landed on the counter. Old Black's expression slowly stiffened, his eyes widening with disbelief. Wait, was this guy here to raid my inventory? Within 2 minutes, I had picked 7 or 8 mage skill books. The total price exceeds 600,000. But that's not all. I turned towards the warriors section, letting my finger hover over a dark red cover. Warrior rare skill, savage charge. Effect, unstoppable charge. Deals 1.5x strength as physical damage, stuns target for 1.5 seconds upon hit. That's the one. Worried about mages being vulnerable in close combat? Well, this mage dares anyone to come closer. Just imagine the scene. An enemy thinks they've cornered a squishy mage, only to get hit with an unstoppable charge, and then bam, staff straight to the face. Perfect. I pulled out Savage Charge, then casually grabbed Berserk Strike, and Heavy Armor Mastery. 3 skill books hit the counter with a thud. Bro, Blackie, the shopkeeper, looked at me like I was crazy. You were picking mage skills earlier, but now you're grabbing core warrior skills? What? Do I need to file a resume to buy books? I pulled out a crystal card and said, just tell me the total. Immediately, Blackie's demeanor switched to a fawning smile. All right, Repel Fire Ring. Is 150k, the others together 200k, and Savage Charge. 350k. That brings us to 700k total. But for you, I'll knock it down to 680k. Swipe it. Just as I was about to hand over the card, a diamond-studded glove landed on top of Savage Charge. Hold it. A pretentious voice called from behind me. This book, it's mine. I applied just the slightest pressure on the card, continuing to extend it towards Blackie. First come, first serve. Know the rules, yeah? The hand on the book suddenly gripped tighter, attempting to pull it away. Rip. The book didn't move an inch. With 310 strength plus another 925 converted from intelligence, even a casual press of my hand wasn't something an average person could match. I turned my head. There stood a young man in extravagant leather armor, flanked by 2 level 15 bodyguards. I'm Zhao Feng, son of the vice president of the Wild Lion Guild, he said, his expression dark. This book is critical to me, so do me a favor. The Wild Lion Guild. Top 3 in the East River region. The surrounding shoppers instinctively backed away. Do you a favor? I chuckled. How much is your favor worth? Got a per pound rate. Zhao Feng's face stiffened. I'll pay double. 700k. Double. I sighed deeply. Thinking he'd won, Zhao Feng smugly reached for the book. Shopkeeper. I suddenly turned back around and pulled out another crystal card. Stacking it on top of the first, I tapped them lightly on the counter. For every skill book in this store above blue tier, regardless of class. I'll take them all. And as for savage charge, I'll pay 1 million for it. The room froze as I stared at Zhao Feng, his expression completely stiff. The way the light hit my mask, it almost seemed to mock him. Want to compete on who has more money? I sneered. Kid, you're way out of your league. Complete silence. 1 million. One of the bodyguards gulped audibly. You're bluffing. Zhao Feng's veins bulged in anger. If you can swipe that card for 1 million, I'll eat the counter. The student from Taipei ate it. I ignored him and said, swipe the card. Hurry up. Beep. Transaction successful. Deducted. 1,850,000 gold coins. 1 million for bidding. 850,000 for sweeping purchases. Nearly 2 million gone, without even blinking an eye. That single beep was louder than any slap across a face could ever be. Zhao Feng's face instantly turned the shade of liver red. For years, he had been running rampant in East City, always being the one to crush others with money. But today, he had been humiliated in the same way by some masked passerby. It was like owning a Ferrari to flex in the streets and suddenly being overtaken by a wooling minivan, at supersonic speed, no less. The glint of something cold appeared. A poison-coated dagger slipped seamlessly into his palm. Ahem. An elderly cough sounded, like a heavy hammer striking the heart. 2 terrifying auras immediately locked onto Zhao Feng from the shadows in the corner. Black market sentries, both at least level 30. Killing him would be no harder than squashing an insect. Young Master Zhao, Old Hay said without even lifting his head as he cheerfully packed up skill books. This store runs an honest business. If you want to stir up trouble, take it outside and to the left. Break anything in here. And while the Wild Lion Guild could afford it, your life? That might not be as expendable. A chill ran down Zhao Feng's spine as he reluctantly retracted the dagger. This was the underground black market, a lawless zone even the military treaded cautiously. He couldn't afford to provoke the forces at play behind this old man. Fine. Very well. Zhao Feng glared daggers at the man in the black robe, his eyes venomous like a snake's. Got money, huh? Let's see if you live to spend it. He waved his hand sharply and stormed out with his bodyguards in tow. Before exiting, he shot his bodyguard an unmistakable, throat-slitting gesture. I watched the entire scene through the mask, internally unbothered and calm. The classic meet-me-after-school trope. Seen it 100 times in novels. This time, I get to play the protagonist. Boss, here's your haul. Old Hay pushed an enormous bag of skill books toward me, his wrinkled face folding into an amused smile. Big spender like you. This ring here's on the house. Consider it my gift. He fished out a dull, rusty iron ring from a box of miscellaneous junk. A low-grade strength ring, strength +2. So useless dogs wouldn't bark at it if you threw it in the streets. I reached out and took it. The moment my fingers made contact. Unsealing in progress. Detected host luck, 2,725 points. Triggering Midas touch. Golden light exploded forth. Rust crumbled and peeled away, revealing a material deep and mysterious, like the night sky itself. The ring glowed with radiant dark gold. Acquired. Astral Fall Ring. Unique growth item. Quality. dark gold. Attributes, plus 10% all attributes. Special effect, fortune strike, 1% chance of landing a 10x critical hit. My eyes widen with disbelief. Plus 10% to all attributes? As my level and base stats increase, this ring only grows more overpowered. And a 10x critical hit? This wasn't just a freebie. This was a divine artifact in the making. If that old underscore timer knew, Black knew that he had practically given away half of Donjiang City and might as well find a data cable to hang himself with right then and there. Thanks. I slipped on the ring. With an instant boost to all my stats, my mood skyrocketed. Tossing the skill book into my bag, I turned on my heel and walked away. 1 a.m., deep within a dark alley. A blind spot to any surveillance. Filthy water streaming everywhere, the stench of decay permeating the air. The perfect spot for some kill and loot action. I'd barely walked 100 meters when I stopped in my tracks. Both ends of the alley had been sealed off. Run? Why aren't you running now? Zhao Feng emerged from the shadows, flipping a bluish glowing dagger in his hand, a cruel grin spreading across his face. Big man earlier, huh? Tossing $1 million at me like it's nothing? Guess what? Taking you out will score me enough for a premium red set. Big profit. 2 bodyguards, 1 ahead, 1 behind. A shield warrior, level 16. A berserker, level 15. For any standard mage, this would spell unavoidable doom. Take off the mask, get on your knees, knock your head to the ground 3 times, and hand over your bag. Zhao Feng sneered, licking his lips with greedy eyes. Maybe, just maybe, I'll only break both your legs and leave you alive to beg on the streets. I didn't move or say a word. I was allocating skill points. Skill learned, Savage Charge, LV1. Skill learned, Fire Ring Push, LV1. Skill learned, Heavy Armor Mastery, LV1. Raw, unyielding power surged through every inch of my body. Froze up. The berserker sneered. Young master, let me handle him. No need to waste time. Before he finished speaking, the berserker surged forward like a cannonball aimed at my back. A mage being flanked? Like punching through paper, effortless. Except, the black-cloaked figure moved. No chanting, no attempts to create distance. I spun sharply, gripping my crimson flame staff horizontally in front of my chest. Boom. The concrete beneath my feet erupted, cracks webbing out wildly from the impact. Savage Charge. 310 strength plus 925 intelligence plus 560 constitution, all amplified by a 15% bonus to all stats. Pure, primal titan force converted into raw, true damage. I became a black blur, launching myself straight at the berserker. You want to die? The berserker scoffed. A mage charging head-on at a berserker? Delusional. The 2 figures collided with a deafening crash. Crack. The berserker's scream abruptly cut short. He felt like he'd been hit by a speeding freight train. His twin blades snapped, and his entire body went flying backward, embedding itself into the wall behind him. Boom. The wall crumbled, dust and debris filling the air. The level 15 berserker was left embedded in the wreckage, his chest caved in, blood pouring from his nose and mouth, barely clinging to life. What the hell? Zhao Feng's smirk froze on his face, his eyes so wide they nearly popped out of their sockets. This was supposed to be a mage? What kind of mage hits harder than a freight truck? This heavy armor I just bought for my boy, designed to withstand 8 full power strikes from a level 20 awakened warrior. And him? Flattened in 1 hit. The shield warrior snapped to attention, his tower shield raised protectively in front of Zhao Feng. Young master, run. This guy's playing tricks. Definitely a heavy-strength bruiser hiding under a mage's robe. Soldier. I turned around, the grotesque smile painted on my mask looking even more sinister under the pale moonlight. With a wave of my staff. No fireball. For the second time, I charged my target, the tin can. Come on. I've got 500 points in shield defense. No warrior at this level can break through. The shield warrior bellowed, his voice full of bravado, as an earthy yellow glow surrounded him. Unshakable like a mountain. I moved like lightning, closing the distance in an instant. No fancy tricks. No hesitation. I swung my staff at the tower shield. 100% trigger, Wrath of the Titan of War. Inflicts true damage equal to Wisdom plus Constitution plus Strength. True damage, ignoring all defenses. Bam! It hit like thunder on a clear day. The steel-reinforced tower shield shattered like glass. The momentum of my staff kept going, crashing straight into the shield warrior's helmet. The burly man didn't even have time to groan. His head tilted sideways, and his massive frame crumpled to the ground. His heavy helmet now bore a deep dent, the edges jagged. One clean blow, and he'd been sent to the afterlife. Pure physics exorcism. Immediate departure. The alley became eerily quiet. The only sound remaining was the distant barking of a stray dog. I flicked the staff, shaking off the shards of metal and debris, then turned my gaze to Zhao Feng, who was now close to soiling himself out of sheer terror. For that matter, judging by the warm stream running down his trouser leg, he already had. Zhao Feng's legs trembled as he leaned against the wall, his body shaking like a wet leaf. Hot tears mixed with sweat as the smell of fear clung to him. Two well-trained, high-level bodyguards, taken out in mere seconds by this monster in front of him. What is this thing? A mage, they said. Mage my ass. What kind of mage carries a staff that can smash shields to dust? Please, don't come any closer. Zhao Feng's voice cracked, heavy with panic and half-muttered sobs. My dad's the vice president of the Fierce Lion Guild. I have money. However much you want, it's yours. I stepped in front of him, towering over his cowering figure. Money. My hand darted down, effortlessly ripping off Zhao Feng's gemstone necklace and sliding 3 storage rings off his fingers in a practiced motion. They're mine now, I said flatly. My voice lacked any emotion, as casual as someone picking up their groceries. As for your father, with a lift of my hand, slap. Zhao Feng spun in place like a top, blood and teeth flying out of his mouth. His body wobbled before thudding to the ground face first, unconscious. His eyes flipped white while a wet spot grew on the ground beneath him. Next time, tell him to send someone richer my way. This little bit, barely worth the trouble. I finished my looting, brushed the dust off, and activated Void Walk. The air rippled and shimmered, black waves swallowing my figure until I disappeared. All that was left were shards of broken shields, crumpled bodies, and an ominous silence. That night, a terrifying urban legend spread through the East River Black Market. If you see a man in mage's robes wearing a smiling mask, run. Do not trust he's a mage. He's a human Tyrannosaurus Rex. Trust him, and you're as good as dead. The morning mist clung to the campus as the sun's rays bathed the red brick walls of East River high in a gold sheen. The air was thick with the scent of soy milk and fried dough sticks, mingled with a faint, electric undercurrent of restlessness. I ambled through the gate, a canvas bag casually slung over one shoulder and a half-eaten meat bun in my mouth. Last night's haul had kept me busy till the ungodly hours, restocking inventory and dealing with a few idiots who didn't know their place. Now, my eyelids felt as heavy as lead, but as I crossed the threshold, something instantly felt off. Way too noisy. Usually, at this hour, the seniors were scrambling to cram skill formulas into their heads or arguing over gear loadouts. Today, the entire courtyard was a madhouse. Did you hear? Last night, Wind God pulled off something insane. Didn't even bother using the main exit. Straight up vanished on the spot. Duh. My cousin's in the city defense force. He said General Li Yin almost smashed a helicopter in rage. They're turning the place upside down looking for him. Absolute legend. Didn't even give the Mad Dog General any face. That's what true boss-level moves look like. I walked past with a blank expression, nibbling on my bun. Hearing gossip about myself? What a surreal experience. The bulletin board was swamped with people. A massive red notice, bold black text stamped with the East River Military District's blood-red seal. It radiated hostility. Wanted poster. Seeking individual code named Wind, the first to clear the hell-level dungeon solo. Rewards. 1 million for valid clues, 5 million for aiding us in locating them, a villa in the city center, and an S-tier resource allocation. Signed, General Li Yan. I squinted to count the zeros. My heart. Not even a ripple. Good thing I took precautions and hid my ID. Otherwise, General Li would have found me ages ago. Before I gain enough strength, I have zero intention of being discovered by any power players. Clear the way. Morning assemblies starting. The director's booming voice cut through the noise. On the stage, our old principal, Wang Jiangwo, stood with a face lit up like a firework. His shiny bald head reflected the light, and, honestly, the man looked more excited than he would at a second wedding. He could barely hold the microphone still for all the shaking. "Students, quiet down." The mic crackled with feedback, silencing the crowd instantly. By now, I'm sure most of you have heard. Yesterday, right here in East River City, a peerless genius emerged, clearing the hell-level dungeon solo. The principal's voice cracked as he got carried away, spraying spit all over the unfortunate students in the front row. Military intelligence has confirmed this once-in-a-millennium talent is a newly awakened student right here at our school. Gasps erupted, like someone had tossed a match into a tank of gasoline. Everyone instantly started buzzing, exchanging suspicious yet hopeful glances. From our school? Could it be my desk mate? Get real. Your desk mate's got an E-grade lifestyle ability. They'd struggle to kill a chicken. Then maybe it's Zhang Kuang from Class 1? He awakened as an A-grade berserker. No way. I saw Zhang Kuang yesterday sobbing for his mommy after getting gored by a wild boar in a regular dungeon. From the stage, Principal Wang's murky old eyes gleamed like searchlights, scanning the student formations inch by inch. He was looking for that sharp gaze, that cool aura, that one student who clearly wasn't destined to stay a small fish in this pond. His line of sight swept past Class 2 of senior year. I stood at the back of the class, shrinking into myself, perfectly hidden behind a 200-pound classmate who acted as the ideal visual blocker. Pinching the last bite of my bun, I debated, eat it or toss it. The principal's gaze paused on me for a split second, then moved on in disdain. Visibility-wise, a B-grade stand-in player skill set? Practically invisible, no matter who this student is. The principal swung his fist in determination. "You're the pride of our school. Please, step forward. Your country needs you. The school will award you the highest scholarship." I tossed the last bit of bun into my mouth and swallowed it, expressionless. Well, not enough meat in the filling. 1-star review. Morning meeting wrapped up. I followed the crowd heading toward the classrooms, but my mind was elsewhere, calculating the pressing matters at hand, like what to do with the stuff I got off those 2 bodyguards last night. I'd have to make a trip to the black market. Then there's the drafty window at home and Dad's rheumatism. Jiang Feng. A cold voice interrupted my thoughts. The chatter around me stopped abruptly. It was dead silent, save for the sting of 1,000 jealous stares boring into me. I looked up. Standing right in front of me was Shen Qingmi. Her white combat suit highlighted her perfect figure, and her high ponytail oozed both practicality and arrogance. The owner of an S-rank ability, Frost Empress, she was every guy's untouchable dream girl. Her sharp, striking eyes were locked on me. Curiosity, suspicion, and that unervingly accurate female intuition. That silhouette at the dungeon's entrance yesterday, it was just too similar to what appeared in the global system announcement. Wind. As ludicrous as it seemed, she had to confirm it. "What's up?" I asked flatly. No tone of fawning eagerness, no starstruck awe. Just calm. Shen Qingmi frowned. Too calm. The entire school was fawning over Wind God. And yet here I was, eyes devoid of life, like still water. Yesterday, her words were sharp as blades. "Did you run a dungeon?" "I did," I replied evenly. "Which one?" "Mutated Chicken Farm, Level 1. I shrugged, tapping my chest to point at the school badge. B-rank ability. What else am I supposed to do? Run Dark Forest and get myself killed? Shen Qingmi stared into my eyes, trying to catch a crack, a flicker of truth. There was none. Only apathy, mixed with a touch of early morning class dread. It made sense. Her doubt evaporated almost immediately. A support class with the ability hard work pays off. How could that possibly be the same monster who soloed a hell-level dungeon boss? That kind of powerhouse had to wield an offensive S-rank, or even SS-rank ability, and more likely came from one of the elite families in the capital. To equate someone like me with a godlike figure? Ridiculous. Just curious. Shen Qingmi said coolly, her icy demeanor back in place. If you don't want to team up, fine. But make sure you work hard. With a B-rank ability, if you grind enough, you could make a decent living as a high-level hired carry. It was like a billionaire telling a beggar, "Keep scrounging. You'll find enough crumbs to not starve." "Appreciate the encouragement," I replied with a standard-issue smile. Shen Qingmi turned and walked away, her ponytail slicing the air with sharp angles. The surrounding guys immediately swarmed in, flanking her like loyal knights protecting their goddess. Phew, I exhaled softly, watching her figure fade into the distance. Good thing she's only sharp in intuition but stubborn in logic. If she really pressed me about it, my plan to stay low-key and rake in quiet cash would have been screwed. I ducked into the classroom, heading straight for my designated protagonist seat. Back row, by the window. Up front, people were still debating whether Wind God fought with a sword or a blade. Ignoring them, I pulled out high-dimensional beasts, a compendium, and used it to block my face. Peace at last. With a flicker of thought, my stat panel opened in front of me. ID, Breeze, hidden. Level, LV10. Strength, 310, Wisdom. Agility, 110 Constitution, 560 Luck, 2,725. Looking at these insane stats, I almost burst out laughing. The whole school is scrambling to find Wind God. Li Yin put up a 10 million bounty, and Shun Qingni is racking her brain trying to figure it out. Who would have thought that the so-called Chicken Slayer, Record Breaker, and the monster who blasted fireballs straight through purgatory is sitting in a corner debating whether to buy a grilled sausage during the big recess or endure until lunchtime? The ultimate hiding in plain sight. BZZZ. My phone vibrates. A text from the bank. Account credited 2,000 yuan. Note, living expenses. Don't skimp, buy some meat. Dad. My fingers froze. That's my dad's full attendance bonus plus overtime pay. All of it. And this when my family can barely keep food on the table. And even though he already gave me 20,000 just yesterday. I took a deep breath. The laziness in my eyes disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented determination. If I've been granted over-the-top abilities, then I'll use them to give my family a better life. Dongjiang City, Level 10 Public Dungeon, Burial Wasteland entrance. Because of the Wind God craze, what was once a deserted leveling area is now as packed as a subway during rush hour. Guilds and boosting squads from all over loiter around, hoping to cross paths with the rumored pro. Look, it's Shun Qingni, the school goddess from 4th High. S-Class Frost Queen. Now that's some status right there. Full maxed out squad. Heard the Shin family just dropped a few million on a set of top-tier blue gear. The crowd automatically cleared a path. Shun Qingni walked at the front, her staff exuding icy energy that seemed to chill the air itself. Not too far off, I was casually munching on a 2 yuan popsicle, looking like some old-timer watching the circus, while lazily strolling toward the teleportation gate. Stop right there. A thunderous voice halted me. The dungeon safety instructor, Old Chun, grabbed me by the shoulder with one massive hand. He glanced at my school emblem and level, his face immediately turning dark. Jiang Feng. He growled. A B-class diligence makes up for deficiency talent? Level 10 glass cannon mage? Why the hell aren't you in school studying and instead coming alone to solo, Burial Wasteland? Are you tired of living or just hoping to scam some death benefits? I casually tossed away the popsicle stick and grinned. Instructor Chin, I'm just warming up. Picked up a decent piece of gear I wanted to try out. Warming up, Old Chin's eyes bulged. You do realize the monsters inside are venomous zombies, right? High defense, high attack, and they're poisonous. If your fireball could even do enough damage to pop a pimple, that'd already be impressive. Nearby students burst into laughter. This guy's been watching too much fake news or something. My level 15 berserker bro couldn't stop running from those mobs yesterday, calling them his ancestors. Desperation must have fried his brain. Does he even know how long that flimsy little toy of his is going to hold up? Shin Qingni glanced over at me, disappointment evident in her gaze. Turns out, she'd thought I was just eccentric. Now it seemed like I had zero grip on reality. Jiang Feng, stop wasting time, she said flatly. The mobs here charge straight at you. Without a shield, you won't last 3 seconds. I pulled out a charred black staff, the top inlaid with a fake ruby, an intentionally crafted decoy. Instructor Chun. Master, I got lucky yesterday. I killed a chicken and it dropped a rare shield. I bluffed, releasing a small amount of mana. Old Chin took a look at my mana bar and clearly sensed its impressive length. Lowering my voice, I said, Teacher, I'm seriously broke. I just want to give my family a house with windows. Old Chin's expression softened, and he sighed. Kids from families like yours. Remember, if your health drops to 30%, get out immediately. Dying costs experience and wastes time. Thanks, teacher, I replied. I walked past Shin Qingni without so much as glancing in her direction and stepped straight into the vortex. Shin Qingni's eye twitched. Let's go. Don't let overconfident people mess up our rhythm. Entering dungeon, Boneyard Wasteland, hard. I chose hard mode, not nightmare. That would have drawn too much attention. General Lee still had his eyes on me. A blood-red barren land stretched out before me, eerily quiet. Dead trees loomed like ghostly hands. The stench of rotting flesh permeated the air. Crack! The dirt burst open, and something oozing green pus emerged. Bloodthirsty zombie, LV-10. HP, 5,500. Defense, 300. 5,500 HP? Just a punching bag. I smirked as my wooden staff ignited with fiery flames. Roar! The zombie launched itself at me like a cannonball. I didn't even blink and tapped my staff on the ground. Repel fire ring. Boom. A red shockwave exploded outward. What was supposed to be a simple knockback skill became devastating AoE destruction, thanks to my terrifyingly high intelligence. Minus 4,323. Mixed damage. Minus 2064. True damage. The zombie was flung back 5 meters and instantly annihilated. Bloodthirsty zombie defeated. EXP plus 350. Triggered Panga's plunder. Attribute points looted plus 30. 30 points. Not bad, I said, my eyes gleaming. Killing a level 10 monster with a single low-tier skill? This hidden class, Warfare Titan, truly lived up to its name. It synergized both magic and melee. A mage's spells benefited from strength, a warrior's skills received intelligence bonuses, and I even dealt true damage based on the sum of my 3 primary stats. Keep going. I sprinted ahead like a shadow, slicing through enemies at incredible speed. Skeleton Archer defeated. Plunder plus 35. Nether Wraith, Elite, defeated. Plunder plus 80. In half an hour, over 50 corpses littered the desolate plain. Golden rays of light kept bursting upward. Level up, LV-10, LV-12. Class bonus, free attribute points plus 200. I stopped and checked my status. Now I had 2,700 free points waiting to be allocated. System assign points. 500 Constitution, 1,000 Intelligence, 1,000 Strength, 100 Agility, 100 Luck. Points allocated. Stats overview. Level, LV-12. HP, 10,600. MP, 19,250. Constitution, 1,060. Intelligence, 1,925. Strength, 1,310. Agility, 210. Luck, 2,825. Magic damage increase, 5,873. Defense, 2,128. Looking at my ridiculous stats, I tilted my neck. Right now, if I stood still and let a same-level warrior hack at me, their arms would probably shatter from the shock. Still, after taking down 50 monsters, I only managed to get a measly handful of gold drops. 2 million gold coins. I stared at the glistening mountain of wealth in my storage space, a cold smirk curling at the corners of my lips. The gold drop rate seems to have gone through the roof, rivaling the harvest of a full 100-man gold farming raid. But equipment? Accessories? Not even a single piece. Even the Starfall ring, with its elusive 10x critical hit chance of 1%, remained silent. Drop rates, huh? Pure superstition. I took a step forward when a deafening roar suddenly exploded in my ears. Ruhar. The earth split apart. A 5-meter-tall skeletal giant tore its way out of the ground, carrying a tombstone covered in rotting flesh on its back. Lord Boss, Graveyard Sentinel, Shaun. Level, LV-15. HP, 65,000/65,000. Defense, 1550. Skills, Death Aura, Unyielding Body. 65,000, huh? I licked my lips, flames of battle igniting in my eyes. The tombstone swept through the air, bringing with it the stench of decay. Death Aura exploded instantly, charring the grass and trees in its wake. With 2% health loss per second, even the atmosphere seemed to shudder under its oppressiveness. At this point, an ordinary group would have already fallen into disarray. Tanks gritting their teeth to soak the damage, healers frantically throwing shields in desperation. But in my eyes, too slow. Minus 212. Minus 212. Health ticks were draining, but I couldn't care less. I sidestepped the tombstone swing, my fiery inferno staff glowing with dark purple flames. True explosive blaze. As the fireball left my hand, the Starfall ring shimmered with a dazzling pink light. Starfall effect triggered, damage times 10. Ancient Wrath triggered, true damage plus 49,392. Boom. A mushroom cloud erupted into the sky. Minus 202,922. Devastating critical. The 65,000 HP bar dropped to 0 in an instant. Shaun didn't even have time to let out a death cry before dissipating into ash. Killed LV-15 Lord Boss. EXP plus 45,000. Talent bonus plus 25%. Cross-level solo kill bonus. Rewards doubled. Primordial Annihilation. Plus 1,000 attribute points. Level up. LV-12 LV-15. Sweet. I took a deep breath, the surge of power inside me almost bursting through my very core. On the ground, a dazzling brilliance, like a galaxy come to Earth. 10 pieces of gear were lying amidst the scorched remains, 3 of them radiating the unmistakable pink glow of legendary items. A terrifying luck stat of 2,825 had turned this battlefield into a treasure trove. I picked up a heavy shoulder guard. Wasteland Warlord shoulder plate. Quality, legendary. Requirement, strength 80, War Titan exemption. Stats, Constitution plus 80, defense plus 120. Reflect damage, 20%. Huh. I tore off my ragged clothes and switched outfits on the spot. Next came a frenzy of equipping gear. Bloodthirsty heavy armor, Shadow Guard boots, soul necklace, Titan leg guards. 5 pieces of equipment instantly equipped. Stats panel. Health, 12,100. Mana, 29,750. Constitution, 1,210. Wisdom, 1,975. Strength, 1,385. Agility, 295. Luck, 2,825. Magic damage, 6,023. Defense, 2,540. Over 40,000 HP, 2,000 defense. I clenched my fist. Now this is power. I still had 1,300 unallocated stat points. I dumped 1,000 into wisdom and another 300 into luck. Updated stats. Wisdom, 2,975. Magic damage, 9,023. Luck, 3,125. As for the leftover gear, I listed it on the trading platform with a price tag, 4.2 million. The moment I posted it, my PMs exploded. Messages, 99 plus. I set everything to auto-block until one ID stood out, Mistrain Afar. Taking it all, 4.2 million. Also, I'll be buying any of your high-grade gear going forward at double market price. I've already sent over a 1 million deposit, they wrote. Mistrain Afar, the operations manager of the Yaoguang Club in Magic City, and a well-known Midas touch in the industry. Double market price? Aren't you worried about taking a loss? I typed, think of it as an investment, came their immediate reply. After the full server announcement drops and you get another Shaun exclusive item, your production potential is worth the risk. Deal. Incoming funds, 5.2 million gold. Current balance, 6.7 million gold. I dusted myself off. This amount could drastically improve my family's circumstances, but how was I going to explain this? Winning the lottery or something? Shaking my head, I activated my hidden trait. A soft pinkish-purple glow surrounded me momentarily before vanishing, transforming my appearance back into that of a newbie mage with a shabby wooden staff. In the real world, the outskirts were teeming with wild monsters and dormant alien races waiting to strike after 60 years. If you don't get stronger, you'll end up devoured, sooner or later. Sitting cross-legged, I opened up my class progression tree. For my level 30 second tier class. Class, Ancient, War Titan. Tier 2 requirement, LV 30. Path to advancement. Only clue, seek the lost spinal cord of Pangu. Interesting. Excitement lit up my eyes. Advancing in common classes was simple. You just find a mentor and complete the assigned quest. But hidden classes? Their difficulty is 10 times that. Forums were filled with frustrated players complaining. Some were still stuck even into their 40s or 50s. And as for my ancient tier class, the difficulty would only skyrocket. The harder, the better. It means higher potential at the end. I glanced at the time, 3:15 p.m. If I left so soon, people would get suspicious. If generally fixated on me, things could go south fast. The cover was blown. If you're going to play it safe, commit all the way. I opened the forum, and a pinned thread with 700,000 replies instantly popped up in front of me. A blood-red pop-up shattered the screen. Breaking, the third Eastern Sea defense line fell. The Abyss cult Skinner massacres 3,000 Awakeners. Where is humanity's dawn? I clicked on the video. The footage shook violently. The inky black seawater boiled and churned, countless grotesque stitched creatures surging toward the defense line like a tidal wave. The roaring electromagnetic cannons were almost laughably fragile against the magic-fueled onslaught. The weak. You're the same no matter which world you're in. The comment section was wailing in despair. Level 60 elites got insta-killed. Those monsters are already setting up strongholds. Don't freak out. Shin Qingmi awakened an S-tier talent. She's our hope. Hope my ass. Who's going to step up to hold the front right now? I snorted. Shin Qingmi? That spoiled princess who mocked me outside the dungeon? She's now humanity's savior? Let someone else play the hero. I'm good. I muttered, shaking my head. I just want my dad to retire in peace and my mom to stop pinching pennies. Of course, in an apocalypse overrun by alien races, if you want to protect your folks, you've got to be even more ruthless than the invaders. I started searching for two keywords, Primordial Titan of War and Pangu's Spinal Marrow. The screen turned blood red. Access denied. High-dimensional taboos detected. Please retry after reaching level 30. Too low level to even get a peek, huh? My eyes turned cold. All right then, I'll grind through levels with brute force until the system spits out the truth. First, hit level 30. Maybe I'll uncover some clues for my second transition, too. Just as I was about to sift through my loot, my eyes caught a strange glimmer of white in the massive crater left behind by the same tombstone. At the bottom of the pit lay a pale, eerie egg. I reached out to touch it. Cold, lifeless, completely void of vitality. Detected mysterious pet egg, unidentified. Consume 1000 MP to forcibly identify. Identify. What's 1000 mana to someone with infinite stat allocation like me? With a luck stat of 3125, I bet this is the moment I bankrupt the system. Buzz. The grayish egg trembled furiously, splitting into jagged cracks. A dazzling, seven-colored light erupted skyward, ripping apart the heavens. Warning. High-dimensional fate interference detected. Identification results altered. Luck has exceeded limits. Triggering effect. Against all odds. The defective egg has undergone life reversal. Ultimate mutation triggered. Obtained. 1 rainbow tier. Primordial Apocalypse Dragon Juvenile. Holy crap. Rainbow tier. I was utterly stunned. That's a whole dimension higher than mythic tier. Boom. The seven-colored pillar of light shattered the gloom. The eggshell dissolved into stardust. In the radiant core of the light, a small girl emerged, delicate as a porcelain doll. She wore a short dress fashioned from seven-colored dragon scales, her snow-white hair trailing to the ground. Twin horns, gleaming like white jade, crowned her head as she floated barefoot in midair. She opened her eyes. The galaxies seemed to shatter within her pupils. At first, she looked confused, but then she sensed my presence. Iya. Like a pink cannonball, she launched herself into my arms, clinging tightly to my neck, her little head nuzzling into the crook of my neck. Ma? Mama. I froze in place. Me? A grown man being called Mama? My brain completely crashed. Pet, unnamed. Quality, 1 rainbow, above mythical. Status, juvenile stage. Personality, playful/clingy/battle maniac. Ahem, I'm your master, not your mama. I lifted the soft little creature up, meeting her wide, glistening eyes, and my heart instantly melted. Call me Big Brother instead. Iya. The little girl nodded, then burrowed back into my arms. I'll call you Dragon Girl. Name successfully set. Affection level 100, bound for life. Dragon Girl likes it. She twirled around joyfully and casually waved her hand. A faint rainbow-colored ripple spread outward. Boom. Everything within 1,000 meters, dead trees, tombstones, hills, was reduced to dust in an instant. The entire landscape was flattened into a plain. My pupils widened in shock. This is supposed to be her juvenile stage? Dragon Girl seemed startled by her own power, her eyes turning red. Did I do something wrong? Wiping the cold sweat from my brow, I panicked internally. If I bring this little powerhouse back to the city and she gets excited, half of it might vanish. It's okay, baby girl. You did good. I patted her head gently. But in the future, you need to behave when we're outside. Dragon Girl grinned through her tears. System notification. Dragon Girl has absorbed the lingering soul of the fallen lord. EXP plus 100,000. Dragon Girl leveled up. LV1, LV15. Golden light exploded forth. I was dumbfounded. I grind for hours to earn stat points. She levels up 15 times just by chilling and breathing air. Dragon Girl. Level, LV15. Strength, 5850/intelligence. 5,900/constitution. 7,500/agility. 4,800. Trait, Ancient Dragon Bloodline. All attribute growth scales with level. Skill 1. Transformation Sky's Sovereign. Flight speed plus 800%. Ignores no-fly zones. Skill 2. Scorch the Heavens. Full screen AoE. 8x magic damage plus true burn effect. I was speechless. I glanced at my hard-earned stats, then at this walking nuke of a lowly. Mount, area nukes, auto-grind. Before I could finish my thought, Dragon Girl immediately leaned her little head over for more head pats, purring softly like a kitten. Who'd believe this adorable little bundle just casually wiped out a 1,000-meter zone with a wave of her hand? Boom. Server-wide announcement. China region player, hidden, has completed the first clear of Graveyard of the Fallen, difficulty, hard. Time, 31:24. Defeated LV15 Lord Sane. Achievement unlocked. Boss Slayer. Reward. Prestige plus 50,000. Gold plus 200,000. Bold red text flashes 3 times. The world chat goes silent for 3 seconds before it completely erupts. 31 minutes? On a LV15 hard dungeon. Solo clear. Solo. Clear. Are you seeing this? Reporting for hacks. Our 5-man party spent half a day wiping on trash mobs, and this guy solos it? Big bro, please carry me. I have a sweet lowly voice and can warm the bed. Outside the dungeon, Old Chin's teacup slips from his hands. 31-minute solo clear. Who is this god-tier player descended from the heavens? Shen Qingni grips her staff tightly. Her elite team barely scraped by taking down a LV10 elite mob and was feeling pretty accomplished. But now, their effort looked like a joke in the shadow of this achievement. Was this the gap between mere mortals and those blessed with S-tier talents and true skill? I mute the world chat, taking no interest in their noise. Clearing the burial wastelands unlocks the entire map of Magic Domain. I'm no longer confined to real-world boundaries. Now, I can go wherever I please. Dragon Girl, transform. Roger that. Roar. A deafening dragon's roar shakes the heavens. A brilliant burst of rainbow light erupts as the tiny lowly transforms into a colossal ancient dragon. Her entire body radiates a pristine white glow, with shimmering scales reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors. Golden vertical slit eyes imbued with ancient authority sweep the horizon as her presence dominates the surroundings. This is the true juvenile form of the primordial calamity dragon, capable of cleansing the world itself. Lowering her head, the Dragon Girl arches her back as her scales shift to form a secure seat, complete with an energy shield to protect her rider. Set course for Howling Gorge. Coordinates 244, 889. This is a densely packed LV 18 to 22 high-level mob area with a fast respawn rate. With the Dragon Girl's fully automated grinding capabilities, leaving it untouched would be a crime against efficiency. Ruer. Her massive wings spread wide. Boom. The sound barrier shatters beneath her as she takes off. The dragon becomes an ivory streak, ascending skyward with unparalleled speed. Flight form, Soaring Sovereign. Flight speed, 800% sonic cruise speed. Terrain ignored. Anti-flight barriers ignored. The burial wastelands shrink into a mere speck below us, the burnt crater left behind now resembling a smoldering black eye, silently lamenting the brutality of the earlier one-sided slaughter. I land at Howling Gorge, one of East City's infamous magic domain death zones. The area is overcrowded with LV-18 gargoyles and LV-22 poisonous harpies. Even a 100-man elite raid group would tread carefully here, as one misstep could lead to complete annihilation. But now, the massive shadow of the primordial dragon eclipses the canyon. I recline leisurely on her back, even pulling out a mana potion to drink casually like it's a soda. All right, dragon girl, go to work. I give her a pat on her warm, fortified scales, like sending a combine harvester out into a field of ripe crops. Roar! The dragon girl lets out a low, excited growl, brimming with battle anticipation. Her who do I bite first master. Energy practically radiating. She opens her jaws wide. VRMM. Suddenly, the surrounding fire elements are forcibly pulled in. A torrent of dark gold dragon breath floods out in a massive cone, spreading out like a descending heavenly river, scorching 9 heavens. Boom. No screams. No resistance. Red-named mobs disintegrate on contact with the dragon breath, instantly annihilated. Energy burst, yet no damage numbers popped up. The rocky walls melted into crimson magma, transforming the Wailing Canyon into a fiery inferno within seconds. System notifications flooded my screen in an endless flurry. Gargoyle slain. Pengu annihilation. Attribute points plus 130. Harpy slain. Pengu annihilation. Attribute points plus 155. Slain. 1 plus 130. Another plus 155. The numbers blanketed my vision like golden raindrops. This efficiency. My XP bar skyrocketed. Level 15 shattered into level 16 in an instant, charging headfirst toward level 17. And what did I do? I just sat there. Is this the life of a maxed-out account babysitting the starter village? Feels sinful, but man, I love it. Thanks to the Primeval War Titan and Primeval World-Destroying Dragon, sharing a high-dimensional soul bond, every single kill made by Dragon Lady counted as mine. No losses, just gains. XP, gold, attribute points, all landing neatly in my pocket. I pulled up the operation interface, heartbeat racing, and locked my sights on the option that made my pulse skip. Auto-target/elimination mode, AFK. Activate. The Dragon Lady's vertical pupils glimmered a sinister crimson. With one powerful wing beat, she began her independent patrols. Her advanced AI homed in flawlessly on spawn points, diving where the mobs clustered most densely. Level up. LV-18. Pengu annihilation. Attribute points plus 155. Lucky crit. Attribute points times 2. Sitting back and leveling up. This was a dream outdone only by fantasy itself. My pool of unallocated attribute points swelled higher and higher, like water filling a cup. At 2 a.m., I stretched. Time to log off before mom and dad start to worry. The game's sleep function offered offline gains, provided you had a pet to take over the fight. Dragon Lady, if it moves, torch it. Got it. Snort. The Dragon Lady incinerated an elite mob just rising from the ground, proving her competence with actions rather than words. Satisfied, I logged off and climbed into bed. That night, I slept like a king. In my dreams, I became a greedy dragon, rolling in a mountain of gold. Sunlight peeked through the curtains by morning. The unmistakable crackle of eggs frying drifted from the kitchen, mom's cooking. I yawned, stretched languidly, and leaned back, my joints cracking audibly, a percussive symphony of satisfaction. Pure refreshment coursed through my body. In-game attributes directly synced with reality at 100%. Any gear, pets, or items of God tier or higher, even without the word true in front, functioned seamlessly in the real world. I wonder how much I gained AFK overnight. Curiosity gnawed at me, but family came first. Breakfast and quality time with them before anything else. Xiaofeng, mom said between bites, school's done for the awakened. No need to attend anymore. Focus on growing stronger. Your dad and I missed the boat when the demon domain opened, but you kids, this is your time. Mom, Loot Solon, had only completed second grade before family hardship forced her to quit. She cared for her siblings instead. When the game first launched, she simply smiled, dismissing it. This was the younger generation's era. Dad, Jiang Jiangguo, was different. He and Mom were childhood sweethearts. Playing nonstop for 3 hours every single day. I've now hit level 28 and made it halfway, even managing to earn a little side cash to help out at home. Mom, I'm good at this. I'll only get better. Remember the $2,000 I sent you last time? Is it still enough? I promise, one day, I'll move us into a mansion, I said with confidence. A mansion? Lu Tsuolan repeated softly, as if unable to believe it. Your safety matters most, she replied, dismissing my lofty ambitions. Back in my room, I logged into Demon Domain. VRMMM. The sound of data streams flooded my ears. Opening my eyes, I couldn't help but gasp. Wailing Canyon? No. Today it looks more like Wailing Plains or the Titanic crater of Wales. The canyon's once familiar terrain now seemed as though it had been obliterated by a massive meteorite. Jagged rocks had fused into crystalline glass, and the ground spread out smooth as a mirror. For miles around, not a single blade of grass stirred. The sulfuric stench of the air was thick, while stubborn embers danced weakly on the scorched earth. My dragon companion, originally a fierce dragoness, had taken on her adorable childlike form. She was perched atop a stone slab, idly counting her fingers. When she saw me, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Yeah, she leapt into my arms, clinging tightly. Master, Long Long was so lonely she thought she'd wither away. There's nothing left to hunt in this godforsaken place, she whined and snuggled incessantly against me. I ignored her antics, my fingers itching as I opened the system log. An endless waterfall of kill records poured across my screen. The summary, highlighted in gold at the bottom, caught my breath. AFK duration, 6 hours, 42 minutes. Monsters defeated, 9,150. Level, LV18 LV30 max. Surplus EXP, 1,300%. Gold earned, 5,240,000. Materials/equipment, several items, low-quality items auto-trashed due to full inventory. 9,150 monsters. If respawn rates were faster, my little dragon might have doubled that. But the detail that froze me in my tracks? Talent, limitless. Pangu's ravaging wrath activated. Cumulative free attribute points gained, 1,235,250. 1.2 million attribute points. Yesterday, I nearly died solo clearing the Hell Dungeon, banking only a few thousand points in total. And now, just by sleeping like a baby, I had racked up over 1 million. With my ancient god-tier pet and that limitless farming talent, I had the ultimate cheat code. This was the definition of one-sided domination. Not gonna lie, if I don't take off after this haul, I'd be letting down that 6+ hours of glorious shut-eye. I rubbed my hands together excitedly, opening the attribute allocation panel. I knew this game's mechanics inside and out. If you wanted to stay ahead, to always control the battlefield, you had to max out luck first. Luck determined drop rates, gear quality, and even world event outcomes. It touched everything tied to chance in this game. Let's throw 500,000 points straight into luck. The moment I confirmed it, the numbers skyrocketed on the screen. Attributes distributed. Luck, 3125 500 3125. Next up, damage output and survivability. As an ancient war titan, I was a dual class with synergy between strength and intelligence. Together, those stats drove my raw damage output. The cap: Wisdom, 300,000. Strength, 300,000. Constitution, 100,000. The remaining 35,250 points. Dumped them all into agility. The moment the command was given, boom. The laws of the demonic world poured into my body like a waterfall. The terrifying energy surged through me, making my bones crackle with a thunderous roar. The air around me distorted into visible ripples. Points allocated successfully. Wisdom, 2,975, 302,975. Strength, 1,385, 301,385. Constitution, 1,210, 101,210. Agility, 295, 35,545. Looking at the dazzling stats panel, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. An average player gets only 5 attribute points per level. 1 million divided by 5 equals a mind-boggling level 200,000 worth of points. This was just the yield from one night of idle farming. Top-tier players barely hit a few thousand levels, while my attributes were nearly 1,000 times theirs. With over 100,000 constitution, I could shrug off nuclear warheads, take a dip in a volcano, and not lose a single layer of skin. I opened the stats panel. ID, Whispering Breeze, Hidden. Class, Ancient, War Titan. Level, LV30. Title, Infernal Conqueror, plus 5% all stats bonus. HP, 1, 0, 12, 100/1, 0, 12, 100. MP, 3029, 750 thirds, 0, 29, 750. Magic Attack, 909,024. Defense, 202,540. HP Regen, 1,687 per second. MP Regen, 5,049 per second. These stats are absolutely absurd. Over a million HP. More than 3 million MP recovering over 1,600 HP and 5,000 MP per second. The damage other people could deal to me wouldn't even come close to outpacing my regeneration. And with magic damage approaching a million, that's without adding skill multipliers or class bonuses. Even basic attacks from me would look like in-game forbidden spells detonating. Let's take a look at the inventory. I opened the jam-packed virtual inventory. More than 3,000 pieces of equipment sat quietly in their slots, shining with multicolored brilliance that was both stunning and overwhelming. The weakest of them was purple-tier epic gear. There wasn't a single blue or green item in sight. Show only divine-tier red items. Swoosh. The inventory instantly cleared up, but there were still an eye-popping 85 pieces of glaring red light left. On the market, just one ordinary red-tier item could equal the value of a large guild's entire assets, typically starting at several hundred million in value. If the attributes were exceptional, tens or even hundreds of billions wouldn't be out of the question. And in my inventory, there were 85 of them. I directed my gaze to the mage's red-tier items and assembled a god-tier set of mage accessories and weapons, 5 accessories and 7 equipment pieces in total. Doomfire Staff, Divine Gear. Magic Attack, plus 15,000. Wisdom, plus 5,000. Special Traits. Fire-based skill range increased by 3x. Includes absolute armor piercing. Titan Starfall Heavy Armor, Divine Gear. Defense, plus 12,000. Wisdom, plus 5,000. Special Traits. Triggers Starfall counter upon being hit, dealing Wisdom x2 as physical damage. Additional gear includes Lava Rift Pauldrons, regenerates 5% HP per second. Voidweaver Utility Belt, massively expanded capacity, 10,000x increase. Draconic Shard Leg Guards, grants immunity to slowing effects. Starseeker Warboots, increases evasion by 30%. The 5 accessory pieces are just as overpowered. Eternal Mana Pendant, all attributes plus 10%. Skill cooldown reduces by 50%. Eye of Destruction Ring. Magic crit rate plus 50%. Crit damage plus 200%. Void Space Ring. Comes with a forbidden spell. Absolute defense. Immunity to all damage for 3 seconds. Times Top Bracers. Wisdom plus 5,000. Casting speed plus 100%. Twilight of the Gods Bracers. Strength plus 5,000. With a 1% chance to trigger instant death. Where? Boom. A crimson pillar of light surged into the skies. The surface of the dark red heavy armor shimmered with flowing lava patterns, while the elongated staff in my hand blazed with celestial fire, exuding an aura so destructive that even space itself seemed to warp under its pressure. I clenched my fist, feeling as if I could crush stars with the sheer power coursing through my fingertips. No wonder the top guilds go all-out camping bosses. The boost from Divine Gear honestly defies logic. Just this level 20 Divine Gear set alone raised my magic damage to over 1 million plus. Yep, the dragon girl fluttered over, circling around me twice before affectionately nuzzling against my cheek. At that moment, a blood-red notification popped up at the center of my vision. Ding! You've reached LV-30. The forbidden entry Pangu's spinal cord that you previously inquired about has been unlocked. Ancient Titan of War, exclusive second advancement, quest unlocked. Reforging the Divine Bone. Quest objective. Head to the underground abyss in Dongjiang City to find the lost Pangu's spinal cord. Severe warning. The area has been sealed by the Abyss Cult, the Flayers. A 100-person team is recommended. Abyss Cult. I recalled yesterday's news. Eastern Sea's third defensive line had fallen. Fighting over territory to interfere with my quest, recommending a 100-man team? I sneered and slammed my staff into the ground, leaving spiderweb-like cracks in its wake. If they've crossed my path, might as well eradicate this cancer while I'm at it. Looking toward the abyss on the horizon, I called out, "Dragon Girl, let's go." Eastern Sea, 4th defensive line. Smoke filled the sky, scorched earth stretched endlessly. Inside the command center, Deputy General Zhao Xianghan held a pistol to his temple. The fall of the 3rd defensive line had cost tens of thousands of soldiers their lives. The battlefield was shrouded in dread. A flag, bearing the emblem of the abyssal cult, pierced the ground 10 kilometers away. Boom. The heavy doors were kicked open with thunderous force. Li Yin, blood-soaked and battle-worn, strode in with fury in his steps. With a swift backhanded slap, he sent Zhao Xianghan tumbling to the ground. Coward. Tens of thousands of brothers are spilling their blood on the front lines, and you're here contemplating death. But General Li, the enemy forces, they're flayers. 3-level, 100 abyssal lords. Our highest-ranking soldier is only level 80. Zhao stammered in despair. A soldier falling in battle is called dying for the nation. Li Yin unsheathed his war blade, its sharp edge gleaming in the dim light. But dying here like this? That's nothing but running away. Turning sharply, he bellowed, "Relay my command. Strip Zhao Xianghan of his military rank. I'll be taking charge of the 4th defensive line myself." He gripped his blade so tightly his knuckles whitened. "They call me a mad dog for a reason. The troops under my command may die, but we'll bite a chunk off the abyssal cult before we go. Listen up. This defensive line does not retreat unless they're stepping over our corpses." 50,000 soldiers silently drew their weapons. Their collective killing intent surged, palpable and overwhelming. 15 minutes later, the earth began to quake. A black miasma of abyssal magic surged over the horizon like a tidal wave. 3 abyssal lords sat astride level, 90 bone dragons, raising totems made of human skin above their heads. It was vile, grotesque, and exactly the quest item I needed. Li Yin raised his warblade, ready to issue his command. The clouds split open without warning. A domineering dragon's roar tore through the skies above the Eastern Sea war zone. The sound rippled like a tangible shockwave. The 3 massive bone dragons crashed unceremoniously to the ground. They writhed in fear, trembling as if struck by divine punishment. Even the national dragon beasts of the Dragon Kingdom, powerful by all accounts, prostrated themselves on the ground, whimpering as if in submission. Every head turned upward. A colossal dragon wreathed in golden-red flames descended from the heavens, tearing through the veil of reality itself. Its scales shimmered with the devastating essence of ancient laws of destruction, blotting out the sun. Atop its mighty back stood a lone figure clad in dark crimson meteorite plate armor, gripping a celestial staff of searing fire. The sheer aura emanating from his form distorted the very fabric of space. I glared down at the army of abominations, locking onto the totems clutched in the hands of the 3 lords. Found them. Without hesitation, I leapt from the dragon's back. From a height of 100 meters, I descended in freefall. With 10 million points funneled into my physical constitution, my body was essentially a walking, or now falling, nuclear warhead. Boom. The moment I hit the ground, the rules of physics themselves took a coffee break. The battlefield cratered, hundreds of meters wide and dozens deep, instantly. A shockwave rippled outward, disintegrating hundreds of abyssal monsters into nothing but blood mist. Pure, unadulterated physical annihilation. Li Yin and the 50,000 soldiers froze in stunned disbelief, their minds struggling to comprehend what they'd just witnessed. A man had just landed and annihilated a horde of high-level monsters without lifting a finger. One of the Flayer lords, half in rage and half in terror, hissed, What relic of the Dragon Kingdom are you? Dare to interfere with abyssal cult matters? Today, Will. I furrowed my brow, annoyance flashing across my expression as I raised the celestial staff. Villains who monologue? My least favorite trope. True explosive flame. There was no incantation, no ceremonial spell circles, just raw, focused devastation. With magical damage in the millions, stacked with enhancements, triple range amplification, strength boosters, true damage modifiers, a simple attack burned with the force of a forbidden spell. Blinding white light seared through the ashen night. A mushroom cloud erupted at the center of the abyssal cult's army. The obliterating heat reached absolute extremes. Within moments, 10,000 heretics and aberrations were vaporized, reduced to less than ashes. Level 100 Abyssal Lords? Bone Dragons? Not even crumbs remained. The apocalyptic shockwave swept outward in every direction like a tidal force. Li Yan, even amidst the chaos, managed to shout at the top of his lungs. Get down. The defensive barrier flickered violently, almost shattering. The light faded. Silence. Ahead, there were no longer any vast armies or rolling hills. Only a glassy crater stretching endlessly downward. 100,000 troops, annihilated in a single standard attack. Reduced to ash, I stepped onto the warm, crystalline ground, walking toward the center of the pit. Suspended midair was a fragment of an ancient bone, untouched and pristine. A relic of the gods, it truly lives up to its name. Ding. Quest item acquired. Panga's spinal fragment, piece. Processing clues for second ascension. Clues decoded. Proceed to Kunlun's void realm. Nameless immortal cave for the final trial. I stored the bone fragment and turned toward the dragon maiden. Senior. A shout broke through the silence as Li Yin snapped back to reality, scrambling out of the trench and roaring. Junior Li Yin thanks the senior for saving my life. Dare I ask, what is your esteemed name? I stopped, tilting my head slightly, my expression hidden beneath the dark crimson mask. Only my calm, unmoving eyes were visible. The unspoken truth, power conceals itself. I didn't respond. In a flash, I landed back on the dragon's back. Her massive wings flared, shattering the void. One man, one dragon, they vanished into the chaotic currents. The battlefield remained deathly quiet. Li Yin stared at the scorched basin, more than 30 miles in diameter, his whole body trembling. That kind of power, a one-man army, he whispered in awe. Suddenly, he remembered that opening move. Wasn't that the same technique the solo challenger used in the infernal trial yesterday? No, impossible. How could someone grow this much in just a few days? That's absurd. What he didn't realize was, yes, it was the same person. Half a day later, a top-secret report was slammed onto the round table in the Dragon Nation Command Center. East Sea Defense Line 3 has been reclaimed. Abyssal Legion of 100,000, obliterated. 3-level, 100 overlords, defeated. Total time required, 10 seconds. Responsible party, a mysterious powerhouse commanding an ancient world-destroying dragon. The conference room fell utterly silent as the military leaders rose in unison. This person must be a descendant of the Dragon Han lineage. Find them. Use any means necessary to bring them to our side. The Supreme Commander made the decision. The news spread like wildfire. The internet erupted. Holy crap. 100,000 troops decimated in the blink of an eye. Our Dragon Nation has such an unparalleled powerhouse. This is what we mean by the true depth of Huaxia's heritage. The abyssal cult doesn't stand a chance. It's definitely the same person who solo cleared the infernal trial, breaking all boundaries. National pride surged like a blazing inferno. The enigmatic powerhouse was elevated to godlike status. And yet, the one causing these massive ripples of chaos was now standing atop the farthest peak of Kunlun. The wild wind howled, carrying ice and snow. An ancient bronze gate was embedded deep within the glacial wall. Notification: you have discovered the nameless immortal cave. I pushed open the door. A thunderous rumble echoed through the mountains. Beyond it lay the trial that would transform me into a primordial god. Strangely, however, the faint aura of laws within the depths of the cave felt eerily familiar. Who could this immortal be? I stepped inside. Ice-cold air flooded over me. Suddenly, Out of the darkness, a ferocious figure lunged toward me. A thunder-scaled immortal beast with 3 eyes. Level: LV-80, Overlord class. The beast roared, its razor claws slashing straight for my face. I didn't move, without even lifting my staff. Boom. The claws barely touched my dark, crimson heavy armor before the ancient bloodline erupted with a ferocious surge. A pure superior bloodline combined with its insane passive countershock attribute. A woo. The level 80 celestial beast let out a tragic cry as if it had been hit head-on by a speeding freight truck. It was sent flying into a stone wall, its thunder scales shattered, golden blood spewing out as it suffered severe injuries on the spot. I stood there stunned. Was this beast being serious? I didn't even try. Esteemed guest, please show mercy. A panicked, elderly voice called out from the depths. Over a dozen shadowy figures in ancient robes materialized on both sides, forming an aisle. An elderly man with white hair stumbled out hurriedly, cold sweat dripping as his gaze landed on the heavily injured celestial beast. Turning to me, he bowed deeply, his voice trembling. Your exalted presence graces this humble abode. This blind beast dared to offend you. It deserves death 1,000 times over. I glanced at these immortals, who appeared utterly terrified. With my current attributes, I surpassed these so-called immortals by several leagues and realms. I gently retracted my staff, cupping my hands slightly in return. This junior, Jiang Feng, meant no offense. I am simply here to seek the opportunity for my second advancement. The elderly man visibly shuddered. In the cultivation world, strength is revered above all else. Yet this formidable figure, capable of instantly incapacitating a celestial beast, still observed traditional Huaxia manners. You humble this old man. The elder's beard quivered with emotion. This old man is named Jiang Kunlun, descendant of the Yin Emperor himself. This very mountain is named after me. I nodded in acknowledgement. This world was no different from my past life. It had merely evolved into an age of universal awakening. Elder Jiang, I wish to undertake the ultimate trial. Jiang Kunlun led me deep into his cavernous domain. At the heart of a primordial 8-trigram formation, dim blue radiance emanated from its core. My young friend, this formation originates from the same source as the outer demonic tower. It can link to the supreme rule-bound space of the abyss. Your ancient hidden class is too overwhelming for the outside world's laws to sustain its power. Only here can the process ensure safety and success. His expression grew stern. But remember, once the trial concludes, leave immediately. Do not let your curiosity linger on what lies within. Why? It is a world within a world, he warned gravely. Even Qin Shi Huang and Emperor Wu of Han ventured inside. The waters there are incomprehensibly deep. A shiver ran through me. Qin Shi Huang, Emperor Wu of Han, they didn't perish? They're raiding higher dimensional dungeons? Thank you for the reminder. I stepped into the center of the formation. Buzz. Reality fragmented as I plunged into an infinite starry void. Primordial laws manifested into tangible chains, weaving and darting through the expanse. Ding. Panga's spinal essence detected. Second advancement quest initiated. Bloodline reconstruction in progress. Violent energy surged throughout my body as my 100,000 constitution points were compressed and purified. My bones radiated with a dark golden sheen. Congratulations. Second advancement complete. Class progression. Ancient Stellar Tyrant. Unlocked exclusive domain. Tyrant's Divine Realm. Upon activation, all enemy attributes reduced by 50% unconditionally. Immunity not permitted. Gained 50,000 freely assignable attribute points. Just as I was about to inspect the details of my newfound abilities, an eerie whisper echoed from deep within the starry void. Extreme danger detected. Detected. You are on the edge of the Divine Court ruins. Minimum entry level, LV-90-000. An unspeakable entity is approaching. Evacuate immediately. Level 90,000. My eyelid twitched. No matter how overpowered my stats were, going up against this level of dimensional suppression would still mean instant loss. Sorry for disturbing. I'm out. Without hesitation, I activated the exit. Before the giant hand in the depths of the starry sky could emerge, I turned into a streak of light and fled. The moment my feet stepped back onto the stone tiles, I let out a long sigh of relief. Second advancement complete. Level cap unlocked to LV70. Looking at my hands now marked with intricate dark gold divine patterns, I chuckled softly to myself. Taking a confident step out from the formation array, I could still feel the oppressive aura of the level 90,000 creature behind me. However, it didn't bother me one bit. On Earth, I was already a league ahead. Facing something stronger only ignited a primal fervor deep in my soul. If my health bar is thick enough, I'll even take on the gods. Outside the array, Jiang Kunlun and over a dozen celestial cultivators stood with bated breath. As I stepped out calmly, divine starlight shimmered around me, coiling with dark gold engravings. Jiang Kunlun's beard twitched from shock. Young one, your fortitude is exceptional. Even the first emperor of Qin and the ancient legends, Yin and Huang, once entered that same realm but returned pale and shaken, requiring days to recover their composure. Yet here you are, clear-minded as if nothing happened. You're truly a once-in-a-millennium genius from Huaxia. I nodded slightly, keeping my tone humble. Elder Jiang, you're too kind. I'm just realistic. If I can't win, I'll run. He nodded and led me into the inner chambers. The space was pristine, with gray tiles and black roof structures surrounded by misty spiritual energy. We have stayed at Kunlun for generations solely to guide and nurture the bloodlines of Huaxia. Only when one from our land surpasses level 10,000 may we follow our ancestors into that higher realm. Gently setting my teacup down, I replied casually, level 10,000 just to enter the game. Huh? Seems like that's where the real action is. I didn't press further. There was no point. The level gap between us and them was astronomical. For now, my top priorities were simple: making money and boosting my stats. Politely declining their attempts to keep me longer, I stepped away from the estate. Standing atop the snow-capped peak, I pulled up my communications interface. It was time to launch my monetization plan. Locating the ID Misty Radiance, I sent a message. 3,000 pieces of gear. Minimum grade, epic, purple. Top tier, God class, red. Can you handle it? 3 seconds later, the chat box blinked furiously. Misty Radiance sent a high-priority audio message. Boss, are you serious? 3,000 pieces? And there's God class red gear. Are you joking? I replied by dropping 10 screenshots in the chat. The images displayed rows upon rows of bright purple and radiant red items beaming across the screen. Dead silence. Half a minute later, I heard heavy breathing from the other side. Boss, please give me 10 minutes. This deal is massive. There's no way we can handle this solo. I'll bring in the 9 largest guilds and have them pool resources. I beg you, do not post this on the trading platform. I muted the call and closed my eyes to rest. Meanwhile, in Dongjiang City, at the headquarters of Misty Tower, Misty Radiance kicked open the meeting room doors, her voice breaking as she slapped a holographic projection onto the table. All guild leaders, switch to the highest encryption channel now. We've got 3,000 elite tier pieces of gear. Prepared, 73 perfectly enhanced divine tier gear pieces. Immediate settlement. Whoever's stingy today can pack up and leave the business world of Huaxia. The high-ranking members of the trade association were staring intently at the projection screen. The numbers on the equipment manifest had their eyes practically falling out of their sockets. These strategic resources could rewrite the history of the Huaxia war zone. Amid the list, quietly lying were over a dozen pieces of rare quality, true character gear, items that could be brought into the real world. The conference room erupted into chaos. Orders to pool funds flew out like snowflakes. Within 10 minutes. Boss, Smoke Rain's voice was hoarse but exhilarated. The 9 trade guilds have drained their liquid assets, mortgaged 80 level, 3 main cities, and assembled a total of 3.5 trillion gold coins. But we're still short of your estimated valuation by about 30%. I gazed beyond the vast snowy mountains. Cover the shortfall with physical resources. I want class transition keys, hidden maps. All top-tier rarity, no exceptions. Smoke Rain gritted his teeth and revealed his trump card. 2 super hidden class scrolls. Archer-based, Netherworld Sniper, and Priest-based, Life Seeker. These are classified gems we've traded blood, and sweat to acquire. Deal. Execute the highest level confidentiality contract. Shared contracts would render items unusable by others, a rule enforced by Demon's Domain to ensure transaction security. I already had a plan in mind. My father, Jiang Jiangguo, was a struggling archer, barely scraping by solo grinding for minimal income. My mother, Lu Tsulan, hadn't even registered an account yet. These two scrolls would completely transform their destinies. Golden lights shimmered. 3.5 trillion gold coins appeared in my account. Two ancient scrolls rested quietly in the corner of my inventory. I was in high spirits. This fortune's rivaling kingdom's level of wealth was more than enough to let me bulldoze through anything with sheer financial power. Switching back to the stats panel. Second job advancement completed. Level surpassed. System rewarded me with 50,000 free attribute points. Two dark gold grade exclusive passives hovered before me. Primal combat skill. All myriad laws return as one. All attacks forcibly gain true damage, proportional to strength plus intelligence. Enemy shields instantly shatter 80% of their maximum capacity. Melee normal attacks deal 12x true damage. Long-range spells deal 5x true damage. Myriad laws body, eternally indestructible. The higher your constitution, the stronger your damage reduction. The fiercer your reflection damage. The crazier your defense stats. My eyes lit up. Ultimate form of the melee mage. Previously, when attacking with a staff, I only relied on a terrifying stat sheet. Now, with a combined strength plus intelligence of over 700,000, my melee damage was multiplied 12 times, hitting 9 million true damage. No cooldown, no resource cost. Even a casual basic attack could evaporate same-level world bosses. With 40,000 agility adding a blistering attack speed of 444 hits per second, anyone daring to approach me would die instantly. I scanned over my stats panel. ID, Whispering Breeze, Hidden. Class, Primal Star Tyrant. Level, LV30. Health, 1.27 million plus. Defense, 250,000 plus. Mana, 4.05 million plus. Magic damage, 1.21 million plus. Physical damage, 1.07 million plus. Attack speed, 444 hits /SEC. Stats, Vitality, 127,791. Intelligence, 405,924. Strength, 358,402. Agility, 44,458. Luck, 640,115. Points available, 50,000. With such high melee damage scaling, survival must be maxed out. I plan clearly and decisively. Strength and intelligence are already over 700,000, with my damage far exceeding the cap. I'll pump vitality up to 300,000 and then invest in agility to perfect my stats. All 50,000 points straight into vitality. Bones crack with a thunderous roar. Dark golden divine runes shimmer faintly on my skin. Health skyrockets to 1.77 million. Defense surges to 350,000. With waning tenacity, even 100 mages blasting me for an entire day couldn't break through my 3,000 plus health regen per second. Suddenly, the dragon girl straightens her body. Yeah. The little one excitedly points to the void, her eyes glowing with dragon sigils. Ding. Pet. Ancient dragon line. Blood resonance triggered. Discovered unique hidden map. Ancient abyss of fallen dragons. LV 50. Area filled with leader grade mobs. Danger level is extremely high. Proceed. A level 50 map? All monsters are leaders? I laughed aloud. How is this a danger zone? This is practically a stat ATM. Let's go. The dragon girl spreads her wings, transforming into a colossal ancient dragon. I leap onto her back, tearing into the void and diving into the gray rift. Deathly air assaults me. Dragon aura reverberates. Under a dim, ashen sky, a mountain range of giant dragon bones stretches endlessly. Dark red magma churns and bubbles between gaps in the skeletons. Boom. Magma erupts as a bone-spiked dragonling charges out with a roar. Abyssal Dragon Guard. Level 50, Elite Leader. HP 1.5 million. Attack 60,000. Skill, Dragonborn Tenacity, Defense plus 300%. A level 50 elite mob with 1.5 million HP. For others, it'd take a top-tier team of 100 grinding for 3 hours to bring it down. I stayed put, casually raised my staff. Fireball spell, Unity of the Arcane, activated. Orange-red flames instantly turned ghostly blue. 5 times true damage detonated on impact. Minus 3.75 million. True damage. Half its body evaporated on the spot, its health bar nearly empty. I closed in, gripping my staff in reverse, then smashed it down on its head with a savage strike. 12 times true damage. Minus 9 million. Bone fragments exploded everywhere. Its skull burst apart like a watermelon. Ding. Overleveled kill on elite leader. Unlimited tier. Panga's plunder triggered. Gained attribute points. 6,500. 6,500 points. My eyes burned with excitement. Killing 100 normal mobs outside doesn't even compare to smashing this single elite here. Staff spinning nonstop. A killing spree descends. Within 5 minutes, the corpses of 10 abyssal dragon guards lay in pieces. Level up to level 43. Class trait. Plus 1,500 stat points per level. Earned 19,500 points. Cumulative total. 84,500 points. 10 mobs. Over 80,000 points. Leveled up 13 times. Efficiency off the charts. Boom. The Dragonbone Mountains quake violently. Magma surges, pressure explodes. A 100-meter-long black dragon tears through the rock layers, soaring into the sky. Dark purple scales shimmer, and abyssal soul flames blaze in its eyes. Abyssal Dragon King, unique hidden boss. Level, LV 60. HP, 12 million. Attack, 180,000. Defense, 300,000. Shield, Abyssal Barrier, 10 million. Trait, Death Explosion, deals 200% HP as destruction damage upon dying. The Abyssal Dragon King lets out a ferocious roar. Pitch black dragon breath engulfs everything overhead. Showy nonsense. Instead of dodging, I charge in. Dropping into a sprint, my knees hit with such force the ground caves in. Facing the dragon's breath head-on, I activate Invincible Physique. The terrifying breath inflicts only 2-digit damage. In an instant, I appear above the Dragon King's head. Raising my staff high, 700,000 power and intelligence churn violently. All forces combined, I swing down with brutal force. Crack. The dragon's shield shatters by 80% in one hit. 12x true damage pours into its skull. Minus 9 million. Minus 36 million. Critical. One-shot kill. Its health bar empties instantly. The Abyssal Dragon King falls without time to even cry out. But its death triggers. Self-destruct activated. 24 million destruction damage. A mushroom cloud erupts, obliterating everything within a 3-kilometer radius. As the dust settles, I stand unwavering at the center of the crater. My dark golden heavy armor doesn't bear even a scratch. 1,770,000 HP. 350,000 defense. High damage resist. The 24 million full force self-destruct merely scratched off 50,000 HP. Seconds later, my health regenerates fully on its own. Ding. You've slain LV 60 Abyssal Dragon King. Level up to LV 45. Earned 3,000 attribute points. Triggered Panga's Plunder. Earned 22,000 points. The blood rain had barely ceased, and I was already checking my spoils. 10 Abyssal Dragon Guards and 1 Dragon King. 109,500 free attribute points surged into my panel. Dump them all into Constitution. Boom. My bones crackle. Divine dark gold sigils spread wildly across my body, and my muscle density surpasses human limits. Constitution, 287,291. Defense, 574,582. HP, 2,872,915. I clench my fists. The air between my fingers bursts audibly. At this point, even a siege cannon can't outpace my Regan anymore. The Abyssal Dragon King dropped 5 pieces of loot: Crimson Divine Gauntlets, Ancient Dark Gold Chestplate, and 3 epic tier trinkets. With 640,000 luck maxed out, the quality is absurdly good. This haul, equipped with enough wealth to match a small nation's annual GDP. I casually stored it away. Just some gold coins, nothing much. Level 45 isn't enough. Today, I'm aiming for level 70 and my third job advancement. Just as I was about to summon back the Dragon Maiden. Boom. The abyss collapsed. Magma solidified instantly, and gravity increased 100-fold. Extreme danger. Luck overflow activated. Triggered the primal abyss dragon law at the bottom layer. Ancient seal weakened. Abyssal ancient ancestor awakening. Warning. Curse kills active. Death penalties multiplied tenfold. The Dragon Maiden let out a low growl, her massive dragon body shielding me. Even her bloodline instincts were trembling in fear. Curse kills, I sneered. As long as it dares reveal its health bar, even gods will fall. Dispel. The ground shattered. 100-meter-long bone claw tore through the crust, and a sky-covering skeletal dragon crawled out of the abyss. Thick black mist seeped from its bone joints, and space itself fractured under its immense pressure. Primal Bone Tyrant, Abyssal Ancient Ancestor, Forbidden Seal. Level, LV 80. HP, 80 million. Attack, 1,500,000. Defense, 1,200,000. Traits, Remnants of the Divine Realm, immune to 99% of damage. Undying and Eternal, Death locks HP at 1 with 10 seconds of invincibility. 80 million health, over a million attack and defense. 99% damage immunity and lock HP mechanics. This is a progression blocker. It's not supposed to exist this early in the game. Its hollow eye sockets ignited with ghostly flames as the Abyssal Ancient Ancestor opened its colossal maw wide enough to engulf mountains. I moved. 40,000 agility unleashed. Bang! A sonic boom erupted. 0.1 seconds later, I was already above its skull. Staff reversed in my hand. 700,000 combined attributes converged. Die. Smash. 12 times true damage. Ignores immunity. Ignores armor. Crack. Minus 18 million. True damage. Minus 18 million. Minus 72 million. Critical. The HP lock mechanic didn't even have a chance to activate as its health was torn apart by raw truth damage. The Abyssal Ancient Ancestor's breath caught in its throat. Its gigantic body froze, starting to crumble inch by inch from its skull. Battle over. Time taken, 0.8 seconds. UVE defeated LV 80 Forbidden Enemy across tiers. Leveled up 10 times. Current level, LV 55. Gained 15,000 distributable attribute points. Talent activated. Forbidden Kill achieved, plundering its essence. Gained 200,000 free attribute points. 200,000. Normal classes only get 5 points per level. Advanced classes offer 10 points. Hidden classes barely give 300 points at best. I get 1,500 points per level as a baseline. That's already absurd. But the scariest part is my talent, Plunder Essence. The further I progress, the more broken this becomes. Amid the ashes, 2 radiant orbs hovered, one glowing with 7-colored light, the other emanating the aura of the Ancestor Dragon. I reached out and grasped the multicolored orb. Ding. Luck stat triggered. Game-changing drop. Acquired the server's sole 1-color Supreme Treasure. Staff of Universal Annihilation. Rarity. 1-color Supreme Treasure. Rainbow Supreme Treasure. Server unique. Requirements. LV 50. Base Intelligence 300,000. Strength 300,000. Base stats. All attributes. Plus 100,000. Magic attack. Plus 10 million. Physical attack. Plus 8 million. Treasure traits. Dimensional Overwhelm. 100% of damage converted to true damage. Tyrant's Mandate. Basic attacks have a 100-meter AoE effect and are equivalent to forbidden spells. Eternal Treasure. Cannot be dropped or destroyed. Plus 100k to all attributes. 10 million magic attack. In this era where people still struggle to scrape together a few thousand points of attack, this weapon feels just like hacking, a gap of tens of thousands of times. I equipped the new weapon. The radiant light of 7 colors fused seamlessly with dark, golden enchantments. I pulled up my character stats. ID, Clear Wind. Level, LV 55. HP 3,872,910. Defense 780,000 plus. Magic damage 11,520,000 plus. Physical damage 9,380,000 plus. Attack speed 1,444 attacks/SEC. Dominating, I smirked. A second beam of light appeared. Primal Ancestor Dragon's Reverse Scale. Rarity, Mythic, Unique. Effect, exclusive to pure-blooded dragon clans. Enables ultimate bloodline evolution. The dragon girl instantly shrank and began circling my wrist, her watery, bright eyes fixated on the reverse scale. Look at you. I chuckled and tossed it over. This is yours. Yeah. She swallowed the reverse scale. Golden light erupted. A phantom image of an ancient dragon emerged, reshaping into pure majesty as the ancestral dragon's domineering pressure shattered basalt stone into powder. As the glow subsided, the dragon girl transformed into a radiant crystal-like golden dragon, her level skyrocketing to LV50. The ancestral dragon's aura emanating from her was 3 times more potent than that of an LV80 abyss dragon. Another surge of light exploded. An ancestral dragon hatchling imbued with world-ending might emerged from its cocoon. Its glassy scales shimmered with a chilling brilliance that made hearts stop. In the very next moment, this overwhelmingly destructive being acted in stark contrast to its formidable nature. It flew right up to me, gently biting my index finger, playfully rubbing its baby teeth against it. Then it coiled tightly around my wrist, resembling a pure golden bracelet. Its tiny dragon horns nudged at my palm while its throat released a purring sound akin to a content cat. Clingy little thing, I muttered, flicking my hand to shake her off, but she wouldn't budge an inch. The attribute panel popped up. Dragon Girl. Level, LV50. Stats, Strength 585,000. Intelligence 590,000. Constitution 750,000. Agility 480,000. Primal Ancestor Dragon Core. Consume the ancestral dragon's reverse scale, achieving ultimate evolution. All attributes rise exponentially, immune to all dragon-type suppressions. Ancestral Dragon's Dominion. Transform into the true form of the Primal Ancestor Dragon. Flight speed plus 20. 0% restriction. Ignores all banned flight rules, with plus 100% total damage. World Incineration. The primal dragon flame engulfs the heavens and earth, delivering 20x magical damage and inflicting undispellable true burn. Impervious to all, passively reduces 80% of incoming damage. Actively grants the owner 3 seconds of absolute protection, reflecting all damage taken. Her bloodline is off the charts. I couldn't help but marvel internally. For ordinary dragons, leveling up even once is painfully slow. Yet, she skyrocketed straight to level 50. Her stats? A meteoric 100-fold increase. This kind of dimensional dominance, paired with my aura, was a one-way ticket to overwhelming power. With you tanking up front, I can DPS in peace. I remarked while dumping the 215,000 free attribute points I'd just looted straight into agility. Boom. A rush of otherworldly clarity flooded my body. Time itself seemed to slow. I could trace the flow of air currents, every drifting speck of dust as if carved into high definition. Agility, 359,458. Base attack speed, 3,595 hits/SEC. 3,595 attacks in 1 second. I casually swung my staff. BZZZZT. Over 3,000 afterimages blurred into one, tearing the space ahead into a vacuum of pitch-black emptiness. Attack speed overflows. This feels amazing. Just as I was about to leave. Crack boom. A spectrum of radiant light pierced the sky, and the system's announcement rang thunderously in the minds of every player across the server. World announcement. Congratulations to the mysterious player for acquiring the server's first 1-star prismatic artifact, the Crashing Cosmos Staff. An epic artifact is revealed. An era of upheaval begins. The regional chat instantly exploded. 1-star prismatic. Bro, I haven't even seen a purple item yet. This guy 100% soloed a level 100 forbidden boss. Respect. Big bro, adopt me. Wild Lion Guild is offering a 500 million bounty. We need info on this guy. 500 million? He could one-shot your entire guild with an auto attack. Good luck. Eastern Sea, 4th Defense Line Command Post. Commander Li Yin clenched his jaw as he stared at the cosmic beams tearing through the sky, crushing his steel cup in frustration. He just annihilated 100,000 hostiles, and now a 1-star prismatic artifact drops? Does he treat world maps as his personal backyard? Find him. Scour every inch of the earth if you have to. I want details on this powerhouse. Deep beneath the abyss. A private message notification popped up. Big shot. That 1-star prismatic artifact. It's your handiwork, right? Yin Yu Yao's voice trembled. Who else could it be? I replied bluntly. Those 3,000 god-tier items you offloaded earlier. That was you stockpiling for ages, wasn't it? She pressed. You're overthinking this. I shot down her fantasy. I just killed too many mobs today. My inventory overflowed. The channel fell dead silent. One day. Yeah. Tomorrow will be the same, maybe better. Think your guild can handle it. Don't you dare put them in the trading auction. Yin Yu Yao's voice jumped several octaves. Those 3,000 godly items already caused a financial tsunami. Another round. Our economy will implode. I raised an eyebrow. Then let's barter. Secret realm slots, hidden profession scrolls, high-tier materials. Boss, I'll give you a Tianshu secret circle black card spot. Yin Yu Yao instantly played her trump card. That's an exclusive circle formed by the nation's top families. 1 billion gold coins per point, filled with classified treasures inside. Deal. Boss, how about switching to a different track? Yin Yu Yao suggested. 4th-tier material prices are 100 times that of 2nd tier, but you need 50,000 luck points to trigger their drop rates. 50,000 luck points? I glanced at my own 740,115 luck points. While others struggled to scrape together the 50,000 point threshold, throwing my 740k at it was purely a stock-up spree. Got it. I'm on my way. Yin Yu Yao was overjoyed. Here are the coordinates for the level 120 Fallen Gods Wasteland. It's a hotspot for 4th-tier materials, divine crystals. Ending the communication, I moved with intent. A golden dragon on my wrist instantly shot skyward. Boom. The primordial dragon's true form materialized. Its 100-meter-long body towered, blotting out the sun. Its shimmering scales refracted divine light, and an oppressive aura blanketed the entire main city. Tens of thousands of players on the plaza were collectively petrified. Holy crap. Is that a player's mount? This is insane. How's it flying in a no-fly zone city? My level 80 knight is straight up paralyzed. All my skills are grayed out. Wait, there's someone on its back. Primordial Dragon Domain. Ancient Primal Power. Players went crazy snapping screenshots as appraisal skills rained upward like a torrential storm. The next moment, target's power level is too overwhelming. Insufficient permissions. ID has been hidden. I stood on the dragon's head, my Starfall heavy armor radiant with an otherworldly gleam. The universe-destroying staff at my waist exuded a multicolored halo, and the aura from 100,000 points in all attributes became a tangible energy field, shattering inspection attempts before they could even land. Go! The dragoness flapped her wings, and ancient pressure gushed out. Boom! A sonic boom burst through the air. The dragon's body tore the sound barrier, its golden tail streaking across the sky as we vanished in an instant. The main city fell silent for 3 whole seconds before erupting with deafening uproar. 10 minutes later, scarlet clouds devoured the sky, and the ground cracked open into great chasms. A massive statue, partially buried in black sand, loomed within the horizon. Level 120, Fallen Gods Wasteland. The dragoness dove down, landing softly. I leapt off, my battle boots crunching over the blackened sand. Through the blood-red mist, dozens of crimson eyes gleamed all at once. Corrupted Herald of Divine Punishment, Tier 4 Elite. Level, LV 120. HP, 11,200,000. Physical attack, 250,000. Defense, 200,000. 11 million HP. Even a top-tier 3rd-tier team would need tens of minutes to scratch this down. I gripped my staff, the 740,000 luck points within me practically salivating. Raising my hand. No incantation, no target lock, just a casual flick, as if swatting away a fly. Berserker Staff. Activate. A 30,000 square meter void collapses instantly. A cascade of rainbow-colored light pours down like the Milky Way overflowing. Minus 23,143,824. True damage. Overlord's divine domain. All attributes forcibly reduced by 50%. Minus 92,575,296. Critical hit for 100%. 57 divine punishment envoys evaporate on the spot. Gold rains down, and 3 holy crystals drop. Gold acquired, 200,000. 4th class advancement material acquired, Divine Crystal X3. Level 56. 57. 58. Leveling up like a rocket. 4th class core materials are dropping like cabbages. A dozen or so elite monsters on the outskirts are stunned. So much intelligence beyond level 100 that they immediately reset their aggro and start fleeing. Since you're here, why bother running? I take a step. 350,000 agility bursts forth. Hundreds of afterimages, covering 3,000 meters in just a second. This speed is 3,594 times faster than the average player. If I enabled Void Walk, I could cross over 10 kilometers in an instant. I swing my staff again. Boom. The fleeing elites turn into clouds of blood. The dragoness lets out a roar at the sky, her body swelling by 100 meters. Ancestral dragon's breath, world scorched. Golden divine fire transforms into a raging fire ring, covering several kilometers. The ground melts into a lake of molten magma. Dozens of hidden dark creatures turn to ash on the spot. Crossdire kill LV 120. Huge XP bonus. Level up to LV 60. 5 level ups in one go. 7,500 class attribute points instantly received. Triggered. Pangu's Reap and Plunder. Absorbed free attribute points. 50,000. The screen floods with notifications. After cleaning up this field, I directly earned 2,900,000 free attribute points. 2.9 million. I walk to the center of the battlefield. I casually hit 3 more crystals with my basic attack, while the dragoness floats in the middle of the firestorm with 10 more, along with a rolled-up parchment. God's Lost Treasure Map, Ancient Grade. Effect. Guarantees the excavation of an ancient-grade dark gold treasure or higher. The dragoness shrinks and jumps into my arms, pressing her dragon horns against my chin, her tail flicking so fast it leaves afterimages, seeking praise. I check the pet stat panel. Luck, 2 million. 2 million luck value. No wonder the drop rate is this insane. I pinch her cheek. From now on, all farming is your job, got it? The dragoness flips in excitement. Meanwhile, 10 kilometers away, behind the ruins of a crumbled wall, 8 top-tier players in full level 110 epic gear sets lie flat in a pit of black sand. It's the elite expedition team from Soul of Battle, the country's top guild. The team leader speaks with a trembling voice. That nuke just now was a basic attack? 3,000 square meters from a basic attack. The chief mage stammers. That was the player who launched from the main city. And their gear? They're holding the only tier 1 prism treasure in the entire server. We just witnessed the living legend, soloing the first clear on a forbidden boss. Everyone exchanges looks, terror and envy swirling in their expressions. Their every move in the early stages felt like venturing into dangerous territory, requiring tactical planning just to pull a single monster. Me? I casually auto-attacked, clearing 30,000 square meters in a heartbeat, while my pet's sneeze reshaped the terrain itself. This wasn't map farming. It was a higher-dimensional being cleaning up trash. Record this. Now, the team captain's eyes were fiery with excitement. We can't cling to this god-tier player's leg, but first-hand intel like this? We'll sell it for a fortune. 5 minutes later. Dimensional domination. The supreme player mercilessly flattens the tier 4 wasteland solo. Ignited the entire internet. Primeval ancestral dragon obliterated. A monster with tens of millions of HP taken down in one hit. 30,000 square meters vaporized with a single auto attack. Is this really a mage class? Treating a level 120 map as a mom-and-pop market for resources. Leadership across all major guilds stared at the 8-digit damage numbers, their CPUs practically burning out. This kind of raw power had shattered the game's very rules of balance. Kyoto Military Command. A holographic screen looped the earth-shaking footage. Li Yin slammed his fist into the alloy table, leaving a dent. Now this is what I call dimensional domination. With a relic like Star Shatter in their hands, even an auto attack can shift the fate of worlds. If we can recruit that living legend into the military, any abyssal crisis would be solved in no time. A major general rushed in with an urgent report. Sir, our sources indicate that the boss might still be on site. Should we act immediately to establish contact? No need to ask. Li Yin snatched up his encrypted communicator. Dispatch Soul Squad to log in this instant. Even if they die within the area of effect of one of those auto attacks, they'll die smiling. Meanwhile, in the depths of the wasteland, I stood idly, petting my dragon's horns, while system notifications flooded in. 2,900,000 free attribute points. With a mere thought, I split them between strength and luck. Strength, 458,402, 2,365,902. Physical attack, 9, 380, 000 plus 15, 100, 000 plus. Luck, 740,115, 1,740,115. Breaking a million in strength. Forget using true damage. My base auto attacks alone could now punch a level 100 raid boss into orbit. As for luck, better to hoard 2 million points there so I wouldn't get shown up by my dragon girl. I opened my god-inherited treasure map. Purple light flashed, and the coordinates locked, a death zone for level 150. Well, this should be fun. Across all of China, level 120 tier, 4 players topped the charts, and places beyond level 150 were strictly forbidden territory. I stashed the map away and turned to my dragon girl. Dragon girl, you stay here on AFK mode to farm materials and treasure maps. Once I'm online again, we'll go dig up that treasure together. The moment I said, once I'm online again, her wagging tail instantly froze. She tilted her little head up at me, her big eyes swimming with sadness. Her small hands nervously clutched at the hem of her dress. If only I could live in the same world as Master forever. I looked down at her with softened eyes. Since absorbing the ancestral dragon's reverse scale, this girl hadn't just leveled up at light speed. Her mind had grown sharper, too. Once focused solely on food, she now harbored delicate and complex thoughts. In this age of globalized demon containment gameplay, where high-tier relics could materialize into reality, it's possible. Bringing her back to her world isn't just a wild fantasy. All right, I softened my voice. When that day comes, whatever you want to do, it's up to you. The dragon girl blinked, her small face flushing as she summoned the courage to look up. I don't want to be some superior being. I don't care about riches. I just want to stay by Master's side forever, never parting. Her golden eyes shone brightly. My chest warmed slightly as I gently ruffled her hair. Boom. With agility over 350,000 points, I vanished in an instant. The dragon girl froze, not even having the chance to feel disappointed. A gust of wind swirled around her, and I appeared back in front of her. In my hand lay a small yellow flower plucked from between cracks of rubble, the only trace of life left in this wasteland that my basic attacks had swept through. For you, I said softly, taking a step forward and tucking the wildflower next to her sparkling dragon horn, my fingers brushing past her temple. It suits you. She stood frozen, her heart pounding like a drum. It turned out Master hadn't left, but had gone to specifically find a flower for her. The next second, she tiptoed, throwing herself into my arms, her slender arms wrapping tightly around my waist, her small face buried in my chest. Master, I gently returned her embrace. Be patient and wait for me. I'll be back soon. With those words, bathed in the stunned stares of countless players, I turned into white light and logged out. The dragon girl stared at the spot where I had vanished, her previously pitiful expression instantly replaced by a fierce frostiness. The small yellow flower on her head was tightly shielded by her primal energy. Her petite figure rose into the air, golden radiance tearing apart the blood-red clouds. The true form of the primordial ancient dragon, stretching hundreds of meters, unleashed itself. Her dragon mouth gaped open, and golden flames poured forth. 10 or so freshly spawned tear, for divine punishers didn't even get a chance to move before they were consumed by the fiery inferno. Millions of health points melted away in mere seconds. The ground beneath turned into boiling magma as divine tier materials scattered all over the place. Onlookers from several dozen kilometers away, including live streamers, were completely dumbfounded by the sight. Leaving a primordial ancient dragon to farm in a tier 4 map? This boss is insane, purely going overboard. Streaks of light zoomed in from the horizon, slamming heavily into the black sand landscape. Leading the group was a man clad in military-grade combat armor, Mad Dog General Li Yin from the military. Behind him was a fully armed unit known as the Soul of the Army, all above level 120. As Li Yin steadied himself, waves of blistering heat bore down. He looked up just in time to see the dragon girl swipe her tail. Slam. 3 tier, 4 lords were sliced clean in half by a single strike. The ominous pressure of the ancient dragon bore down, leaving even high-level experts trembling in their boots. Li Yan's eyes were wide, scanning the area, but didn't spot the infamous staff-wielding figure he was seeking. Hovering in the air, the dragon girl's golden eyes locked onto him, brimming with hostility, a striking contrast to the gentle demeanor she displayed with me. Li Yan's heart raced. If they dared to draw their weapons, this dragon wouldn't hesitate to incinerate them on the spot. He hastily sheathed his blade and raised his hands. Your Excellency, Dragon God, we represent the military and mean no hostility. Wait, just waiting for your master to come online. The dragon girl snorted sparks from her nostrils, disdainfully ignoring these weak humans. She turned and darted back into the wasteland to continue restocking. The vice captain wiped the sweat from his forehead. General, are we just going to keep waiting? Li Yin stood ramrod straight. Wait. Even if it takes 10 days or half a month, we wait. Everyone, remain stationed. No one is allowed to step a foot into the magma. Reality, Dongjiang City. I had just picked up my graduation certificate and was walking slowly across the school plaza. Ahead, at the rest area, a group of freshly awakened high school seniors was sitting in a circle, gazing with admiration at a young man in the center. The man wore a silver swordsman badge pinned to his chest, signaling he was nearing his 3rd profession advancement. Listen up, rookies, he said coolly, legs crossed with an air of arrogance. Don't think awakening means you can run amok. In the demon realm, talent is just one factor. The brains matter more. I'm about to advance to tier 3. Stick with me, and I guarantee you'll live large. The surrounding students gasped in awe. With my hands in my pockets, I glanced their way briefly before continuing on. Their passion and aspirations were still tied to ordinary perceptions of power. For someone like me, who had long stepped beyond the boundaries of the mundane, whose strength could shake the heavens, it was nothing more than youthful zeal. The young man noticed me walking past without so much as a glance of recognition and seemed mildly surprised. The students began whispering and stealing quick glances at me, curious about this peer who seemed so different. My steps briefly paused, but I didn't turn back. Though freshly graduated, my demeanor carried a calmness that belied my age. To me, these teens, burning with excitement for strength, reminded me of my younger self. They were thrilled over the idea of reaching the 3rd tier, but the paths I had traveled, the abysses I had seen, and the power I wielded now were already far beyond their comprehension. It wasn't arrogance, simply a matter of living in 2 entirely different worlds. An hour later, I returned to the old apartment complex. After collecting my graduation certificate, my plan was to move my parents to the very heart of China. Downstairs, our elderly neighbor was munching on sunflower seeds. She was about to greet me when a convoy of a dozen sleek, black, floating armored vehicles bearing the Tianshu emblem silently pulled up, completely blocking the entrance. The car doors slid open, and 30 fully geared awakened operatives, all level 70 or higher, descended in synchronized formation. They lined up in 2 columns at the stairwell's entrance. A man in black, clearly the leader, quickly approached me and bowed deeply. Mr. Jiang, The Tianshu Special Task Unit has arrived on orders. The private teleportation channel is ready. The old lady froze, sunflower seeds scattering from her hands onto the ground. I gave a slight nod and led the group upstairs. Inside, my parents, Jiang Jiangguo and Lu Tsulan, were sorting vegetables on the dining table, while my childhood friend, the chubby Li Hu, lounged on the sofa, playing on his phone. The door swung open, and the 30 high-tier awakened individuals poured into the small apartment. The oppressive aura filled every corner of the space. Jiang Jiangguo dropped the vegetable leaf he was holding. Xiaofeng, did you get into trouble? No. I kept my tone calm. I accepted a commission in the demon realm, and the client threw in a house as part of the deal. I've come to pick you all up and help with the move. Move where? Lu Tsuilan asked, her face full of confusion. You'll see when we get there. The chubby man secretly felt a twinge of fear as he noticed the black-clad figures around me, all equipped with purple tier and pink tier gear. Employing awakened individuals of this caliber merely as escorts was downright astonishing. 10 minutes later, everything was packed and ready. I led my parents onto the armored vehicle. A ripple of spatial energy swept over us, and the hatch opened. Jiang Jiangguo stepped onto the high-density psionic alloy flooring, his knees suddenly weak. Lu Tsuilan clung tightly to my arm, her expression filled with disbelief. The chubby man stood there, dumbfounded. An enormous energy dome loomed above, shielding over 100 estates. Surrounding the area were the military's cutting-edge plasma anti-air arrays and abyss detection towers. This wasn't just a residential district. It was a veritable wartime fortress. The air was purified multiple times, and the concentration of psionic particles was so dense that it was nearly tangible. This was the core restricted zone of Huaxia's capital, the Tianshu Dragon Estates. I gazed at the defense system capable of repelling level 100 abyssal monsters and nodded slightly in satisfaction. Settling my family here would finally set my mind at ease. With the rapid growth of my attributes, exposure of my identity was only a matter of time. But with top-tier security like this, even an invasion by otherworldly forces wouldn't threaten their safety. Dozens of level 70 awakened individuals swiftly moved our belongings. Jiang Jiangguo swallowed hard. Xiaofeng, this place, how much does it cost? Nothing. It was a gift, I replied casually. The chubby man broke out in a cold sweat. A gift? This was Tianshu Dragon Estates. Countless warlord-level figures would sell their souls just to set foot here. A single floor tile in this place would guarantee an ordinary person's livelihood for life. An elderly man dressed in traditional Tang-style clothing strolled down the tree-lined path, his steps light and deliberate. Despite the restrained aura he exuded, the oppressive energy he gave off was impossible to ignore. A level 100 powerhouse. Lu Tsuilan's eyes widened in shock. Old man, isn't that Zhang Chonglin, the actor who used to play emperors? Zhang Chonglin paused, his sharp gaze scanning us before raising a brow. This man was part of the military's Special Ops Division and spent most of his years stationed at the Abyss frontline. Acting was a thing of the distant past for him. New neighbors? It's been 3 years since Dragon Estates welcomed anyone new. Zhang Chonglin studied me with a faint smile. This isn't a place money can get you into. The security here reports directly to the military command. To live here, you either have to have an extraordinary military record or unimaginable clearance. You're quite unfamiliar to me, young man. Jiang Feng. Just arrived? I nodded slightly, my demeanor calm and composed. With millions of 5-dimensional stat points shaping both my body and soul, I had already transcended the ordinary. Without any effort, my presence naturally radiated an aura of majestic serenity, a deep, immovable strength, like a mountain rooted in the earth. Zhang Chonglin's eyes narrowed slightly. This young man was anything but simple. Jiang Jiangguo stared in a daze. His own son, standing face to face with someone of national treasure status, was entirely unrattled. In fact, his poise and presence seemed to match the man's, not yielding an ounce. Footsteps softly approached from behind. A woman in a long dress slowly came into view. Up close, her pristine beauty was unrivaled, untouched by makeup, yet radiating an ethereal charm. The large man momentarily froze, his breath catching. One of the 9 helmspersons of the major commerce guilds, a core member of the Tianshu Council, a figure perched at the apex of the pyramid of influence. Mr. Zhang. The woman greeted him first, her gaze then shifting to me with curiosity and a hint of reserve. Apologies for the intrusion, she said politely, looking over. I heard a black card holder recently moved in today. Your aura reminds me of a very important friend from the Mystic Domain. She was none other than Yenyu Yao of the Mystic Domain. Upon hearing about changes in the Dragon Courtyard permissions, she'd rushed over, hoping to confirm her bold speculation. I understood her implication. By now, I had already solo-cleared Tier 4 forbidden zones, sweeping vast expanses with a single strike. I was long past the phase of concealing my true nature. It's me, I replied calmly. Log on tomorrow. I'll provide you the Tier 4 materials. Yin Yu Yao's body trembled subtly, her gaze fixed on me in disbelief. Yes, it was undeniably him. The young man standing here, who looked barely out of his teens, was the same unstoppable figure who single-handedly conquered Tier 4 wastelands, shaking the entire server to its core. But what sent chills down her spine was the ease and composure I exuded. Complete, unshaken conviction born from insurmountable, overwhelming power. Zhang Chonglin, a man seasoned by decades steeped in military and political fields, took one glance and sensed the undercurrent between us. These two young people, something was definitely going on. Haha, kids these days, each generation more impressive than the last. Zhang Chonglin laughed heartily, tactfully stepping back a couple paces. I've got military business to attend to and won't disturb your reunion any further. On his way out, he cast a meaningful glance my way. Jiang Jiangguo grabbed his wife, Lu Tsulan, by the arm. Come on, back inside. What? Don't be a third wheel, he said, throwing her a knowing look as he practically dragged her toward the main house. In the same motion, he roped in the large man, Li Hu. Li, let's go check your room. Jiang motioned briskly, hauling the intrigued, gossip-loving man along. The courtyard fell silent in an instant. With my hands casually tucked in my pockets, I stood there, a presence stripped of all embellishments, marked by the natural confidence of an undisputed powerhouse. Calm, collected, and radiating an aura of supremacy that brooked no challenge. Jiang Shuyan couldn't help but soften her breathing. You. We both spoke simultaneously, stopping at the same time. A faint blush rose to Jiang Shuyan's ears. Let's properly introduce ourselves. I'm Jiang Shuyan. Jiang Feng, I replied evenly. Jiang, like great rivers. Jiang. She paused, blinking, then chuckled softly. I thought you might have the same surname as me. Night breezes stirred, brushing against glowing, energy-infused plants. Are you free tonight? She asked, extending an invitation. Come to my place for a bit. We can finalize tomorrow's deal. Sure, I agreed. Inside the house, the elderly couple and a chubby guy sat upright and serious, staring at a blank TV screen. Xiaofeng, who's that girl? Lu Tsuilan couldn't hold it in any longer. A business partner, I replied. What followed was a 30-minute inquisition. I simply said I got lucky and managed to hitch myself to a hidden-class powerhouse. As for the part about taking down 100,000 monsters with a single slap, I didn't say a word. The chubby guy, Li Hu, shot up like a spring. Feng Ji, I knew you weren't just some ordinary person. I'm sticking with you from now on. I gave him a glance. This kid and I had been tight since we were young. He was straightforward and dependable. Considering how things might grow in the future, having a trustworthy guy like him around wouldn't hurt. All right, get online tomorrow. We'll sync up. Fast forward to 7:30 p.m. at Manor Number 6, in Zone 8. Jiang Shuyan had swapped her outfit for a beige home dress. The change softened her, giving her a more graceful and gentle demeanor than her usual icy exterior. Jiang's father shook my hand, his eyelid twitching uncontrollably. There wasn't a trace of energy emanating from me, but the calm, commanding aura I carried? He'd only ever seen it in the nation's Grand Marshal himself. The couple sensibly excused themselves for an evening stroll. On the balcony of the second floor, Jiang Feng, your move earlier, slaughtering 100,000 outliers in an instant, has already caught the attention of the military's top brass. Jiang Shuyan activated a classified projection. But this wave of monster chaos is far from simple. The abyssal cult? I asked. The Flayer is just a pawn, Her eyes turned icy. Several Western nations have secretly formed an alliance, colluding with abyssal lords to weaken Huaxia's elite forces. Had you not crushed their plan in one blow, tomorrow's international media would have gone wild, discrediting Huaxia. My expression didn't change. Western alliances? Abyssal schemes? Against absolute supremacy? None of it even counted as a joke to me. What do you think I should do next? I asked calmly in return. Jiang Shuyan immediately sat up straight. Your power is already unparalleled. Joining any existing faction would only tie you down with their rules. Your daily output alone could rival a national treasury. You can form your own direct military force through Tianchu's network, completely loyal to you and standing as a power of your own. She locked eyes with me. As for logistics, sales channels, resource optimization, leave it all to me. What you need is a capable manager, and I am the most qualified candidate in the entire server. I smiled. Straightforward. Decisive. All right. Here's to a successful partnership. I raised my teacup. Gladly, she replied, a spark of joy flashing in her eyes. Outskirts of the Godfall wasteland. Li Yin stood ramrod straight, his shoulders dusted with ash. For 8 hours, he and his elite team had been waiting. The adjutant leaned in and spoke quietly. General, we've received an urgent transmission from the capital. A mysterious individual has moved into the Tianshu Dragon Courtyard. General Zhang has confirmed this person is unfathomably powerful and suggests making an introduction as soon as possible. Li Yin waved it off. That guy over at Dragon Courtyard? At most, he's on a national defense level. But the person we're staring down right now? This one's on a whole other plane, like a walking apocalypse. Two completely different stories. Everyone, keep your eyes glued on this dragon. Little did he realize that these two individuals were actually same person. In Tianshu Longyuan, I locked my bedroom door, started the wristband, and blue data streams flashed across the depths of my pupils. Welcome back to the demon realm. My physical body faded away. The moment I landed, a storm of electronic notification sounds erupted in my mind. Ding. Crossfire kill of LV-120 Abominable Punisher. Triggered unlimited tier. Panga Massacre. Tens of thousands of system notifications caused the chime sound to glitch into heavy metal reverb. I looked up. Oh wow. The once crumbled Godfall wasteland had been scraped clean, leaving a 100-kilometer radius of smooth, mirror-like crystalline plains. The primordial ancestral dragon gave a snort, casually exhaling golden flames that twisted the void. Sensing my presence, the dragon instantly shrunk to palm size, transforming into a golden streak as it dove into my arms. Master, you're finally here. Li Yin was dumbfounded. 1 second, the ancestral dragon exuded unparalleled dominance, and the next, it had turned into a cuddly, affectionate pet. The dragon girl nuzzled against my neck, raising a prism-like gemstone with a proud, praise me now, expression. I patted her dragon horns and opened my inventory. 4th tier core material, divinity crystals, 5,200 pieces. Ancient level, God's legacy treasure maps, 1,800 maps. Gold coins, 1.3 billion. Only 8 hours. With 2 million luck stat boosting her, the dragon girl treated the 4th tier battleground like her private quarry, turning ultra-rare drops into wholesale goods. Even scarier were the free attribute points accumulated, 3 billion in total. I distributed 50 million each to physique, intelligence, agility, and strength. The remaining 1 billion? Poured all of it into luck. Plus, the system compensated an extra 75,000 points, which also went to luck. Character stats. Health, 500 million plus. Defense, 100 million plus. Magic damage, 150 million plus. Physical damage, 150 million plus. Attack speed, 500,000 hits/second. Luck, 1 billion plus. At this rate, even random rocks on the roadside will start dropping divine gear. 100 meters ahead, Li Yin approached with his team. Mr. Jiang, I'm Li Yin, Deputy Commander of the East River Defense Line. It's an honor to finally meet you. The entire elite spirit unit stood at attention, their eyes full of reverence and worship. No need to be so formal, General, I said with a smile. You've waited 8 hours. What's the urgent matter? Li Yin lowered his posture to the extreme. The military cordially invites you to become China's supreme national guest. You would have absolute freedom, no need to report in, completely unrestricted. All we ask is that if China faces a crisis, you lend your aid. The national treasury is willing to purchase your high-tier resources at premium rates. You name the terms. I raised an eyebrow. The funds of the top 9 merchant guilds had already been drained by me. This was the perfect opportunity for the state apparatus to step in and cover the gap. And an unrestricted guest title would save me a lot of hassle. Sure, I'll take the guest position, I said, opening my inventory. But I've got quite a lot of goods. How much can you handle? Li Yin rubbed his hands together. With my authority, I can take up to 1,000 divine essence crystals. Fair enough. I made the deal on the spot, transferring 1,000 crystals over. Li Yan's hands trembled with excitement. These crystals could forge 1,000 fourth-tier powerhouses. I had priced them fairly, 10 million each. The market was going for 12 or 13 million apiece, sometimes even up to 18 million during peak demand. Thank you, sir. The military is at your service anytime. Li Yin saluted once again, leaving with his bounty. After he left, I sent the remaining 4,200 crystals and 1,800 treasure maps as screenshots to Jiang Shuyun. Tianshu Dragon Estate. Jiang Shuyun was dressed in a bathrobe, sipping from a wine glass while calculating her trade association's strategic layout. Ding dong. She clicked on the screen, and her whole body froze. Her hand quivered, nearly shattering the wine glass. The red wine spilled all over her robe, but she didn't even notice. 4,200 crystals and 1,800 treasure maps. Her scalp tingled, and she broke out in cold sweat. Had I hacked the system's source code or something? Across the Huaxia battle zone, there weren't even 10,000 fourth-tier players. And to fight over just one crystal, top-tier guilds would launch 1,000-player bloodbaths. Yet here I was, dumping these items in front of her like I was selling cabbages. She took a few deep breaths and quickly hit the voice call button. Jiang Feng, you're absolutely insane. Her voice trembled. Jiang Shuyun. I lost my composure for a moment over the phone. Just a casual drop while AFKing, I replied flatly. I've already sent 1,000 to the military. As for the rest, can your trade association handle it? Dead silence from the other end. 3 seconds later, Jiang Shuyun took another deep breath. We can't. Not right now. We'd have to go to the secret association's headquarters in the capital to move this volume, and it might take a few days to fully process. If you lower the price, it'll move faster. Her brain as the head of a premier trade guild was spinning fast. If you're in urgent need of funds, I could push them through Tianshu overseas channels, selling to the international market, she added, her tone softening with a hint of camaraderie. By the way, I heard about the national guest minister position. Since you're one of us now, I'll make sure this matter is handled perfectly. I stared at the scorched ground beneath my feet. Exports are fine, but there's one rule. Name it. I want them sold at 3 times the current international market price. Not a penny less, or it's no deal. Jiang Shuyun was momentarily stunned. Triple the going price. Brilliant. Those top guilds in the Western empires had already descended into madness trying to hit 4th tier. This would bleed their resources dry, forcing them to wager their national fortunes just to buy in. Got it. Jiang Shuyun was so thrilled, she almost jumped up. We'll strip those Western bastards down to their underwear. I casually remarked that this was only the appetizer. There'd be much more tomorrow. Jiang Shuyun eagerly pledged her full support, her heart racing. After hanging up, I turned to the hovering dragon girl. I'm heading down. Line up this task. You hang up first, then come back with a bigger quest. The dragon girl's golden eyes instantly filled with grievance, and her small hands twisted together. Master, do you have another dragon out there? I almost burst into laughter and patted her horns gently. Don't overact. Go finish your proper task. With a flash of white light, I exited the demonic realm. In the real world, at Tianshu Dragon Courtyard, the living room was filled with the aroma of tea. Lu Zuelon looked uneasy. When she saw me come out, she hurried to greet me. Xiaofeng, several important people just came by. That General Li just left. Your dad and I were so nervous, afraid we might say the wrong thing. I helped her sit down. Mom, relax. They're here out of respect for us. Even if they had 10 times the guts, they wouldn't dare to get angry. Lu Zuelon let out a relieved sigh. Jiang Jiangguo pulled me to the balcony and spoke in a low voice. What's going on? Why is the military knocking on our door? I casually wiped out 10,000 heretical monsters yesterday, I said, leaning on the railing. The nation granted me the title of National Guardian Guest Official. Jiang Jiangguo's mind went blank, a buzzing sound in his head. National Guardian Guest Official? That's the kind of title that makes it into the history books. The pinnacle of the nation's hierarchy. His mouth opened wide, but no words came out for a long time. I took out 2 job scrolls and a black card, stuffing them into his hand. Dad, here are 2 top-tier hidden professions, nether sniper and life pleader. The black card has a balance of 1 trillion gold coins. Get the highest-end login device and use the rest as pocket money. Moving here is for you to grow comfortably in the demonic realm. Jiang Jiangguo's hands trembled like a leaf as he stared at the shimmering scrolls and processed the number 1 trillion. After working hard for most of his life, when had he ever seen something like this? His son not only grew up, but became a true dragon. In the afternoon, I strolled into the Tianshu Secret Association headquarters deep within the neighborhood. The massive diamond-shaped building hovered mid-air, shrouded around the clock by a blue energy shield. This was the country's top-tier transcendent marketplace, exclusively serving elite and core members of high society. I handed in my black card and walked into the circular auction hall. As soon as I sat down, a young man in a tailored mage robe leaned over. Hey there, brother. Lin Zixuan, young master of Tianlin Merchant Association. Are you new here? Jiang Feng, I replied. Lin Zixuan, brimming with enthusiasm, began explaining the rules of the auction venue. The wooden gavel sounded on stage. The first item for auction, a genuine tier artifact, heart-warding jade. Usable in reality, it can block 1 fatal attack. Starting bid, 100 points. Here, 1 billion gold coins equaled 1 point. I glanced at my balance, 1,025,000 points. I immediately raised my hand to bid, 1,000 points. The entire hall fell into a dead silence. Those preparing to bid froze, their hands awkwardly retracting midair. A tenfold increase on the first bid? That's just ruthless. Lin Zixuan looked visibly shaken. His family wealth was considerable, but this guy's casual attitude shouted unimaginable resourcefulness. The price clearly indicated its extraordinary origin. For the next half hour, the auction turned into my personal restock show. Undying Fire Seed, 1,500 points. Psionic Purification Elixir, 2,000 points. Out of 10 top-tier rare treasures, I secured 6 without even batting an eye, leveraging sheer financial advantage to dominate the bids. 2 were for my personal use, and the other 4 were gifts from my parents. Then came the 11th item, Millennium Mystic Tortoise Shell. Millennium Mystic Tortoise Shell Ancient, Dark Gold. Greatly boosts physical defense, immune to most firearms. Automatically activates a Mystic Tortoise Shield, capable of withstanding the full-strength attack of a level 100 warrior. Reinforces bones, extends lifespan, and stabilizes cultivation. Resistant to dark energy, curses, and mental intrusion. A muscular man clad in black armor in the front row abruptly stood. 400 points. On behalf of the Wild Lion Guild. Calmly, I raised my paddle. 1,000 points. The man's expression turned stiff as he gritted his teeth and sat down. From a VIP box on the second floor came a deep, confident voice. I am Zhang Chonglin, 1,200 points. I glanced at the box and said evenly, 2,000 points. The air froze. After a brief moment, hearty laughter emerged from the VIP booth. Ah, it's you, young friend Jiang. I'll let you have it. The auctioneer's gavel fell. I walked up to claim the Mystic Tortoise Shell and then went directly to the VIP box, placing the item in front of Zhang Chonglin. Old Zhang, this item isn't of much use to me. I'm gifting it to you. In return, I'd appreciate it if you could look after my parents while they're living in Longyuan. Zhang Chonglin gazed at the Mystic Tortoise Shell, his heart churning with shock. This was a rare and precious treasure, and yet I had just given it away without hesitation. You've got a lot of guts, kid. Respect. Zhang Chonglin gave my shoulder a firm pat. Consider it done. As long as I'm in Longyuan, your parents will be safe and well. I knew in my heart that this kind of treasure meant little to me. With daily earnings comparable to a nation's GDP, I could easily acquire as many as I wanted. So why not go with the flow and pave the way for my family? Returning to the first floor, the auction transitioned into an open consignment segment. Striding confidently to the consignment table, I casually laid down 4,200 fourth-tier divine crystals and 1,500 ancient treasure maps. I kept only 300 maps for my leisure excavation. The large screen lit up with the list of items. The entire venue fell into a stunned silence. And then, hiss! The sound of countless sharp intakes of breath echoed throughout the hall. Bang! Lin Zixuan abruptly stood up, knocking over his chair in the process. Over 4,000 fourth-tier divine crystals. 1,500 ancient treasure maps. Was I treating priceless treasures like cabbage at the market? The eyes of the business tycoons in the front row turned bloodshot, and their breathing became ragged. The windows of the VIP box creaked open with force. Zhang Chonglin leaned halfway out and addressed the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, I vouch for young friend Zhang's batch of goods with the full credibility of the military. The room buzzed with excitement. Everyone knew the weight the military's credibility carried. Meanwhile, Zhang Chonglin's thoughts were crystal clear. If I could casually gift away an ancient dark gold treasure, my background must be unimaginably formidable. Taking this chance, making early connections always has its perks. 3 seconds later, the silver-haired elder at the front row sprung to his feet, moving faster and sharper than the bodyguards themselves. Mr. Jiang. His voice was urgent. This entire batch, Su Jingxian, is taking everything. 1.5 times the market price. The entire room collectively gasped. Su Jingxian, a member of a hidden powerhouse lineage, a seasoned and formidable figure rarely seen in public. The Su family was clearly making moves, intent on building their foundation and grooming elite talents. This deal was non-negotiable for them. My wristband buzzed. Jiang Shuyun, the major client I set you up with, they've got significant connections. Ah, so that's how it is. This woman is truly impressive, quietly getting the job done with finesse. Deal? I said plainly. A few minutes later, the transaction was complete. Transaction complete. 14,340,000 points, equivalent to 14.34 trillion gold coins. Current balance, 15.36 trillion gold coins. Lin Zixuan stood frozen in place, gulping, struggling to process what had just happened. He had thought I was another typical rich young master. Turns out, I'm someone who could tip the scales of significant events. Sir Feng, Lin Zixuan adjusted his posture, lowering himself as much as he could. With both hands, he offered a gold-embossed business card. If you ever need anything in the imperial capital, Tianlin Trading Association is at your service anytime. I glanced at him indifferently and extended a hand to accept the card. A quiet but unrelenting storm was beginning to brew in the capital, one that would ripple far and wide. You're too kind, I replied casually. Lin Zixuan. He was a son of a clean-background aristocratic family, the perfect candidate for my purposes. Building an intelligence network required precisely such people, measured, discreet, and capable. Back at Manor Number 12, Mom and Dad were lounging on the couch, watching a holographic TV broadcast. I set a few treasures on the tea table before them. Dad, Mom, these 3 items are for you. I held up a flaming eternal flame core and a bottle of spirit energy purification essence. When awakening with a hidden class scroll, these will double your results. I handed my mother a Heartguard jade amulet. Keep this on you at all times. It could save your life in a critical moment. In my past life as an orphan, I never experienced the warmth of family. But this lifetime, my parents had scrimped and saved to put me through school. That kind of love and sacrifice, I vowed to repay it 100-fold. Jiang Jiangguo, my father, stared at the treasures, his lips trembling. Instead of speaking, he gave me a heavy pat on the shoulder, a silent gesture full of emotion. Before I could bask in the quiet family moment, my wristband buzzed again. It was Li Hu on the other end of the call. Brother Feng, gear's ridiculously overpriced. With the little money I've got, I'm afraid I can't even handle the weakest mobs. I didn't hesitate. Transaction initiated. Transfer complete. 50 billion gold coins. The other side of the line went eerily quiet. Moments later, holy 5 billion. Head to the Tianxian Trading Guild. Get yourself a full set of premium-grade pink tier gear, I said flatly. No brother of Jiang Feng's will ever be under-equipped. Got it, brother phone. I'll make sure I never drag us down. With that, I ended the call and initiated my game login. A cascade of azure lights swept over my body, engulfing me entirely. In a flash of white, I found myself within the ruins of the fallen deity. The dragoness emerged as a burst of golden light and leapt onto my shoulder, rubbing against me affectionately. Quit it, we've got work to do. I reached up and gave her horns a quick ruffle. In my backpack sat 300 ancient level items, ready to reshape the course of the game. Divine Relic Treasure Map lay quietly on the ground. Target locked. Level 150 Death Zone, Abyss of the Fallen Gods. Activating Void Walk. Movement speed increased 5x, body merging into spatial folds, covering 10 miles in a single step. Half an hour later, the environment transformed dramatically. The sky inverted into a pitch-black sea, and the land was riddled with gaping abyssal fissures. Oblivion winds obliterated everything in their path. Lurking here were void wraiths, corrupted by the curse of the gods. This was the ultimate death zone of the Huaxia battle region, a place not a single soul dared to trespass. Standing at the cliff's edge, the first piece of the treasure map disintegrated. Luck value, 101,815,115. Ultimate miracle crit triggered. A radiant, rainbow-colored pillar shot up into the sky, tearing apart the black sea above. A pulsating crystalline heart emerged. Item obtained. Primeval Divine Essence, Rainbow Tier Supreme Treasure. Effect, plus 10 million to all 5 main attributes. Gained Lawless Entity. Immune to low-tier rules-based controls and instant death effects. 10 million to all stats, plus absolute immunity. Jackpot. I continued tearing open the map. Rainbow light exploded repeatedly. Item obtained. Chaos Orb, Tricolored Rainbow Tier Supreme Treasure. Open wide, big boost incoming. I tossed the orb to the dragon girl. A golden pillar pierced the dark sea. Dragon roars shattered the void. The dragon girl completed her second ultimate evolution, breaking through the upper system limit. Dragon Girl LV70. Stats: Strength 8 million, Intelligence 8 million, Constitution 8 million, Agility 8 million, Luck 40 million. Total: 80 million across all 5 attributes. Passive ability: Primeval Ancestral Dragon's Essence. Immune to dragon suppression, mental manipulation, and debuffs. Skill damage plus 100%. Active skill: Sovereign Dragon Ascendancy. Transforms into the Primeval Ancestral Dragon. Flight speed plus 5,000%. Domain of Myriad Dragons. Enemies are slowed by 80% and their damage reduced by 40%. Ally stats are boosted by 50%. Active skill: Sovereign Dragon's Inferno. 50x amplified magic fire damage. Destroys shields. Recovers health. Nullifies revival. Cancels invincibility. And seals recovery for 120 seconds. Passive skill: Sovereign Dragon's Protection. Reduces damage taken by 95%. Active mode grants 8 seconds of absolute protection for the owner, reflecting all incoming damage as true damage. Passive skill: Primeval Dragon's Majesty. Grants plus 10 million to all stats per level, plus 20% to all resistances, and 3% additional damage reduction. Active skill: Lord of Myriad Dragons. 50x enhancement to all stats and skill potency. Consuming dragon-based sources to heal. Duration: 30 seconds. I deactivated anonymous mode and revealed my player ID. I needed fame. The greater my renown, the easier it would be to convert into real-world benefits. With 1 billion luck value, ancient treasure maps have essentially become premium loot boxes exclusive to me. Worst case: God-tier red gear. Best case: a rainbow-tier supreme treasure bonanza. World announcement: Player Breeze has unearthed abyssal rulers. Crown of the Abyss Sovereign, 1-color treasure. Global broadcast: Player Clear Breeze has unearthed the Codex of Temporal Oblivion, 1-color treasure. Global broadcast: Player Clear Breeze has unearthed the Star Chart of Myriad Realms, 1-color treasure. Scarlet screen announcements flooded nonstop. Dozens of times. Hundreds of times. All players across the server stopped their actions, collectively stunned. Our 7-color treasures nothing more than flea market wares now. With these drops, Did he sacrifice the entire server's lifespan or something? It's been decades since the Huaxia server launched, and there's never been a single 7-color treasure. How the hell does he have one? I spent 3 trillion, went bankrupt, and lost everything. And this guy casually digs up 1-color treasures? Is there no justice left? The world channel exploded in utter chaos. In the leveling area of Dongjiang City, the guild master of the Wild Lion Guild slammed his massive sword into the ground, his mind blank. At the headquarters of the Celestial Polaris Secret Society, Jiang Shiyun's heart skipped a beat. She thought that 4,000 fourth-tier crystals were the ceiling. Now, she just realized she's been dueling the laws of the universe all along. I casually toyed with the treasures, my mind deep in thought. Crown of the Abyss Sovereign. All attributes, plus 480,000. Defense, plus 48 million. Special traits. Abyssal Domination, reduce enemy attributes by 30%, enemy skill damage by 50%, Sovereign's Authority, summoned entities strength doubled. Codex of Temporal Oblivion. All attributes, plus 400,000. Magic Attack, plus 48 million. Special traits. Temporal Stasis, freeze time and space for 3 seconds. Curse of Oblivion, deals true damage equal to 50% of max health. Star Chart of Myriad Realms. All attributes, plus 440,000. Health points, plus 60 million. Special traits. Realms Traversal, instant teleportation. Stellar Guard, grants a death prevention shield once every 10 seconds. I opened my inventory. The Star Chart of Myriad Realms sat quietly in one of the slots, glowing with a radiant, 7-colored brilliance. Accessory gear is always rare, and its drop rate is far lower than that of weapons or armor. A 7-color treasure of this level was purely brute-forced into existence by my insane, billion-point luck stat. I equipped the star chart. The system notification chimed, and all my stats skyrocketed. With this, the 13th piece of gear fell into place. I activated Realms Traversal with a single thought. Swish. My figure vanished instantly. No lag, no casting animation. The very next moment, I was atop a black mountain peak 10 miles away. Now this has potential, I murmured. From the corner of my bag, a level 70 mage staff lay quietly. Its stats were indeed much higher than my level 50 staff, the Cosmic Collapse staff. But I didn't switch it out. Damage? The last thing I was lacking was damage. The true killing tool was my Tyrant's Edict, turning basic attacks into forbidden-level spells. The system kept chiming in. Fragmented Starcrusher Leg Guards, red tier. Void Principal Crystal, X1. Red gear? Trash. Crystal? Decent. Keep the level 100 treasure synthesized. I kept tearing treasure maps. After going through more than 20 maps, I had racked up over a dozen rainbow-grade treasures. Until the 200th map. Boom. The Blackrock Cliff trembled violently. The treasure map turned into a stream of pure black light, shooting straight into the bottomless abyss. Warning. Luck value has exceeded spatial limits. Seal at the bottom of the burial abyss has been triggered. You've unearthed the tomb of an unknown ancient deity. The world turned upside down. A massive, decayed hand covered in corpse spots tore through the depths of the abyss. A bronze coffin slowly ascended, its edges dripping with dark, golden divine blood. Ancient fallen deity Song Yuan, weakened. Level, LV 150, God tier boss. HP, 12 billion. Defense, 2 billion. Skills, Divine Punishment Domain, Extinction Meteor, Heaven's Resentment. Instantly kills all beings under level 300. The oppressive force was suffocating, reducing giant boulders to dust in an instant. 3. 30,000 years of slumber. A voice ancient and filled with disdain echoed. Insects, who dares disturb this god's rest? I stood at the edge of the cliff, unmoved. A glint of excitement flashed in my eyes. A deity? I raised my staff, a smirk forming at the corner of my mouth. As long as you've got a health bar, you're just an ATM to me. No need to stay asleep. Get up and drop those coins. No incantations. No power build-up. Just a simple basic attack. But that single strike. Over 1 billion attribute buffs. One with all. True damage triggered. Staff of Universal Destruction guarantees 100% defense penetration. Attack speed stacked at 500,000 hits per second. Boom! The bronze coffin exploded. The ancient god Song Yuan didn't even have time for a scream before disintegrating into countless specks of light. Minus 2.4 billion. True damage. Tyrant's domain reduces 50% of target stats. Minus 9.8 billion. Critical hit. Destruction I triggered. Minus 2.4 billion. Minus 2.4 billion. Crimson damage numbers erupted skyward like a tidal wave. What divine punishment domain? What ultimate skills? Against absolute numerical domination, even the system's foundational coding couldn't keep up. You have slain ancient fallen deity Song Yuan. Panga's plunder activated. Forced plunder of 2 million free attribute points. The storm subsided. Even the heaven's resentment, which could wipe out anything below level 300, failed to activate. My power had already risen beyond the rules themselves. The aftermath rippled outward. Space within a 100-mile radius collapsed, forcing a rift in the time stream. Per system rules, anyone caught in the time rift would face eternal banishment. But I stood there, unscathed, not even a crease in my clothes. My stats outright negated all negative effects. 3 seconds later, the void repaired itself. The ground was drenched in loot, its brilliance almost blinding. I bent down and picked up a plain, ancient token at the center. Primordial. Ancient Celestial Tyrant's third transition token. It just dropped straight away. I raised an eyebrow slightly. Something I thought would take thousands of digs to uncover was delivered directly to my hands. Next to it lay a radiant spirit crystal shimmering with flowing light. Primeval Weapon Tempering Divine Essence, level 70. Effect: forces the selected weapon to level up to 70. I immediately crushed the divine essence. A burst of light surged into my staff. Universal Cataclysm Staff instantly leveled up to 70. Base attributes, plus 450,000 points to all stats. Magical attack, plus 50 million. Physical attack, plus 45 million. Both my magic and physical attack jumped by 50 million. This is the terrifying power of equipment evolution. Even a top-level player at level 99 would be a goner if they fought a level 100 player wielding only common gear. And when this staff reaches level 100, it will undergo another qualitative transformation. I glanced at my third transition quest. Defeat the complete form of the Rageful Spirit and seize the Divine Core Fragment. Small chance to trigger Divine Heritage and directly awaken a super hidden class. So, the one earlier was just an avatar. The real boss awaits on a level 200 map. I activated Celestial Compass, transforming into a treasure-hunting machine. Half an hour later, every single treasure map had been used up. Loot tally: 106 1-star Divine Treasures, 2 2-star Divine Treasures, 50 pieces of red-tier gear, an overwhelming amount of god-tier materials. None of these items would be sold. They were all reserved for my family. But my warehouse slots were maxed out. Expand storage by 1 billion slots. 200 billion gold coins deducted. Warehouse expanded to 1 billion slots. 200 billion spent without a blink. I swept every piece of equipment and material into the warehouse and clapped the dust off my hands. Time for the level 200 map. The communications channel suddenly lit up. A message popped up from Lian. Mr. Jiang, the higher-ups have decided to promote you. Your contributions have far exceeded the title of National Guest Exarch. You will be granted the highest level authority. 40 years since the game's launch, and no divine tier equipment had ever been seen. Today, I alone had created over 100 pieces. It was only natural this would garner attention. I sent back a quick voice message. I don't need the authority. I am Chinese. When the time comes to act, I will act. In the military headquarters, Li Yin slammed the table, his face alight with joy. That's exactly what they wanted to hear. No hunger for power, no tendency for trouble, and possessing unparalleled strength. He was the ultimate national treasure, crafted from pure gold. A new communication link opened up. Zhang Chonglin's voice came through hesitantly. Mr. Jiang, would you be willing to sell me 2 pieces of gear? I immediately dragged 10 top-tier red items and 3 1-star divine treasures from my warehouse and sent them over in a package. Forget the money. Let's take this chance to become friends. As soon as he opened the mail, Zhang Chonglin sharply inhaled. A dazzling array of divine equipment was lined up, while the overwhelming aura of the three one-star divine items at the top left this veteran of 2 decades in the demon domain war utterly speechless. The old general's hands were trembling. How could this still be called youthful strength? He was a walking treasure trove. This won't do. This is far too valuable. Keep it, I said flatly. As for the Jiang family, please look after them, Elder Zhang. Zhang Chonglin was shaken to his core. He pounded his chest in assurance. The Jiang family is my family. News from Jiang Shuyun soon arrived. All overseas triple premium channels were fully secured. Good. One word. Yet it made Jiang Shuyun shiver all over. Those cosmetic items rarer than divine artifacts were treated as casually as factory-made goods in my hands. What kind of godlike drop rate was this? Li Hu's trembling voice came through. Brother Foam, those dozens of treasures being shouted about in world chat. Was that you? Stop making such a fuss, I replied lightly. Use the funds for upgrades. Take my parents along too. Call it a spring outing. A spring outing? Other people sacrifice blood, sweat, and tears to slay bosses. For me, it's basically a picnic. I transferred 4 trillion. Let me know if it's not enough. Then, I sent my parents 1.5 billion each. Gaming is the future. Just go along with it. My parents stared at the massive numbers, utterly numb. I hung up. Taking a step forward, space reconstructed itself. The ruins of the fallen god of Tsongyuan. The inverted sky hung over shattered celestial remains. An immense shadow loomed in the center, deathly laws coiling around it like tangible threads. Ancient fallen deity, Tsongyuan, completed form. Level, LV 200. HP, 100 billion. Defense, 11.5 billion. The massive shadow opened its eyes. Sensing the staff in my hand laced with the aura of its clone, and feeling the overwhelming pressure of an all-stats power level surpassing over 1 billion. The colossal figure rapidly shrank in size. Song Yuan dropped to one knee. Ancient inheritor, I willingly offer my divine soul to become your bonded servant. With that level of power, you're not worth my time. The dragoness coiled on my shoulder let out a derisive growl. Song Yuan hurriedly lifted its head in desperation. I know the secret of the third transcendence. It could make your strength multiplied dozens of times over. I raised an eyebrow. At that very moment, die like the insect you are. Boom. A fragment of Tsang Yuan's divine core exploded in its chest, transforming into devastating black light aimed straight at my face. Ignoring distance. Ignoring defense. Absolute one-hit kill. The dragoness roared, expanding into her true 100-meter form to block it. Bam! She was sent flying for dozens of miles, crashing through 3 mountain peaks. The black light struck my chest. A torrent of destructive energy poured out, collapsing a space 10,000 meters wide. Song Yuan laughed manically. Even gods at level 10,000 would fall before this. And you, a mere human, not yet third transcended. The light dissipated. I stood there, one hand in my pocket, my clothes unruffled. Over my head, a single number floated. -154. The laughter abruptly stopped. Song Yuan's eyes nearly popped out of its sockets. That was the ultimate strike unleashed by burning my entire divine core. How? How is this possible? This, I said calmly, is the secret of the God-Demon War. I dusted off my chest and said with a smirk, not even enough to tickle. With a simple tap of the world-shattering staff, waves of destruction rippled outward. A dense barrage of true damage numbers exploded on the screen. The being known as Tsang Yuan, overwhelmed by sheer terror, disintegrated into ashes. Ancient fallen deity slain. Looted 20 million free attribute points. A dazzling orb of light burst forth. Divine legacy. Primordial overlord's divinity core. Third ascension. Ultimate proof. Quality. Exquisite one-color perfection. Effect. Breakthroughs beyond any realm tier shackles. Immunity to suppression below divine tier. Exponential increase in all attributes. Unlock supreme overlord authority. I crushed the divine stone in my hand. Streams of divine origin surged through my body. Bones restructured, meridians expanded. A transformation in the dimensions of life itself lasted but a fraction of a second. A single thought ripped the heavens apart. One breath decided the fate of the universe. Third ascension achieved. Profession reconstructed. Level cap unlocked to 120. Gain plus 200,000 to all attributes per level. Profession, primordial overlord of the stars. Divine ability 1, cosmic convergence. Attacks carry the full sum of all attribute-based true damage. Melee, 20x true damage. Ranged, 10x true damage. Nullifies all mechanics and restrictions. Divine ability 2, eternal cataclysm. 99.9% damage reduction. Fully reflects all damage. Immunity to instant death effects. Divine ability 3, descent of the primordial divine. Increases all attributes by 20x. Duration, 6 hours. My eyes blazed with excitement. With my ultimate skill activated, one punch could shatter a planet. Opening my attribute panel. Every stat had doubled. Health points, 1 billion. All attributes, 100 million. Luck, 200 million. Gold coins, 1,500 trillion. Among the spoils of victory, a 4-colored ring floated midair. Godslayer Ring of the Celestial Lord. Quality, for color supreme treasure. Bonus, plus 20 million all attributes. Additional, plus 30% to all attributes. Critical rate, 100%. Critical damage, plus 800%. I slipped on the ring. Once equipped, my attributes erupted again like a second nuclear detonation. My combat power climbed to an absurdly exaggerated level. Above the world, the skies turned blood red. Global announcement. Player Breeze has obtained a 4-color supreme treasure. The announcement rolled across the servers in vivid crimson text 15 times. The world channel froze under the weight of sudden activity. After several seconds of dead silence. 4-color supreme treasure. Not even one color has been seen in decades since launch. All stats plus percentages. Perfect crits. 800% crit damage. The devs must have gone drunk creating this. Master Breeze could probably blow up Dongjiang City with a sneeze. Please share your coordinates, Almighty Breeze. I'll follow like a loyal dog. I'll even guard your gates. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, within the elite headquarters of the Supreme Military Command, in the Core War Room sat a table full of level 100 Nation Sentinel elites, each exuding a terrifying aura. At the head of the table sat none other than Xiao Zhenjiang, the #1 combatant of Huaxia, dressed in a traditional Zhongshan suit. The blood-red global announcement was frozen on the massive central display screen. The colonel swallowed nervously and said, "Commander, Jiang Keqing's growth rate is unprecedented. The Abyssal Emperor." If you notice, Xiao Zhenjiang picked up his tea and took a slow sip. Setting down the cup, his gaze swept across the room. It's time to face reality. A fully formed deity. Even I can't guarantee retreating unharmed. And he soloed it, dropping a 4-colored supreme artifact. Xiao Zhenjiang stood up, his eyes settling on the blurred ID on the screen. If the Abyssal Emperor dares to come for him, the ones who'll need to run for their lives are the demons. Across the globe, in the strategic headquarters of the Lighthouse Nation, on the massive holographic screen, a crimson emergency bulletin scrolled frantically. Qing Feng had soloed a level 200 deity, reaping a 4-colored supreme artifact. The entire conference room was as silent as a tomb. Bam! Wilson's fist smashed through the alloy table, veins bulging on his forehead. Have we identified Qing Feng's true identity yet? China has initiated a top-tier physical-level information lockdown. The intelligence chief reported, cold sweat dripping down his face. Our people can't get in. Wilson gritted his teeth so hard they practically creaked. The Lighthouse Nation had dominated the global stage for decades, thanks to its monopoly over top-tier awakeners and resources. But now, China had somehow produced a monster like this. This was flipping the chessboard. Contact Western Europe, Germania, Japan, and Korea, he barked. Initiate the highest-level resource embargo. Block all cross-national dungeon trades. Max out tariffs. Cut off China's awakening pool at the source. The allied nations immediately snapped to action, while even the supposedly neutral federations chose silence. A containment net around China took shape within moments. Suddenly, the door was flung open. "Commander!" The economic chief gasped for breath. Su Jingxian just dumped thousands of Tier 4 Divine Essence crystals on the black market. Wilson's eyes lit up. Buy them all, no matter the cost. He's asking for 10 times the market price. 10 times. Why doesn't he just rob us outright? Britain and France are already rushing there with money in hand. The economic chief's voice trembled. We've got 60,000 Tier 4 bottlenecked awakeners desperately needing this stock. If we don't buy, we can forget about advancement for the next 2 years. Meanwhile, China with these resources can mass-produce a Tier 4 army. Wilson's chest heaved violently. Buy, and they'd bleed the treasury dry. Don't buy, and their high-tier forces would fall behind, losing their status as global hegemon. Buy. He spat the word through clenched teeth. The embargo plan imploded on the spot. One moment, they were plotting suppression. The next, they were forced to send over money. The humiliation of being metaphorically bled dry left every high-ranking officer on edge. Meanwhile, China's internet was abuzz. The Su family is hardcore, gouging foreign devils tenfold. Heard the price shot to 15 times thanks to the lighthouse nation scrambling for it. LMAO, always sanctioning others. Now they're the biggest suckers. Breaking news, Su Jingxian personally confirmed, this entire stock doesn't even belong to the Su family. It's all just stuff Qingfeng casually tossed out. Scattered goods. The Su family is basically a personal shopping agency. Whoa, wait. Qingfeng is single-handedly supporting the nation's entire 4 Transcendence combat power. The same guy who just sliced through a 4-colored Supreme Treasure and insta-killed a level 200 deity. He's got global system messages blocked, and hundreds of top-tier guilds are queuing up with blank checks, only for none of them to even get a whiff of him. Even General Zhang Chonglin personally vouched for him. This is the only dimensional-crushing, god-tier existence we have in China. The domestic adoration for me has skyrocketed to a belief-like fervor. Every media outlet is flooded with coverage of Qingfeng, and forums have even designated a God of Wind zone just for discussions about me. In the demon domain world, at the Zhongyuan God's fallen lands, having just sorted a backpack full of supreme treasures, Jiang Shuyun's message notification popped up. Jiang Feng, Su Jingxian is ripping off Lighthouse Nation with a 15-fold markup. Your name's blowing up all over the internet. Boss Su is better at business than I am, I replied calmly. I thought threefold was already the max. Jiang Shiyun's crisp laughter came through. Domestic funds are ready. If you've got more stock, just keep selling. If the domestic market can't absorb it all, we'll dump it internationally, I said flatly. Money is just numbers. Monopoly is where true power lies. Here's my suggestion. Start hoarding 5 transition stellar crystals, Jiang Shuyun said rapidly. Right now, all the global top players are stuck at the peak of 4 transition. Tons of level 200 players can't pass the level 185 transition quests just because they don't have the crystals. The drop zones are all in level 180 plus restricted areas, where the monsters are ridiculous and the drop rates are damn near impossible. Even with dozens of level 200 players teaming up, they might not get a single crystal in a whole month. She went straight to the point. 1 crystal starts at 5 trillion gold. On the black market, it's 20 trillion. A 5 transition stronghold can anchor a nation's fate. Whoever has the crystals controls the game board. 20 trillion for 1 crystal? I did a quick calculation. At 10-fold, it's 200 trillion. At 20-fold, it's 400 trillion. Converted to points, I could redeem so much loot. All right, I'll start stockpiling. I teleported straight into the 4 transition map, leaving my Dragon Maiden companion to auto-farm materials while I headed directly for the 5 transition zones. Running 2 operations at full scale, maximum farming efficiency. Through a spatial distortion, I landed in the Wasteland Bonefields, the top-tier map restricted to level 180 and above. Roaming nearby were level 265 rotten berserker demons. I casually swung an arm. Boom. A dozen or so instantly shattered into pieces, leaving the terrain totally destroyed. Overlevel kill. Leveled up +7. LV 75, LV 82. Triggered Panga's Plunder. Seized 10,800,000 free attribute points. All points dumped into luck. 320 million. But after clearing the area, I didn't even find half a crystal. I headed straight toward the level 300 core zone when. Hold up, buddy. A level 204 swordsman emerged, calling out, "Here to farm stellar crystals too? Soloing these zones is nearly impossible. Why not team up?" "No need," I rejected outright. "Too slow to team up?" I said with a smirk. Without waiting another moment, I blinked and dove straight into the level 300 core zone. Aojian Lingyun froze in disbelief. 77 levels? Charging into a level 300 zone. That was practically suicide. 10 seconds later. Server-wide announcement. Player Qing Feng has slain level 300 boss, Abyssal Calamity Warlord. Drops, divine-grade equipment. Starlight crystals. The announcements flashed non-stop across the server, one after another, over a dozen in total. Aojian Lingyun's scalp tingled. Without hesitation, he dialed Zhang Chonglin's private line. "Uncle, I just ran into Qing Feng, the legend himself. He soloed a level 300 boss at level 77. Zhang Chonglin's hearty laugh came through the phone. "That guy's strength is scarier than you can imagine. Don't get on his bad side." As the call ended, Aojian Lingyun couldn't help but feel his cheeks burn with embarrassment. A level 204 player ranked top 10 in the country, and he had been thinking of forming a team for this? Now he truly understood the meaning of "there's always someone stronger." Meanwhile, deep in the level 300 core zone, I was lost in the euphoric thrill of total domination. My 5.7 billion base stats, magnified by divine cores and magical artifacts, had evolved into a force that defied logic itself. I swung a casual basic attack. Tyrant's Dominion triggered. Enemies within 100 meters have all attributes reduced by 50%. Lord of the Skies triggered. Guaranteed crits with 10x critical damage. Universal Convergence triggered. 20x true damage based on total attributes. Bloodthirsty demons with tens of billions of health didn't even have time to scream. Blood red damage numbers erupted across my vision. Minus 228,054,244,534. True damage. Crit. Cannot be resisted. Minus 228,054,244,534. The numbers carved through the void like the scythe of the Reaper himself. This wasn't a battle, it was a massacre. When the Abyssal Warlord collapsed, the rewards in my inventory went berserk. Boss defeated. LV 300 Abyssal Calamity Warlord. Pengu Reaver triggered. Attribute points plundered. 2 million. Rewards. 1x Starlight Crystal. 5 minutes. That was all it took, just 5 minutes. And I had bagged over 30 Starlight Crystals and 80 million free attribute points. Dump it all into luck. With a single thought, my luck attribute soared to 400 million in an instant. This wasn't grinding monsters. This was looting wholesale. The drop rates in the core zone were downright insane. Every third kill dropped a Starlight Crystal, void lost stones littered the ground, and every so often, a rainbow-quality item would show up. But just as I prepared to venture deeper, the air around me froze. The darkness tore apart as over 100 teleportation beams struck the ground with deafening force. More than 100 players, all above level 200, materialized and encircled me in an instant. Among them, the ID prefixes of Fusang and Goryo stood out like a sore thumb. At the front of them all stood Chiba Shuichi, a level 2, 15 sword saint. Flipping my hand over, I crushed the scroll. A crimson light curtain engulfed the surrounding 5 miles. Bloodline of war activated. Warning. Zone sealed. Return to town and logout functions disabled. You fool. Chiba Shuichi's longsword pointed straight at me. Hand over the Starlight Crystal. This is Eastern Alliance territory. We have the Lighthouse Nation's approval. The Korean mage sneered mockingly. Not handing it over? We'll kill you back to level 0. I planted my staff firmly into the ground, not even bothering to glance up. Done running your mouths? My voice was cold, razor sharp. In a hurry to die? You're courting death. All units, attack. Chiba Shuichi's face twisted in fury. Hundreds of forbidden spells and sword energies rained down like a meteor shower, enough firepower to annihilate any level 200 maxed out party. I stood still, unmoving. I'll borrow your blood to test my limits. Ancient God Dissension, Celestial Frenzy. Boom. The primordial origin's power exploded instantly. My 5 attributes surged 20-fold. Constitution, 2.8 billion. Wisdom, 2.8 billion. Strength, 3 billion. Agility, 2.8 billion. Luck, 8 billion. I gripped the cosmic destruction staff and faced the oncoming cascade of skills. A basic attack. Just a simple, ordinary basic attack. But paired with my weapons trait, normal attacks trigger forbidden spells, and my class passive Cosmos Unity, giving a 20x true damage multiplier. A silent black annihilation aura rippled outward. Time and space were as fragile as paper before it. All attacks, defenses, and shields disintegrated on contact. Minus 4,561,084,890,680 for 0.5 trillion true damage. Over 100 elite players from foreign servers didn't even have time to react before their bodies and souls evaporated on the spot. The bloodline of war shattered like glass. An instant kill. A clean, effortless screen wipe. All life within a 100-meter, 30,000 square meter radius was wiped out. Starlight crystals, divine tier loot, and rainbow gear rained down like a storm. The world channel fell into dead silence. Then, global announcement. Player Breeze has slain top Eastern Alliance warrior Chiba Shuichi. Global announcement. Player Breeze has slain top Korean mage Min Sehun. Over 100 blood-red notifications lit up my view. The national chat exploded. Holy crap, Breeze is on a rampage. Those foreign clowns finally hit an unbreakable wall. He one-shot 100 players? What kind of god-level damage is this? Chiba Shuichi is the peak of their meta, and he just got vaporized. Breeze for the win, always. Without a word, I glanced at the World Channel feeds and casually closed them. Just a few days into the Demon Realm, and this damage is barely passable. I waved my hand, collecting the spoils. 134 Divine Tier Red items, for 112 Dark Gold items, the Animerecap Blade, the Netherfire Staff, Starlight Crystals, Void Law Essences. Keep the crystals, the rest can be dealt with later. And the alarm rang. Jiang Shiyun's voice carried a mix of shock and disbelief. You wiped out the top combat forces of Fusang and Goryeo. They said this was their territory. I responded indifferently. So I simply cleaned up. Chiba Shuichi represents the Fusang military, and Min Sion is the hidden ace of the Goryeo Chables. And behind them is the Lighthouse Nation. Oh, with that one move of yours, you've left their elite combat power in shambles for the next decade. Really? I chuckled softly. If they consider that top-tier combat power, then what would they make of someone with attributes worth 20 billion? Master, are you okay? The dragon girl's voice echoed in my mind. Thanks to her ancient ancestral dragon bloodline, she could communicate across maps. Just a few tadpoles, I replied calmly. How about on your end? The monsters in the fallen god wasteland are too weak. I breathed a few flames, and they were gone. Her tone was bright with excitement. I just found a shiny little stone. Ancient Awakening Pearl. Quality, mythical. Effect, very small chance of granting an ancient bloodline pet a unique, innate talent. Description, most of the time, it's just a pretty rock. I raised an eyebrow. This thing on the auction house would go for hundreds of points or a whopping 10 billion gold coins. Countless rich players would throw their entire fortunes at it just to see no results. But with our kind of luck stat, odds don't really apply. I snapped my fingers. Go ahead, use it. I wasn't holding out much hope. It was just a toy for Dragon Girl. If she liked it, I could always sweep the entire market for more and pile them up until a talent awakened. Okay, 2 seconds later, Dragon Girl used the Ancient Awakening Pearl. Terrifying luck activated. Awakening successful. Talent unlocked. Endless Devour. Stellar rank unique hidden. Endless Devour. Absorbs all skill books, gear, and materials. The higher the quality consumed, the more absurd the permanent stat increase. No cap. I froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. She actually awakened it. If the rich tycoons in the capital found out, they'd probably spit blood on the spot. They'd begged, implored, and spent fortunes pursuing exclusive talents. Yet all I did was toss one ancient pearl casually, and voila, it turned out to be stellar rank. Talent ranks ranged from F to SSS, a total of 9 tiers. Those above that, the hidden ranks, were often not unique. Only unique hidden was truly 1 in a billion. As for my own infinite level forced plunder ability, That thing had long transcended any world-class or cosmic class categorization. It was pure rule-breaking, a one-of-a-kind bug on the entire server. After the Dragon Girl's stellar talent awakened, a vivid sense of awareness surged into my mind. Endless Devour, a force on the level of universal laws. Powered by the essence of stars, even the ordinary hidden ranks were mere ants in front of it. And of course, my profession wasn't exactly modest either. Starting from my first transformation as a war titan, I had already been crushing ancient tier world professions beneath my feet. A blazing surge forward. For my parents, the Life Seeker and the Netherworld Sniper, as formidable as they are, they're only at the quasi-primal level, a step between the SSS level and the primal level. In my mind, I instantly outlined the hierarchy of power. Infinity level, exclusive. Stellar level, cosmic laws. Primal level, world's ultimate limit. Quasi-primal level, SSS+. SSS level, A, S levels, F, C levels. This is the absolute truth. My infinity level is in a league of its own, capable of trampling system rules beneath its feet. Stellar level pulls its strength directly from the essence of the cosmos, far more hardcore than the primal level, which is merely the pinnacle of the world. And those regular SSS levels? Just a bunch of amateurs. Interesting, I muttered, a gleam flashing like lightning in my eyes. Master, is this talent powerful? The Dragon Girl asked naively. It's not just powerful. It's defying the heavens, I replied with a deep voice. From today onward, if red or dark gold gear isn't top tier, just treat it like candy and crush it without a second thought. Really, that's amazing. I'll get stronger fast to protect Master. Don't celebrate too early. I raised my gaze toward the gloomy cross-server sky, my eyes sharp as blades. After my third advancement, I've got this feeling. The ruins of the 900,000 level Divine Court and that interdimensional gaze, something is watching us. The real danger is still ahead. Understood. I'll start leveling up immediately. The call disconnected. System notifications started spamming like crazy. Dragon Girl has devoured LV.120 red gear, ruinous battle armor. All stats plus 3,000. Dragon Girl has devoured LV.120 dark gold sword. Strength plus 1,500. Dragon Girl has devoured rare skill book, Frost Storm. Magic damage plus 3,000. Man, this girl's grind is insane. I couldn't help but smirk. While it wasn't as brutal as my Pangu's cleave, it was still a talent that could send the entire world into an uproar. I dialed Li Hu on voice chat. Yo, brother phone. I'm running a dungeon with your parents right now. Pause for a sec. Head to the secret market of Tianxiu and start sweeping the place. Target, Primal Awakening Orbs. Bro, those things cost over 100 billion each. That's a bottomless pit. Money's not an issue. Ding. Account credited with 100 trillion gold coins. Holy SH. A loud thud followed. Li Hu practically fell to the floor, speechless. Brother phone. Did you just raid the treasury of the demon realm? Buy them all. As many as you can get. Also, I've mailed you a black card. Don't worry, brother phone. I won't let you down. Li Hu enthusiastically reported. Your parents are unstoppable right now. They leveled up to 60+ dungeon tiers in just a few hours. I immediately packed over 100 pieces of red gear, more than 400 pieces of dark gold gear, and even threw in a few sub-level 100 rainbow artifacts. I mailed everything to them. Put them on as soon as the level requirements are met. The tone was casual, as if you were giving away an old coat instead of a priceless treasure. This is a top-tier artifact. Li Hu's voice trembled with disbelief. Take it. Use it while grinding levels and farming loot, I replied. Fengji, aren't you afraid I'll just run off with it? If you had that kind of nerve, you wouldn't have clung to someone's leg in middle school, crying for me to run first when you got cornered by those punks. 2 seconds of silence. Fengji, thanks. My life's yours now, Li Hu said hoarsely, clearly moved. I ended the communication and set my sights on the deeper core of the world map. With the trivial matters out of the way, it was time to push the limits. Gripping the Cosmos Ren staff tightly, I took one decisive step forward, making a beeline for the territory of level 300 monsters. A simple swing combined with forbidden zone-level magic decimated everything in sight. The tyrant's domain suppression activated, and wave after wave of abyssal creatures vaporized on contact. Overleveled kill. LV 300 Abyssal Tyrant defeated. Attributes stolen. 2 million. Obtained. Stars Hard Crystals X2. LV 300 God Tier Crimson Gear. Moments later, my level surged past 90. At this pace, any player worldwide would think I had lost my mind. For most players, it'd take slaughtering 40,000 to 50,000 monsters of the same level just to ascend from 89 to 90. For me, only overleveled kills on level 300 creatures would suffice for such insane progression. The cross-server core area was left in ruins. Glancing over the item list of my spoils, I couldn't help but smile. 187 level, 300 monsters taken down. Jackpot haul. Loot acquired. LV 300 Crimson Tier Gear, 52 items. Top Tier Artifacts, 23. Stars Hard Crystals, 98. Void Essence Crystals, 128. Stats stolen, 374 million. Gold, 500 million. All attribute points allocated to luck. Luck increased for 7.8 billion. In that moment, the laws of fortune themselves shattered under my feet. Once raw combat power reached its peak, only luck mattered. The higher the luck stat, the more ridiculous the loot drops became. With the monsters taking their time to respawn, I activated Dimensional Traversal. Teleportation. I arrived instantly in the core zone of the map. Deathly silence. Not a blade of grass in sight. The darkened terrain was etched with intricate abyssal runes, centering on an enormous sacrificial pit. This was the boss respawn point, but the pit was empty. Consulting the system, Regional Overlord not yet defeated. It wasn't dead, but it wasn't here either. Someone had pulled it away to fight elsewhere. Void Walk. My form flickered, vanishing into folds in space, speed multiplying 5-fold. Hovering above in the clouds, I scanned the area below. Over 100 miles away, an inferno erupted. Cascading waves of arcane light coalesced into a web, bombarding a central target with relentless force. A team of players clad in dark crimson god-tier gear surrounded a hulking mountainous beast, launching precise, methodical attacks. Frontline tanks soaked up damage, while backline damage dealers unleashed spells and projectiles, maintaining an unyielding formation. Their guild crest hovered overhead, a bloodied battle axe. The Northern Nordic War God Alliance. The top of the top, an elite team of maniacs. Their specialty? Throwing themselves at the hardest fights imaginable. When the nation encountered a troublesome boss, they had to spend a fortune to hire help. Today, I quietly lured this boss to a desolate wilderness. Solo kill time. Investigation skill activated. Void Devourer of Desolation, Forbidden Seal tier. Level, LV 300. HP, 90%, 7.2 trillion/8 trillion. Physical defense, 10 billion. Magic defense, 9.9 billion. Attack power, 24 billion. Skills, Void Oblivion, Space-Time Collapse, Global Silence, Absolute, Spell Nullification, Domain Devouring. Forbidden Seal tier. An ancient sealed creature immune to conventional damage, operating under domineering rule-breaking mechanics. The only tier above this would be the Divine tier. I clutched the Staff of Universal Ruin. Back when I was level 80, the Abyss Dragon Progenitor was also Forbidden Seal tier. Now this level 300 boss, the drop rates would certainly be even more insane. Looking at the boss, my eyes sparkled with greed. Checking out the battlefield below, the 24-person Nordic team was cooperating flawlessly. Hans, the ranger, caught a glimpse of me in the sky through the corner of his eye. Captain, there's someone above us. Olaf, taking a direct hit from the boss and suppressing the boiling urge to spit blood, barked out, "Keep it together. If someone's noticed, so be it." They had spent a king's ransom on a zone lock scroll and had been grinding for an entire day and night just to shave off 10% of its health. Adding to that were the absurd costs of potions and items, an amount equating to half a nation's wealth. If word of this leaked, it would lead to a feeding frenzy. Getting their kill stolen would be disastrous. Hans, go negotiate. Offer him 100 billion to shut his mouth. Pay him off and make him leave. Get his ID, and if he tries to backstab us, we'll hunt him across servers. Understood. Hans disengaged from the fight. Wings of wind unfolded as he sped towards me high in the air. only to crash face first into an ominous figure. When he saw my ID, his jaw dropped. He couldn't even form a single syllable. Before he could react, I vanished into thin air with a teleport. Hans froze mid-air, his brain exploding with alarm, his scalp tingling in terror. That ID, Clearwind, the same name that had been blowing up world chat, wiping out over 100 top players from the East with a single move. A walking nightmare. Captain, we're in deep trouble. It's Clearwind. Hans' voice cracked, yelling into his team's comms. Olaf, swinging his massive axe at the boss in a fury, roared back at him. We're in the middle of a boss fight. Stop screaming nonsense and get back to outputting damage. Our lines are about to break. But before he could finish, a shadow came crashing through the void, descending directly atop the boss. I stood above the beast, gazing down coldly, my voice cutting through the chaotic battlefield despite its calm tone. In cross-server battlegrounds, there's no such thing as finders keepers. With one hand, I face 3,000 empires. With both palms, I sweep aside 13 continents. Strength is the only rule. Olaf looked up. His heartbeat thundered like a war drum, threatening to burst from his chest. I raised my staff, no incantation necessary. Tyrant's domain. 100-mile radius froze in place. All attributes forcibly reduced by 50%. 1.4 million attacks per second, fully unleashed. Sonic booms detonated. Shadows filled the air. Every strike dealt true damage. Every hit guaranteed a critical. Critical hit multiplier. Minus 228,244,534. Minus 228,244,534. Minus 228,054,244,534. In just 1 second. No, less than a second. A health bar of 720 billion. Completely wiped out in an instant. Boom. The forbidden behemoth shattered into countless streams of light, crashing to the earth. One-shot kill. The battlefield fell into dead silence. All 24 elites of the Nordic War Deity Federation were collectively petrified. No cursing. No one dared to question it. Only pure, overwhelming fear. Olaf's jaw hung wide open. We fought for an entire day and night just to chip away 10% of its HP, and he obliterated it in one strike. This isn't a player. This is a cheat. Bribes? Olaf felt like slapping himself. Offer 100 billion to try to buy off a being like this? Am I insane? Hashtag system-wide announcements exploded across the world channel. World announcement. Player Breeze has achieved first kill of LV300 Forbidden Boss, Void Devourer of Desolation. World announcement. Player Breeze achieves cross-server first kill, earning plus 80 billion world reputation. Breeze is on a killing spree. Just wiped a top-tier raid team. Now solo kills a LV300 Forbidden Boss, defying the very rules of the game. Forbidden tier bosses are immune to conventional damage. How did he even break through? As I landed gracefully, my absurd 7.8 billion luck stat activated. The loot pile in front of me grew into a small mountain. Level up. You've advanced to LV95. Passive class feature triggered. Plus 1 million full attributes unlocked. Additional free attribute points plundered. Plus 35 million. System notifications rained down like a storm, but my eyes were already locked on the accumulated loot. Behind me, the Nordic elites clenched their fists in frustration, watching their life-changing treasures get looted right in front of them. Picked up tier 5 advancement token, Starlight Crystal X44. Olaf's Atoms apple moved up and down. Strategic materials worth 20 trillion each in the market. He just got 44 of them at once. Picked up Void Lost Spirit Crystals X66. 66 glowing blue crystals dropped into my inventory. The Nordic elites' eyes brimmed red with envy. Picked up tier 1 prismatic treasure, Skyshatter Thunderstrike Boots. Skyshatter Thunderstrike Boots. All attributes plus 1.8 million. Movement speed plus 800%. Skystride. Enables void walking. Thunder Ward. Reduces heavenly tribulation damage by 80%. My eyes lit up. Without hesitation, I equipped the boots. Perfect for weathering transcendental trials. My class world tier tribulations will definitely be lethal. With these boots, though, I'd be immovable as a mountain. Lightning coursed through me as I took a step, 1,000 miles in one stride. Picked up tier 3 prismatic treasure, temporal stream flow chain, X3. Temporal stream flow chain. All attributes plus 34.5 million. Mana cost minus 90%. Cooldown reduction minus 80%. Crowd control resistance plus 70%. Meh, not bad. I muttered, casually equipping the chain. To me, regular attacks are already enough to dominate. Then, out of nowhere, my gaze was drawn to an item suspended in midair, a dark gold robe shimmering faintly with regal power. Picked up tier 5 prismatic treasure. The Primordial Cosmic Emperor's Dragon Robe. Primordial Cosmic Emperor's Dragon Robe. All attributes, plus 900 million. HP, plus 200%. Defense, plus 3 billion. Emperor's Dominion. Immune to all crowd control effects. Suppresses lower-tier targets. Dragon's Immortality. Reflects 1800% damage. Immune to every third attack. Blessing of the Ancestral Dragon. 55% chance to deal 10x damage. I put on the Dragon Robe. In an instant, an imperial presence exploded like a tsunami. The roar of a dragon echoed through the void. The dark golden robe outlined my upright figure, with dragon essence swirling around me. I looked like a divine emperor descending upon the world. Olaf staggered back 3 steps, his eyes bloodshot. Impossible. His eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. Magic Realm's been live for 40 or 50 years, and a 7-color treasure? Dream on. No one's even seen a single color drop before. He pointed at the radiant loot scattered on the ground. And this guy, he's got 1 color, 3 color, 5 color drops falling like they're being wholesale distributed. Hans turned pale. Captain, remember last month? We took down that level. 295 boss, used up every last trump card we had, and spent an entire day and night doing it. And what did we get for it? 4 low-grade red items and 3 measly starshine crystals. He stared intently at the gear on the ground. This thing's only 5 levels higher, and the drop rate is 1,000 times better? And not a single red item. The lowest is colored gear. I've figured it out. Olaf slapped his thigh. It must be Cleansing Wind's insane luck stat. Otherwise, how could this many colored items drop? How much luck? Hans's voice trembled. 20 million? At least 50 million. Olaf said firmly. Otherwise, there's no way gear from another dimension would drop. The entire Nordic team was petrified. Hans shook his head frantically. No way. Who would dump 50 million attribute points into luck? In this dungeon, you die if a monster even touches you. I'm a top-tier ranger, and my luck stat is only 6 or 700,000. They guessed the beginning, but were way off on the conclusion. My base luck stat? 780 million. And that's not even counting the colored gear bonuses I just got. For me, killing a single level, 300 monster nets me 2 million attribute points. Reaching 10 billion luck? Just a flick of the finger. 2 single-colored flashes and 1 double-colored streak of light flew into my backpack. 1 color, Starfall Divine Crown. All attributes, plus 1.8 million. Effect, magic damage reduction plus 20%. Immune to low-tier blinding effects. Effect, 10% chance to summon a meteor when hit, dealing 500% true damage. 1 color, Void Sash. All attributes, plus 1.6 million. Effect, expands inventory by 1 million slots. Reduces all weight to 0. Effect, 15% chance to forcefully dodge any attack. 2 color, Calamity Ring. All attributes, plus 13.5 million. Effect, attacks drain 20% of the target's HP. Ignores damage reduction. Heals. Special effect, critical damage plus 300%. Overflow converted to shields. I casually remarked. The ring is decent. The belt and hat can just be fillers. If the Nordic team heard that, they'd probably be coughing up blood. What they consider priceless treasures are just fillers to me. I noticed the system's anti-replication mechanism. It conveniently filled in the 3 empty gear slots I had. Now, I'm only missing shoulder guards, leg guards, and 2 bracelets. No rush. With this luck stat, the best gear will come sooner or later. The real concern isn't will it drop, but rather, is it top tier enough? I flipped the script and dumped all 3.5 billion stat points straight into luck. Stats panel. ID Breezy. Level LV95. HP 33 billion. MP 22 billion. Defense 5.2 billion plus. Physical damage 3.3 billion. Magical damage 3.3 billion. Constitution 1.1 billion. Wisdom 1.1 billion. Strength 1.1 billion. Agility 1.1 billion. Luck 1.8 billion. Exclusive divine abilities. Unity of the cosmos. Total true damage equal to the sum of all 4 primary stats. X20 for melee. X10 for ranged. Divine body of supremacy. 99.9% damage reduction. Full damage reflection. Immune to instant kill effects. Primordial God Descent. All stats multiply by 20. Lasts 6 hours. Cooldown 4 hours. Starshine Crystals. 213 pieces. Void Law Soulstones. 351 pieces. I strode confidently toward the heart of the bone wastes. Hans swallowed nervously. Captain, should we try to tag along? Maybe pick up a little of the leftovers? Smack. Olaf slapped him in the face. Are you crazy? We almost got wiped out just fighting one on the outskirts, and you want to run in and die? He suddenly raised his voice. Lord Breezy, please wait up. His broad face plastered on the most ingratiating smile he could muster. Almighty One, you're enjoying the feast. Maybe leave us some soup? Sell us a few scraps you don't want. 10 times the black market rate, I said, stopping. Olaf instantly relaxed. News of the Lighthouse Nation paying 15 times the market price for crafting materials had spread like wildfire. 10 times the rate for epic gear? Absolute steal. We'll take it, even if we have to sell everything. What pieces are you looking for? Olaf froze for a moment. The tone in my voice sounded as casual as a street vendor peddling cabbages. We need heavy armor, tower shields, and battle axes. I casually tossed out 6 epic tier items. Defense gear is 1 trillion apiece. Weapons are double. That's 8 trillion total, 80 trillion with the markup. Olaf's scalp went numb. We have 65 trillion in cash. Can we make up the rest with tradable goods? A pile of rare items was stacked at my feet. 10 SSS plus class scrolls. 4 ancient dungeon keys. 2 level 220 raid passes, and 1 level 200 dungeon invite. Deal, I said, collecting the loot, tossing the gear, and disappearing into the forbidden zone in a flash of light. Deep within the realm, Olaf donned his radiant armor. His presence surged with power so immense that even the space around him trembled. Hans stared in awe, utterly dumbfounded. Captain, you're incredible. But Olaf's expression was one of caution, mixed with fear. Just tossing a few random objects can make me transcend dimensions. What kind of monster is this Qing Feng? Fusang Nation, Sakura, main city. A flash of white light burst from the resurrection spring. Chiba Shuichi collapsed onto the stone floor like a lifeless dog. His level plummeted by over a dozen, and every piece of his god-tier gear was gone, leaving only the system-issued gray cloth robe. Korea, Cloud Summit main city. Min Sehun stumbled out of the spring, crawling and trembling. His eyes were bloodshot, his jaw clenched so tightly it audibly cracked. Onlookers gasped in shock. Sehun, the Archmage? Why is he at the resurrection point? His level dropped by 200. The national artifact, Miryang's lost staff, was looted. The news exploded across both countries' player channels. Over 100 of their top-tier experts were simultaneously gathered, soaking in the resurrection spring. Look at the world system announcement. That guy from Huaxia, Qing Feng, soloed a forbidden level 300 boss. First, he wipes out our raid squads. Next, he's off slaying gods. Unbelievable. Chiba Shuichi had been dominating Toyo for 6 years. The mythical Yada Divine Blade has been unseen until now, and yet such a champion was obliterated in seconds. Time to just delete our accounts already. The 60th anniversary of the Great Cataclysm. 30 years ago, when the laws of reality were reshaped, Earth's will, Pengu, fused with higher dimensional powers, leading humanity into the demonic realm and initiating an era of supernatural feats. Each year's global conflict for resources and survival had become increasingly brutal. tension mounting as countries clashed for dominion. Fusang and Korea had long leaned on Lighthouse Nation for resources to bolster their in-game dominance, using their upgraded strength to wreak havoc across cross-server maps. But today, the specter of fear for Huaxiao hung like a plague, deeply rooted in the minds of Fusang and Korean players alike. The livestream chat screamed in despair. Huaxiao just spawned a non-human entity. This guy levels up so fast, even our game's forefathers would be calling him Grandpa. Global war? He'd obliterate our main cities with a casual basic attack from half the map away. Forget it. We're not even worthy of being cannon fodder for this cheater. In this single battle, I crushed the backbone of their high-level combat forces. Their national progress regressed by at least 5 years. Demonic Realm, Beacon Council Hall, Virtual Space. Slumped in his chair at the metallic round table, Chiba Shuichi's hands trembled so much he couldn't even hold a teacup steady. That Huaxiao player, Qing Feng, had quite literally shattered his psychological resilience. Min Sehun paced furiously in rage, practically roaring, "Revenge! I'll stake our entire nation's resources and pride just to take him out before the next global war. Revenge." Chiba Shuichi chuckled bitterly. His damage dealt in 1 second is thousands of times more than what both our guilds could muster combined in our lifetimes. Just give up, kneel now and beg for peace. Maybe, just maybe, he'll spare our main cities. Never, Min Sehun howled, his voice cracking with anger. Boom. Above the council chamber, swirling distortions in the virtual data formed. Suddenly, the holographic projection of Wilson descended into the main seat. Useless fools, the blonde, blue-eyed supreme leader of Lighthouse Nation declared coldly. The commanding figure looked down at the two with disdain. Trillions in resources poured into you both, and now hundreds of top-level elites are executed like dogs by a rookie from Huaxia. Listen closely, gather your closest confidants, and head to the forbidden zone of the Northern Abyss. Make contact with the high-ranking leaders of the Abyssal Demon Clan. Chiba Shuichi's eyes almost bulged out of their sockets. That's a crime against humanity. History is only written by the victors. Wilson sneered. We'll borrow the blade of the Abyss to execute Qing Feng. As long as Blue Star remains under my control, the end justifies the means. If you mess this up, I'll personally throw your embezzled military fund records into Parliament by tomorrow. With a flick, the projection vanished into thin air. Chiba Shuichi's face turned ashen. Min Shishuan patted him on the shoulder. They've already trampled over you. Do you really still care whose hand the blade came from? Winterfell Abyss, the frigid forbidden grounds of the northern expanse. Within the -100 degrees Celsius blizzard, a colossal throne forged of 10,000-ton black ice stood towering. The abyssal demon emperor, Baal, sat upon it, crimson flames flickering ominously in his hollow eye sockets. Respected Emperor of the Abyss. Min Shishuan knelt, trembling. A terrifying anomaly has emerged from Huaxia. We request your intervention. Get lost. Boom. Chaotic streams of raw power instantly hurled the pair thousands of kilometers away, nearly obliterating their health bars. You dare treat me as your pawn? Baal's voice thundered with violence. The two scrambled to flee in disgrace. A black-robed commander knelt with one knee to the ground. Your Majesty, Qingfeng's talent may have reached star-tier levels. Relay my orders to the front lines. Pull the entire army back. Baal commanded coldly. Seal every entrance. It's time for the Abyssal Demon Clan to lie low and recover. Withdraw. The commander was visibly shaken. If we're dead, what use is dignity? Baal roared. He took down a level 300 Void Devourer in an instant. Cross-dimensional entities like that will annihilate anyone in their path. The Abyss has reached survival-critical stages. Bone Sea of Despair, level 310 Monster Zone. I raised the Universe Crusher staff and casually swung an attack. Boom. A 30,000 square meter section of the void collapsed in an instant. -17,600 billion damage. True damage. Hundreds of colossal skeletal beasts were vaporized in the blink of an eye. LV3, 10 Despair Bone Behemoth slaughtered. Triggered Pangu's Annihilation. Gained free attribute points. 2.3 million. The system prompt buzzed loudly in my ears. Congratulations. You've leveled up to LV100. Class feature, plus 200,000 to all attributes per level. Total attribute points gained, 10 million. Golden beams of light flashed in succession as I officially crossed the level 100 threshold. Rare, radiant treasures littered the battlefield like stars. Starshine crystals, 254 pieces. Void Law Essence crystals, 410 pieces. Quickly, I equipped the newly obtained dual-tiered legendary gear, filling in missing slots. Level 100 unlock, Star Fusion Enhancement System. By consuming Void Law Essence crystals, I could upgrade gear to higher star levels. Achieving consistent star levels across equipment grants set bonuses. 5 stars, all attributes plus 40%. 10 stars, all attributes, plus 100%. 100 stars, all attributes increased by 80 times. Equipment upgraded to Chaos Black Gold. A sharp glint flashed in my eyes. The 3 major equipment categories: equipment, accessories, and special items. If all at 100 stars, their effects stack to provide a 240x boost to all attributes. The most crucial part? There's only one slot for special items, the Allverse Astrolabe. Once it's powered up to max stars, the set effect immediately activates. Chaos Supreme Treasure. My gaze burned with intensity. The upgrade rules are simple and straightforward. 1 to 10 stars. 1 Spirit Crystal, 100% success rate. 71 to 100 stars. 10 Spirit Crystals, 25% success rate. Currently, the market price for Void Law Spirit Crystals is 1 billion gold coins each. Because most players don't even have one rainbow-grade piece of equipment yet, the prices haven't skyrocketed. Once the majority get rainbow equipment, this stuff will be worth a fortune. Without hesitation, I tossed the Allverse Astrolabe into the upgrade furnace. Ding! Consumed 1 Spirit Crystal. Upgrade successful. Extreme crit triggered. Allverse Astrolabe upgraded to 10 stars. Set effect triggered. All attributes plus 100%. I looked at my nearly 1.8 billion luck value and smirked. This hidden bonus, absolutely game-breaking. First upgrade, straight to max with an extreme crit. For others, upgrading depends on luck. For me, it's purely about pushing the system's limits. Let's keep going. Consumed 3 Spirit Crystals. Upgrade successful. Extreme crit triggered. Allverse Astrolabe upgraded to 20 stars. From 21 to 40 stars took just 2 tries. The second attempt sparkled with golden light. Hello, 40 stars. If those rich spenders bankrupting themselves for upgrades saw this success rate, they'd probably cough up blood. 41 to 70 stars, done in 3 attempts. 71 to 100 stars, 5 tries. A total of only 85 Void Law Spirit Crystals used. For an average player, they'd need an astronomical quantity to hit 100 stars. Extreme crit triggered. Allverse Astrolabe upgraded to 100 stars. Ultimate effect unlocked. All attributes plus 80 times. Equipment quality surpassed all limits, evolving into Chaos Supreme Treasure. Boom. The now 7-colored Astrolabe morphed into a deep, mystical black gold, surrounded by swirling chaotic energy. A mere glance sent shivers down the spine. Allverse Astrolabe, 100 stars. Quality, Chaos Supreme Treasure, server unique. All attributes, plus 12 billion. Ability 1, Great Dimensions Shift. Bypass dimensional barriers. Instantly teleport to any coordinate. Ability 2, Blood Resurgence. Revives you at full health upon death. Cooldown, 3 months. Ability 3, Treasure Immortality. Cannot be dropped, destroyed, or damaged. Ability 4, Chaotic Star Essence. Immune to mental control and soul attacks. Ability 5, All Map Vision. Unlocks full visibility of the entire map. Hidden information on the map requires level 120. Just this one piece of gear alone provides a base of 12 billion in all attributes. That's a total of 60 billion for the 5 main stats. I had to kill a level 310 ultimate monster to earn 2.3 million attribute points. This star chart equals the rewards of 26,000 monsters. Keep going. I didn't stop for a second and reinforced the remaining 12 pieces of gear. With my unbelievable luck at work, within 10 minutes, all 13 parts of my gear were glowing with a black and gold radiance. Total cost, 325 void lost spirit crystals. At this point, my luck skyrocketed to 1.1 trillion, 1.8 billion base, plus 12 billion from accessories, multiplied by an 80x enhancement. Attributes? Terrifyingly maxed out. When you have an absolutely overwhelming stat panel, every probability becomes 100%. The brilliance of 13 chaos-level artifacts was dazzling. Weapons and armor. Cosmos-crushing staff. Starfall divine crown. Ancient dragon robe. Extinction shoulder guards. Void binding belt. Primordial leg plates. Thunderlord battle boots. Accessories. Time-space chain. Star's hard bracelet. Demon devourer bracelet. Godfallen ring. Calamity signet. Every piece awakened insane perks. Absolute invincibility. Dimensional damage immunity. Causal force counter. True penetration. Law shield. In total, 60 absurd attributes. I open my stat panel. ID Wind Breeze. Level LV 100. Extra buffs. All stats x 240. HP 1.349 trillion. MP 610 billion. Defense 97 billion. Physical damage 138 billion. Magical damage 146 billion. Critical damage 49x, guaranteed crit. Movement speed 46x. Luck 38 billion. This isn't just a lower dimensional smackdown. This is flipping the whole table. With just 3 to 4 spirit crystals as a base, you're guaranteed a set of chaos-level gear. I started calculating. With my 38 billion luck, it's almost guaranteed success every time I craft. 338 spirit crystals should be enough to give my parents and Li Hu a complete set each. That'll instantly place them at the top of the blue planet's hierarchy. God-tier equipment can manifest in reality. Even if aliens invaded, my dad and mom could strut to the market like absolute bosses. I'm not someone who indiscriminately helps others, but Li Hu has been my true brother from day one, and my parents are my only soft spot. Giving them the strongest gear? That's me ensuring my ultimate safety net during chaos. Li Hu, start a large-scale acquisition. Buy up every void lost spirit crystal you can find. Li Hu instantly replied, Bro, nobody even wants these useless rocks. Stockpile them. Once chaos tier equips hit the market, these crystals will be worth their weight in gold. People will fight over them, and the price will go crazy. Got it. I'll scoop them all up. I activated multiversal shift, and my figure disappeared. Next destination, collecting the goods from the Dragon Empress. Just as I left, the entire world erupted in chaos. Boom. Above the blue planet, black and gold thunder tore through the sky. A gigantic chaos star chart materialized. A phantom stretched across the sky, its terrifying aura causing every living being's soul to tremble with fear. Within the game Demon Domain, a scarlet announcement dominated the screen. Server-wide announcement. Player Breeze has created the first 100-star equipment, ascending to the rank of Chaos Ultimate Relic. Dimensional laws have been shattered. Demon Domain World has completed 10% evolution. Drop rates increased across the server. Level cap lifted. 8,000 level ancient monsters can now spawn. The announcement repeated 30 times, pounding like heavy drums in the minds of every player. The world chat descended into initial silence before erupting into chaos. Chaos Ultimate Relic? What the hell is that? Forbidden tier gear that's beyond even Rainbow class. 100 stars. I don't even have a red rarity item yet. How did he do it? Upgrading a 10-star pink item cost me the equivalent of 7 multi-bedroom houses. And he hit 100 stars. Player Breeze is insane. He's blessing the entire server. Breeze, accept me as your sworn adoptive child. 8,000 level monsters. Earth is doomed. If the sky falls, Big Boss Breeze will hold it up. In the desolate Bone Plains, Zhang Chonglin decapitated a level 285 monster with a single swing, but his hand froze mid-air. Jiang Shuyan forgot her incantation, staring blankly. Both of them locked their eyes on the black-gold celestial disk in the sky. 100 stars. Zhang Chonglin's hands trembled. Not just that, Jiang Shuyan took a deep breath. It's a Chaos Ultimate Relic, defying the system's very laws. This rich kid, he doesn't even care about the rules in the game. How did he do it? Zhang Chonglin's voice was dry. As one of China's top combat players, He knew too well how brutal equipment enhancement was. Among billions of players globally, even achieving 10 stars was almost impossible, let alone rainbow-class items. This legend not only got his hands on rainbow gear, but pushed it to 100 stars. World energy is transforming, and 8,000-level monsters are coming. Jiang Shiyun's gaze burned with passion. Young Master Jiang has already surpassed the server's strength limit. Even the system was forced to raise its cap to keep up. His stage isn't limited to Earth anymore. The deep star fields, higher dimensional realms, those are his true playgrounds. At the Scarlet Blood Pass, the usually unruly level 70 monster zone was eerily silent. The monsters cowered on the ground, pretending to be dead, not daring to move. Jiang Jiangguo held his red rarity longbow in midair, motionless. He didn't even notice the cigarette ash falling on his arm. He didn't fully grasp the game mechanics, but from the celestial phenomenon above and the players' screams, it was clear his son had caused an unprecedented uproar. Old Jiang, Li Daqiang's mouth hung open. You raised a literal god. Wang Mei clutched Lu Zuolan's hand, her voice trembling. Out of tens of billions of players worldwide, not a single one has found rainbow gear. And not only does your son have it, but he even upgraded it to 100 stars. It's like the reincarnation of the ancestral creator god, spoon-feeding him success. Lu Zuolan was dumbfounded. She looked up at the celestial phenomenon, the oppressive celestial disk in the sky, and her throat dried up. This kid, his fortune is just not bad at all. Simple yet striking, and so effortlessly humble in a way that's almost Versailles-like. Li Daqiang and Wang Mei exchanged glances, falling into a pensive silence. They both knew deep down it was all thanks to their son, Li Hu. More accurately, it was because of me. If their kid hadn't grown up alongside mine, they wouldn't even know which way the gates of Celestial Dragon Estate opened, let alone imagine stepping in. The forums had been ablaze with memes about me for ages. Qingfeng is basically the system itself. The GM literally logged in just to make things happen. There's only one true god in the server, and the rest of us are just NPCs. Or the ever-so-iconic line. Others grind mobs to survive, but Brother Feng? He grinds mobs to relax. Others reinforce gear like gamblers at a slot machine. Brother Feng reinforces with a casual tap on confirmed. Every meme I encountered left me increasingly shocked, one after another. It wasn't until the sky was filled with anomalies that the world finally realized the truth. They had secured a connection with a cosmic-level powerhouse. In the nation's capital, inside the Supreme Military Command, the War Strategy hologram room was eerily quiet, the kind of silence where you could hear a pin drop. The strongest human, Xiao Zhenjiang, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, staring intensely at the black and gold announcement projected into the air. For the first time, his typically steel-like, disciplined face showed grave tension. A spark hidden among the dust, an ordinary ember fostering a legendary flame. To think the spark from our huaxia could burn this fiercely. His voice was like rolling thunder. Pull up all energy readings immediately. This kind of rule-based suppression, it doesn't belong to the Blue Star dimension. The chief of staff wiped the sweat off his forehead nervously. Commander, are you suggesting? The Abyss demon race pulled back their forces, and then this happened. Did you really think those scumbags retreated because they were afraid of our defensive lines? Xiao Zhenjiang suddenly turned around, his sharp gaze cutting like blades. They were afraid of him. His finger jabbed forcefully at the name Qingfeng on the screen. This isn't limited to just the demons. An ancient beast at level 8,000 emerges. Reality itself begins to shift. This power will attract higher dimensional attention sooner or later. Huaxia doesn't have much time left. Adjusting his uniform collar with a swift tug, he declared, I need to meet this once-in-a-millennium genius in person. One soldier who single-handedly wiped out 10,000 demon troops and forced an entire race into retreat. This was an achievement of national salvation. And now, with an event of this magnitude shaking the world, Xiao knew dialogue was inevitable. Weapons on this level of reality-warping destruction? That was something he had to take into his own hands. 1,000 miles beyond the frozen abyss, within an icy crater of frigid despair. Bang! Two figures, bloodied and battered, slammed into the snow-covered ground, sending flurries scattering into the air. These two were none other than Chiba Shuichi and Min Sehun, previously blasted away by the Demon Emperor's devastating attacks. Min Sehun coughed up blood, clutching his chest where his supposedly indestructible heart guard mirror had been shattered to dust. Warning, substitute ability triggered. All attributes permanently minus 30%. No, he howled in utter despair. Chiba Shuichi didn't look much better. His arm had been severed, leaving him in sheer agony. They had barely begun to breathe sighs of relief for surviving when the universe seemed to twist and change around them. Suddenly, black and gold lightning bursts tore across the skies, and the overwhelming presence of ancient laws bore down, slamming them forcefully back into the snow. What the hell is happening? Logging into Demonverse, they were greeted by glaring crimson-red alerts plastering their screens. Server-wide announcement. Huaxia's Qingfeng successfully forges the first-ever Max-Star weapon, ascending it to the rank of Chaos Artifact. The announcement looped on repeat 30 times, mercilessly delivering blow after blow to their pride. Chiba Shuichi's pupils trembled in shock. I knew it. Qingfeng is the real deal. The Blue Star's dad. The Lighthouse Nation is done for. If it weren't for Wilson's orders, I wouldn't have lost an arm. Min Shishuan's face burned with embarrassment. Thinking back on how he listened to Wilson, naively tried to use the Demon Emperor to kill me. It's laughably absurd on an international scale. Good thing I'm hard to kill. From this day on, he needs to steer clear of me. If I truly held him accountable, the consequences would be unimaginable. Across the ocean, in the Lighthouse Nation's command center. Gentlemen, Qingfeng just got lucky this time. Assemble the fleet of Awakeners and retrieve the mythical prohibited artifact. Let's teach Huaxiao a lesson today. Wilson was fervently giving a fiery speech. Before he could finish, a loud vibration alarm sounded from the game backend. The server announcement for the birth of Chaos Supreme Treasure popped up. Wilson's impassioned expression froze instantly, his mouth hanging open in disbelief. Dozens of generals, fired up and ready to execute commands, awaited his orders. An aide stepped forward. Sir, the fleet is ready to deploy. Wilson stared at the notification, breaking the plane's law limit, gulped hard, slowly withdrew his hand, and adjusted his tie. Cancel the command, he said seriously, sitting down and knocking on the table firmly. Remember, the world isn't just about fighting and killing. It's about connections and humanity. Now then, how about reallocating the agricultural budget? All this fighting is dull. Focus on improving livelihoods instead. The entire room of generals? Deep in the desolate Bone Plains. I activated Grand World Traversal, landing precisely at Dragon Girl's AFK farming spot. A scorched wasteland stretched for miles, littered with carcasses of 4-star elite monsters. A one-sided massacre had taken place. Master. In an instant, the 100-meter-long ancestor dragon shrank to the size of my palm and leapt into my arms. Dragon Girl nuzzled against my palm, then opened her mouth. Crash. A waterfall of loot gushed out. Over 200+ God-grade red items. Over 5,000+ divine essence crystals. Over 700+ void law crystals. Good job, I patted Dragon Girl's head. The 700 void crystals couldn't have come at a better time. Adding the 400 Li who gathered while shopping, I now had over 1,000 in hand. With my guaranteed success rate, that's enough to craft complete Chaos God sets for both my parents, fully maxed out with 240x attributes. No unnecessary talk. I summoned the enhancement furnace. The strengthening spree began. Ting, ting, ting. Extreme critical hits fired like machine gun bursts. God-tier gear was being mass-produced, upgraded on an assembly line, all minted into Chaos Black Gold gear. Enhancement success. Extreme crit. 100 stars. Triggered ultimate set boost. Upgraded to Chaos Supreme Treasure. In mere moments, 1,014 void crystals were consumed. 3 sets totaling 39 pieces. All universal cross-class equipment. Crafted and transformed entirely into Chaos Supreme Treasures. The world chat in the Demon Realm server collapsed. Server announcement. Huaxia's Qingfeng has forged 100-star equipment and upgraded it to Chaos Supreme Treasure. 1 piece 30 attempts, 39 pieces, a total of 1,170 enhancements. The player base collectively lost their minds. The red notifications poured down like a blood-stained waterfall, forcing themselves onto the retinas of players worldwide and flooding the screens for a solid half hour. The world had officially gone crazy. The in-game chat for Huaxia server exploded. Over 1,000 announcements. Is Qing Feng going on a shopping spree? Or what? Godfather. Need a psychic? I'll shout 666 for you all day. I've gone broke trying to get a single dark gold item, and this guy is out here mass-producing chaos artifacts. Foreign servers, pay attention. This is Huaxiao Pride. Meanwhile, overseas servers alternated between shocked silence and total meltdown. Japan, bug. Total cheat. Germany. Our family heirloom is just an epic purple, and this guy has made 39 chaos artifacts? Reset the server. America, WTF? This some private server? I give up. Qing Feng alone can wipe out the entire server. South Korea, check his family tree. There's gotta be Korean blood in Qing Feng's ancestry. As these reactions played out, my expression remained calm as I closed the world chat. I pulled up my Dragon Maiden stats. Level, LV 85. Attributes, 150 million each. Luck, 200 million. At this growth rate, typical monsters aren't even good enough to satiate you. My gaze turned toward the level 400 Forbidden Zone, the Endless Thunder Abyss. Right before heading out, I dropped a huge pile of materials onto Jiang Shuyun. The attached note read, "Stabilize the market. I'm the epitome of selfish efficiency, a lone wolf with limitless resources. Grinding, auctioning, and managing trades are all a waste of time for someone like me. So instead, I groomed Jiang Shuyun into a perfect business manager to handle all wealth exchanges. Let professionals handle professional work. My only responsibility? Providing the overwhelming power to upend the rules." Next, I casually handed 3 full-star chaos artifacts to Li Hu. "Take these and split them between you and your parents. Equip them immediately," I said. Li Hu responded in record time. "Bro, the gear that's breaking the entire server announcements? 3 full-star sets. Just thinking of wearing this makes my legs weak. If I step outside with these, I'll get hunted down, won't I?" I typed back indifferently. "The gear can manifest in the real world, too. Stay low-key. If someone decides to mess with you anyway, crush them. And remember this. Once you put it on, you're only dishing out one-sided massacres. When it comes to my family, my parents, my brothers, they must stand at the pinnacle of power. This isn't sentimentality. It's a calculated principle. My people cannot be trampled on just because they're weak. That's my bottom line as well as rational strategy." Li Hu replied with just the right tone. "I get it, bro. Riding on your coattails doesn't mean I'll get cocky or cause trouble. I know my limits." I gave his message a glance and coolly replied, "Don't let it go to your head. If you screw up, I won't coddle you." Even brief warnings must establish authority. Activating the multiversal walk ability, I appeared instantly at the edge of the Endless Thunder Abyss. Purple lightning roared, thunderclouds loomed ominously, and space itself twisted above the chaotic terrain. Bolts thick as tree trunks lashed out like furious serpents, the ozone scent stinging my nostrils. This was a level 400 monster Forbidden Zone, where an average player wouldn't last a fraction of a second before being vaporized. A lightning explosion erupted around my feet as I stepped into the Thunder Abyss. Boom. Within 100 steps, the thunderous sea erupted in violent storms, and hundreds of 30-meter-tall monsters emerged. A colossal beast burst out of the water, its body enveloped in violet lightning. Thunder Leviathan of the Purple Heaven LV 400, Purgatory Enhanced. HP, 12 trillion. Purgatory Enhanced tier, stronger than an elite boss, almost a lord-level entity. Even the top guild's 100-person raid would get instantly wiped out. I raised my staff. Basic attack. Space collapsed. 30,000 square meters reduced to nothingness in an instant. Tyrant's Edict turns basic attacks into forbidden spells. Dimensional Crush, pure true damage. Minus 148,960 trillion. Minus 148,960 trillion. Minus 148,960 trillion. Blood red damage numbers covered the screen. A trillion HP bar? Not even enough to scratch the surface. The Thunder Beast evaporated instantly, ending up owing me a debt of 14 quadrillion HP. 256 kills achieved, 7.2 billion attribute points plundered. The loot piled into mountains. Quad color equipment times 678. Void spirit crystals times 1, 350. 5th tier evolution crystals times 752. 6th tier evolution crystals times 180. Gear others couldn't hope to see drop in their lifetimes comes to me like trash. Dragon Girl auto-loots everything, saving me the hassle. Level up notification lights flashed like crazy. LV 101, LV 102, LV 115. 1 dungeon run equals 15 levels up. I casually destroyed the map's core. LV 401-500 permissions unlocked. Teleport. 500 level map. Oblivion Death Wasteland. Basic attack. Minus 148,960 trillion. One shot, everything on screen. 310 kills achieved. 22.2 billion attribute points plundered. 7 color equipment times 753 automatically stored in the inventory. LV 120. 4th tier cap unlocked. No rush. I'll grind up to LV 5000 first. In the next few hours, the high-level magic zones were in utter chaos. LV 600, LV 700, LV 1000, LV 2000. I kept bulldozing through them. Primordial Star Ruins, LV 5000 map. Still using just basic attacks. One-shots everything. Loot tally. 7 color artifacts. 160,000 items. Chaos Black Gold. 108 pieces. Class Change Tokens. 26,000 units. Law Fragments. 100,000 units. You're incredible, Master. Dragon Girl's golden eyes sparkled with admiration. Keep working. I casually tossed her 8,000 Thunder Crystals and 120,000 pieces of Rainbow Tier gear. Dragon Girl opened her mouth. Endless Devour. The Thunder Crystals crunched like candy, while the gear flooded in like a tidal wave. Purple lightning runes emerged as her aura skyrocketed, a perfect living lightning rod in the making. From a single LV 5000 map, I harvested 694 billion attribute points. 5,000 level monsters with 300 trillion HP, just paper thin compared to my 14 quadrillion true damage. With 18 trillion attribute points earned, I dumped them all into luck. Base luck, 18.16 trillion. With a 240x multiplier. Final fortune, $4.322 quadrillion. The numbers are so massive, the server is crying. I stepped into the level 6000 Forbidden Zone. A basic attack. Heaven and Earth obliterated. Plundered 3.2 trillion attributes, each stat skyrocketing by 800 billion. After a 240x multiplier, my total attributes smashed through 230 trillion. Equipped 11 pieces of Chaos Black Gold gear. Shattered level 7000, netting another 23 pieces of Black Gold gear. Level 8000 Edge of the Universe, the pinnacle of combat power in the Dark Realm. I stepped in. The outside world went crazy. Hundreds of thousands of Rainbow Tier treasures announced to the entire server like a bloody waterfall. They should just rename it to Clear Breeze Legend already.